Futures back in positive territory once again this morning, looking to extend a really nice rally back on Friday, although we are coming off a little bit right now. All eyes on earnings. We're getting into the big names this week, or some of the big names anyways. We'll get Tesla coming up. We'll get Netflix coming up. We get more banks this morning. Both Goldman out and BAC both trading higher, lifting some of the banking group as a whole back to positive territory. Overall, it was a losing week for all three U.S. markets last week, even with that nice rally at the end of the week on Friday. S&P and the NASDAQ down 0.93 and 1.57 on the week itself at the when all was said and done. Obviously, all eyes on what is to come next week as well as we head towards the next Federal Reserve meeting and the next interest rate hike. A few more articles this morning suggesting could possibly, or most likely, will be closer to 75 basis points after we jumped up to 100 basis points after that CPI print going back a week ago. It was a brief trip to 100 basis point move. We'll talk about that coming up. Positive look, though, right across the board. We'll obviously have a look at Google shares as well, trading split adjusted 20 for 1 for Google this morning. It's Monday, July 18th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Positive numbers, as I said, off the highs slightly here. We're coming back to the downside. 0.65 now for the S&P, 0.9, 0.8 there for the NASDAQ, 0.8 as well for TSX futures here in Toronto. Bottom end of the board, though, pretty impressive moves here for Ethereum and Bitcoin to kick off the new week. It was a late weekend rally, I guess, sending cryptos sharply higher, guys. Good morning. Brand new week here. More big earnings to come. More recession talk, I fear, as well. Just seeing a couple more headlines coming across from the Fed on recession. But hey, we'll take it. Nice gains here to start.
Yeah, we got to come up with a better word than rally for what happened in Ether this weekend. I mean, recent bottoms under 1,000 on Ether, bouncing off 1,000, and then getting a huge break. At first, like 14, and then we actually touched 15,000 on 1,500, on Ether. So pretty strong move there. Bitcoin okay. Breaking out of that 21 range, getting to 22. So it looks like we're having a good start so far. I mean, it was a big weekend there. The market is up. We pull back a little bit here, but what I love to see is we have all the big earnings coming this week. We kind of ended on a strong note, despite some of the indexes being down last week. And that 12,000 on the NASDAQ, we're above it. So we're above some pretty key resistance levels to start the week, which is always good because it means you have some support going in. Lots to talk about. I mean, we'll probably be mentioning a couple of times with the chips deal, whether or not that vote comes through or not, and what that might mean for some of those names. But overall, crypto names going to be in play today. Obviously obviously Alphabet as well. But it should be a good one here this week, and definitely a good start. What an unbelievable chart that Ether was. Wild ride this weekend.
And yeah, what's up? You know, if you guess, and so we'll shout out to Rolling Records. He's like, I bet you Sean is going to be in Google, and you are right. Right now, we are 50 cents in the money on this Google trade. We waited for about 1,200. 112 to come through. We grabbed it, man. We got 112.20 right now. So that's a nice little move to the upside. And there it is. We just take it one piece out right there. So we go, oh my God, we're starting it off already here as the money started coming in early here on Google. So a quick little 50 cents right there, or a little bit more than that. 53 cents on the first little part of Google there. So a quick scalp in and out, and we'll see what Google does today. But obviously it's not down 95%. It's down split adjusted 20 for 1 right now today. So you're 100% right, Rolling Records and everybody else. The party's just about to get started on Google. Let's put that as a number one stock. I'm pretty sure it's going to be heavily traded here today. I like it. It's the number one name here on the sticky note. We're also playing long on this name all day long. It's been super strong, man. This market's been great from that bottom. Apple has been an absolute, look at this. Here we go. Look at Google. We're in the money $1 right now on Google. How easy is that one? Apple's just been an absolute monster. I was talking about that earlier to these guys. Like, look at this. 130 just straight up, pretty much cracked that 150. Now you're going to be trading at 151, 152 today. So that's another fantastic long to have in your portfolio right now. Google, Amazon, Netflix is another big one today, and Apple. I mean, they're all starting to go right now. What a good little run up for tech. I mean, we had a monster day on Friday, not even putting the indexes positive for the week, but let's play momentum to the long side here, and I like what I'm seeing from a lot of these big cap tech plays.
It was a quiet start for Google this morning. There wasn't a lot of volume when I first sat down, but yeah, definitely picking up here. If you missed it or were hiding under a rock over the past couple of weeks and months, yeah, Google set to kick off trading, already has, obviously, 20-1 on the split, as we mentioned back on Friday. Obviously, the biggest headline this morning, guys, as we get back into a little bit of earnings. We'll talk about the banks here coming up as well. But the bigger names, the more exciting names to come later in the week with Tesla. We'll get Netflix as well.
Yeah, it's a big earnings week. I think obviously, Netflix already had a big move last week, to be sure. Tesla might be. That's probably the one that certainly a lot of traders are always going to look forward to because of the extreme volatility you can have. And it's been, I don't want to say Tesla's been quiet lately, but when you look at the daily chart, like it's definitely setting up and coiling up to make a bit of a break. It just crossed the 50-period moving average. You had a close above that was rejected last week, and it looks like we're aiming to be able to do that today. About $720, you'd be able to get that. And then you kind of look at what's going on below this 800, and it's just cresting towards what could be a monumental style breakout trade past that $800 level. And it's just been a chop fest otherwise. Like, you really have had to wait for good support, good resistance levels here in Tesla. We're diddling in the middle here today, but man, that 800 looms large. I love the start of something here, maybe closing above that 720. A lot of stocks last week, had these closes. You get above that 50 period, you get some upward momentum, and then you've seen some strong breakout style plays. I know like Apple was able to do that. A few of the Chinese names did that a couple of weeks ago. Tesla's right on the verge of being able to pull that off as well. So all you want to see is some good numbers here. Are there some concerns that the earnings might not be as good as you expect? Sure. But I'm not sitting here predicting how they're going to go. I'm simply telling you on a good print is far more opportunities for us to the upside off that 720 level than if they have a bit of a down print. As far as today goes, I'm really just looking at that 720 as a 50 period. And if we do have a bit of a dip at the open, it's a loose level. Nothing that I love that much. I think I care much more about those levels below that 700 to 685 or so. But that 720, not bad. We closed right there. It's your 50 period. If you can hold that at the open, certainly a good sign.
Yeah, I like Tesla. I mean, I just want to see what the earnings are all about with that one, because we have heard Elon come out and talk about just how much money they're losing. So we'll wait to see if that's going to come through with those gigafactories there, talking about them lighting money on fire right now in a furnace. So we'll wait to see. I don't know. I'm going to take him for his word and pretend that like that is what's happening. And I would definitely not be buying any Tesla at this level. I'm considering selling it. I just don't want to make the mistake of him just sort of blowing smoke there, and maybe it's not as bad as he's saying it is. So we might want to stick away from that one for now. I want to sell Tesla 100%. I just got to wait to see what earnings bring. I might sell half the day or two before, because I think the market's in rally mode now for a little bit. So let's just wait to see what happens. The banks are definitely helping that out. Veru's a name that's going to be on people's watch today again. The $16 mark has been really solid for this name. So you go back 16 right in here. We've broken above it right now, and now we'll look to even make higher highs right now in Veru, taking out this 17 and then possibly testing $18 again. So this is a name that's only up 1.5% and not too much volume, but I see a lot of people talking about it on the chat, so I thought I'd go into it a little bit here for everybody there on Veru. Strong move up there on Friday, obviously from that 15 up to that $18, but you still have that $16 mark. We're looking to buy some if it gets back into that 16. So watch out for that on Veru. And if you look at a 20-minute chart, it's the same thing. It's just going to show you this daily stuff here. But there it is right there, 16. It's not as crazy on this level, but if you want to drop it down, maybe it's even 15.50 here on Veru, but just a name that people are talking about in the chat, another one to like. And then if we're going to go big cap tech, I mean, Apple's above that 150. We've talked about that over and over again. And I'm going to go long into Apple until it breaks 150 for sure, and then probably even hold it I mean, unless this market's absolutely collapsing, I really like Apple here. I last bought it at 137, so that was a good little bottom there. Let's see if it can hold out right now. Oil up 2% as well, dipping and hovering around that $100 mark. So that should also be a pretty interesting play. As we're ready to rock and roll, man, it's a dreary day here in Toronto. Finally, the rain has come. That grass, which is hay, hopefully can turn back into grass.
Yeah, it was getting a little crispy around the city, to say the least. Big moves last week to end the week, right across the board. Friday was pretty impressive for all sectors, including the financial group, if you remember all of them, back to the upside. BAC out here this morning, not really doing a heck of a lot right now after earnings. Looks like this. 32 coming into play here for BAC. Goldman, on the other hand, up nicely, up 3.6%, both with, cautionary language in their reports. Goldman saying profit nearly halves, but yeah, it's up 3.5% on some trading data that came through, while Bank of America is saying, yeah, profit down 34% on deal making, some issues with the IPO markets.
Look, the IPO market in a bear market is not going to be good. So underwriting is not going to be there. The deal making isn't. It really hasn't been there. I think that's something that can pick up maybe into next year potentially. There's some values to be had out there, but when people are conserving cash, for when companies are conserving cash, then you're going to get this at times. And we talk about, just here, the 50 period again, like Goldman Sachs breaking out above that. And we saw Citigroup last week. It was just an absolute monster when they reported, obviously. And that sort of, I think, shocked everybody, but it was 16 or 17% at one point. Just an unbelievable rally to the upside. But just watching Goldman above that 50 and the $300 level here, that's what you want to be able to hold. My concern would be that it was relatively mixed, and if you do get a red day, well, you've already climbed 10% into the move. I'm really sort of talking about the bottoms of last week, and you're essentially already over that 300. That's what would give me some pause here, is that maybe you've gone too far too fast. But above 300, that's your breakout price. I think if you can start supporting that area, then you can get yourself a bit of a green day. We'd start to get below that, and I'd have some concern that they're going to be selling off on the news there. And it's not on our watch list. I want to get to this ILAG. ILAG. This is a small float, let's just say. I want to double check, and I'll go to Float Checker just to make sure. I think it was maybe a couple million. Yeah, it's 5 to 8 million share float. Recent issue that got beat up, and then they did an offering. The offering is closed. So a lot of times when we see this, you have a couple of days worth of consolidation after getting destroyed, and then you catch a bit of a bid. And this is all about the momentum side of the play. It's bouncing off $2. It's breaking out from about 285 to 3. And that's just what I'm using as support right now. So it's a small floater, which has me favoring the longs. I'm going to double check to see. I actually had to pay for locates, but they were relatively cheap, about 5 cents a share. Had they been free, I'd like the long even more. But just playing off the $3 support for now. Able to get some out in these quarters. It has not been able to test this high since about 7 a.m. So I'd like to see this testing that 335 before the open. Otherwise, usually you're breaking that kind of a support if you don't get toward the high by the open. So that's what I'll be watching out for. I will add one more time. I've already come down here twice at 3. Third time, I'll go long again in front of 3 just to see if it can break up. But this is just a pure low float style momentum play here. Nothing crazy except for we've seen this work time and time again. So just joining the party.
So we've been having a monster couple weeks and months and so on and so forth. So I don't think we'll be looking at banks to trade them at all. I don't remember the last time we really put a trade on. I traded it a couple weeks ago for sure, some of the plays that are on JP Morgan, but Goldman Sachs just very, very impressive again off the big day on Friday. Made that bottom there at 280, taking out the 50 period, starting to move back to the upside here. I'm in Goldman Sachs in my own account, but again, I have Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. I like both those names, obviously, and they're trying to take this 50 period out right now. So, you can go back to a lot of the banks because of that move that happened there on Friday with Citigroup kicking it off. Just Citigroup up up 13% or so with some nice big moves. But you can see, I'm just waiting for this 50 period to load up. You're still a little ways away here on JP Morgan for the 50 period, up to 120. So for me, I always like to be longer in banks and just in names, not banks, but in names that are above a 50 period moving average. So JP Morgan has a lot of work to go there. So this one I'm not as in love with as I am the Goldman Sachs. I'm not in love with either one of them, but some nice moves back up to the upside. Morgan Stanley had that same kind of move there on Friday after getting hit on Thursday. So it was really the WFC, the Citigroups, that sort of lifted all ships here on Friday. But before then, we were really starting to struggle. The banks were back down to 52-week lows. And it's a big rally off the bottom, but you can see Morgan still under the 50 period, Goldman above it. So that's why I figure I like that a little bit better than all the rest of the banks. But it's hard to say that, oh my God, it's time to buy the banks. 2 days ago, we were at 52-week lows. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait to see where they go from here. I may be a seller of the banks if they start to fail, because a lot of them are bumping up like a Morgan to this level. Like I said, JP Morgan has a little bit more to go, but Morgan Stanley's right there. And then let's just see what happens with Goldman Sachs, because you are taking out this 50 period as we speak. It's at 302.70, so you're above it by a couple bucks. It probably dips a little bit. Conference call, as per usual, is starting at 9:30, so we'll wait to see on that one. And there goes Google right now. We're $1 or so in money. So far so good with Google. And again, it will show today down 95% on our system because we don't have the split adjust for you one more time. And then shout out to Mr. Solution there, asking why am I trading Google instead of Goog. It's just the volume, right? It's over double the shares right now on Google. So you're going to see a nice little move to the upside right here, starting to go, testing the 50 period one more time, the volume weighted average price there on Google. So yeah, I like this trade. I think it's one that you hold for the day and see what happens. We saw Amazon start to get bumped up a little bit as well off that play from their split. So we'll wait to see, but there's Google. We pretty much have the bottom tick today, but might not be bottom for long, as the NASDAQ right here starting to take down those pre-market lows. And whenever we're this close to 12,000, we're at 12,001 right now, I always think that you're going to go back and look at 12. So, watch out for a little bit of a lower move coming through here. And that's Google for you. I like the name, I like the stock, and we're already in it.
All right, some of the travel names also higher here in the pre-market, including this one, Boeing. I mean, not a travel name, but hey, they make planes. Back above 150. A lot of daily charts looking like this. Top end of the range, really, for many charts this morning, but Boeing up 3.7% on not one, but two new orders for Boeing. Delta ordering, I think it's 100 737 MAX jets here. There's also this one, Anna Holdings, which is the parent company of all Nippon Airways, picking up two different planes, actually, 737 MAX and this future fleet of this cargo plane, their 777-8F.
Yeah, there's that, I forget the name of it, but there's that big air show that alternates with the Paris air show every other year that's going on. So that could get a bump for some of these names. But Boeing's been, look, they've been getting crushed over the last couple of years, especially when you put them up against Airbus, which has held up a heck of a lot nicer. But things have actually turned around, at least for the stock chart. Good double bottom. We just broke 150. This is one of those, you can hope and wish all you want that you'll get a certain trade set up as a day trader, but the market doesn't care, right? Like, I wanted 150. It's low-hanging fruit. Let's be honest about it. Like, I wanted 150 for a breakout for obvious reasons. You had the week's high. It was a pretty strong week to start the week, and then you get this double top at 150, and you're thinking, okay, that's about as clean a break as you're ever going to see on a chart. And it's above the 50 period, has all the good signs. It gets a positive catalyst, and then you're above. So I want to be long in front of that 150 level. If we break that, you certainly have the cover of the 148 close, had good consolidation around that range. You had an open and a close around that price, a couple of closes actually around that price. So I think this 148 is a decent support in case 150 gets broken. But I just want to be participating to the upside here. I get it, sometimes they sell the news on this, but it's been in breakout mode on Boeing. So I'll lean to the long side of the trade probably for this week above that $150 level as long as we get above there. There's lots of room, obviously, to the upside. But, I mean, every chart's going to basically tell you that, right? There's tons of room to the upside. Travel has been coming back. I think that's a great sign for them. The air show should also provide some hype as well. So just give me that 150 level on Boeing.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, low-hanging fruit on that one. If you get back down there, it's already broken through, so we do like that 150 level. I was, always trying to buy Boeing up. I mean, we had that Kramer bottom at 128 where everybody got out, so that's not looking great now. But, here's AAL starting to go. I really like the Jets ETF if there's going to be anything. I mean, I'm not in it. It's just I always look at this name here to say if you did want to get into, and of course now the daily's not going to load up too much, but there it is. You're starting to break out, hopefully, on this ETF as well. This 50 period is pretty awesome at about $18. So if you can get above, get rid of some of this garbage here, and you want to hold something in your portfolio that you can at least like sleep at night a little bit with, I think this Jets ETF is probably where you want to go, because then you're not sort of seeing any single stock risk here. It's all the top 4 or 5 domestic airlines wrapped into one here, and then with a few other names stuck in. I believe there's even some Boeing in here as well, believe it or not. So yeah, I really like this ETF to be down here. I think it's a nice little bottom. And then if we look at the imbalance locator today, because we haven't done that yet, QD, I don't know what's up with QDN there, 1.25 million shares, but there's Juniper as well with the sell. Ford's been starting to get going here off that 11 bottom. We've talked about 11 bottom a lot on Ford and how much I like that one. So that's going to be a good one. Palantir's on here, but it's only 100 right now. So like a lot of these bids aren't very large at all. We can look at Palantir quickly. What's up, Henry Z? I haven't seen you in the chat yet, but yeah, there's a stock that we found here. Palantir, above the 50 period, you're not going to find too many stocks that are this, caliber, meaning that it's kind of like a meme stock, one of those beat down names that's come from a lot and been down to a little. Now above the 50 period moving average, it's been like that for a while. So I'm still waiting for this break to happen. 1050, like when that gets going, then I think that's a good one. Even a break of 10 again on Palantir should work. So there's a few names here that we like today. I like Palantir into this support of that 10, into the resistance of 10, looking for it to break. So if that can happen, that's great. Not really too much support levels here for Palantir. I mean, 7, 8, 9. That's where you're trading right now. And I want to give a big shout out, Brandon, to Cameron Smith and Rory McIlroy. Made my Sunday real easy because I had both those dudes. Yeah. So I took home that pool. That was really good. So Xander, Will, and Shane Lowry kicking it off. So took that pool down. Love betting golf, Brendan.
What an open championship it was. The thing I love about that tournament, though, Sean, is that it's done by, 12:30 in the afternoon. It was all wrapped up. Over in the UK, here we go. Some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Goldman, top of the list here to the upside. Starbucks, there was its own individual headline this morning as well, but catching an upgrade anyways from Piper. Yum Brands on here. Morgan Stanley talking about Paramount. I saw Warner Brothers as well. WBD to the downside, Paramount downside. And Yeti, say it ain't so. Haven't looked at Yeti for a long time.
They make a great product. I mean,
Yeti, there it is.
Yeah.
Bonus points if you know who that is on the chat there. Well, I don't know, man, but I mean a lot of these names, even some of those barbecue names there. What was the one? Napoleon? No, not a Weber.
No, Weber's the one.
Yeah, a lot of these names getting absolutely destroyed. So let's just wait to see here. A big 5,000 shares printed so far here today on Yeti. So absolutely nothing. But look at this. I mean, it's been an absolute disgrace, to be honest with you, for a lot of these names. I'm not sure when I'm not sure when
Starbucks
Yeti.
is a little more interesting, the chart at least.
Starbucks. Oh yeah. Starbucks is pretty real there. But I don't know about Yeti here because it's been a nice little move to the downside. And I mean, I guess we just got to wait, but I don't feel bad because, it's everybody take their shot themselves, right? But that was at 110. I mean, I don't know where this stock IPO'd or where it came out with. I guess it was a hell of a long time ago. But nice little bottom there at COVID near $20. But look at this, $40. Like, this is why you got to zoom out a little bit here. It's actually held up pretty good. It's only 5,000 shares, but look at this level back here for Yeti. It goes all the way back, like 2019, 2020, 2021, all back, not 2021, it was up here, but all this. All for 35. So, 35, 36, 37, 38. I mean, that bottom looks pretty solid there. So because it's on the downgrade side, I would say that if it dips, and again, I don't know anything about this company other than I love their product, but if it dips down into this 37, 38 area, I think you can buy some Yeti against. I mean, we're up to 46. So you still got another 10%. I guess it's 15% or down, where you'd like to pick that up around that 40 mark. So no surprise there that when you zoom back out, you see Yeti on a nice little support level there near 40 bucks. I think it's probably worth picking up if you're just going to use support levels.
I saw that upgrade on Starbucks, and that's an interesting one because it's actually got the last couple of weeks a double bottom off its 50-period moving average. So not just breaking it, but then finding it as support, and then on the midst of a breakout on the daily up around 81, 82. So, Starbucks, flat today. I mean, the upgrade, that's fine, but it's trying to break that top without an individual catalyst other than the upgrade. I just think you're putting the support in at that 50 period, maybe buying some in front of it. If we even get there, I doubt that happens today, but I'm eyeballing this 82. That's a great looking area here on the daily that if you get through that, you have pretty much clear sailing the next 10% up till about 90, 91. But this is also a bit of a play on the retail side as well. Strong retail market, consumer going to be good. This is one of the names that you think can have to work there, Starbucks. And it's a good looking chart. Just has no catalyst today, but got to have my alert set for that 82 level if it comes.
We're going to have a look here at chip makers coming up ahead of this vote or possible vote in the Senate this week. They said as soon as Tuesday they could vote on the chips bill. But I just noticed a few of them popping up on volume here, guys, holding up much better than the overall market currently. 3.5% for NVIDIA, AMD looking relatively similar. But nice look here heading towards 9 o'clock for some of the chip makers.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the bill. I mean, the other thing about this bill that bears mentioning is in current form, it's a heck of a lot more benefit to Intels of the world than it is to AMD and NVIDIA. That's one of those things that could turn into a bit of a sticking point because those that actually make, not just design, but those that make the chips are getting most of the subsidies in the bill, and that's one of the things that's a bit of contentious. However, it's like a similar story here. You're breaking out on the daily. I'm looking at NVIDIA here. Hopefully you guys can see that. There you go. You're breaking out on the daily in NVIDIA. You still have the 50 period, which is possible resistance on it. But this is very much like Boeing, right? Like you can want 160 all you want, but 160, we're gapping above that price. I think you've got obvious room to still run to 175 here. So I like 160 for my support in NVIDIA. That's the one I'm watching here today. If the bill, let's just say there's no progress on that bill, then I still stick to wanting to short Intel off that news at any point this week. So that's the one I'll be flipping to. You can look at Micron in that vein as well. But I just like that 160 level that we're breaking away from here on NVIDIA. That could put a nice little floor for us on the week and plenty of room to the upside as well.
Yeah, I brought this out a little bit because I keep talking about how Intel's been dead money for 22 years. If you go back to 2000, Intel's $38, right? That's where it is now. But look at this. Forget about how far you go back. But look at this level here. 2014 to 2015 right now. So if you've bought Intel anytime in the last 10 years and didn't get out, look at these levels that you're at right now. This is great. Like, I feel like if this is going to be good news for Intel, you're at a definite support area right here. So, I mean, this is probably, a buy spot here for Intel, right? I mean, you're down to these levels. I feel like as long as their report comes out for their earnings, forget about the bill and everything like that, but it's bouncing off here for a reason, a lot of these names. If you look at Intel as opposed to NVIDIA or anything like that, obviously, these charts, when you look over a month, it's going to look very, very silly. If you bought NVIDIA in 2014, you paid $4 for it, right? I mean, so they're completely different names, 100%, but they all are bouncing. I mean, some of these names just look ridiculous on how much they've moved. I mean, Intel has been around for a very long time. A lot of these other names are just kind of brand new names. Obviously, AMD as well. I mean, they've all been around, but you could see some of these levels. I mean, if you're back down to some of these 2014, 2015 areas that I was just showing you for Intel, then you're down at $4 or $5 for NVIDIA and AMD. Obviously, those have gone up 20 times, while Intel's gone up 0 times. So I think that right now, and again, like we keep saying, they're completely different companies, but this is a good little area here, I feel like, to buy some Intel. I mean, you're down here at $37, $38. So we'll be trading AMDs and all that of the world as we go today. I mean, I've said it already. Since you're above that $80 mark there on AMD, I really like this stock. I mean, it just keeps on working to the upside. It's going to be a complete monster on a breakthrough 82, so that already happened there today. Let's just wait to see where we go. But this stock is is hungry for 100 again, for sure. There's a lot of traders love AMD. They love NVIDIA, all these names. These are the runners. We absolutely destroyed NVIDIA on Friday, I believe it was. And, 4 or 5 straight up days now, taking down that 80. A great bottom there at 80 bucks. So if this market does, we're $1 in the money on Google. It's the only trade I have right now. It's 70 cents. I guess it's bouncing around. But this is a good one too, man. $81, $80, something like that on AMD if it does come through. So again, if you zoom back out, I feel like Intel off, regardless of this chip bill or not, I think it's a good buy right now, especially when you get that 4 or 5%. I hate to say it, you don't want to, like I said, you don't really want to buy stock right now in this space for a dividend, but it's safe, it's a good one. I like Intel there, and I also like AMD because we're above that 80 bucks. So
we have to mention one thing. Yeah. We don't talk politics around here, but it does bear mentioning that a certain legislator named Nancy Pelosi recently exercised $5 million, well, her husband, I think, exercised $5 million worth of calls on NVIDIA with the vote this week. So for what it's worth, just throwing it out there.
I read that on the weekend as well. Thought it was kind of interesting. Here's that note on Starbucks I was mentioning. This is the upgrade, obviously, Piper Sandler with the price target increase. But over here, they came out and said they are not in a formal sale process for their UK operation. So there was some reports late last week and then over the weekend suggesting they might exit the UK, but they came out and said they're not going to do that, or at least not right now. Let's get a check of the overall market here. We'll bring in Arun. Back to the upside we go. Once again, Arun, good morning.
Good morning. New week. We'll see how this one plays out, but the market looks like it wants to start strong already, almost up 1%. I believe just underneath about 0.99, 0.96 on the NASDAQ at the moment. So good strength coming into the open. And it's going to be the week before we get a lot of action next week, right? A lot of good tech earnings. There are some tech earnings this week as well, but not as much as next week, where some of the big dogs really come to play. So there should be some action here and there. I believe Tesla's this week and Netflix as well, if I'm not mistaken. And then next week we have the big dogs coming out, and then we also have the Fed as well. So there's going to be a lot of activity next week. This week, we'll see how this market wants to start the week off. But for now, it looks like good strength. So trend upside, and we're going to respect the strength. It's cleared some levels, cleared some zones, so those are not going to act as some support. But to the upside, we do have one more pocket left, which is going to be north of 39.30 or into 39.30. So north of 3900 into 39.30. If we, and I think that for me at this point, I really can't catch along. I have no clue where the support bases are because they're really far away. So for me, to the upside, if we can get going through the overnight highs north of 39.10. We can get above 39.10 and then start to fade or even just fail that break to the upside. There could be a short there, and that's the only way there's going to be a short there is if that one scenario happens where you break the top, you get no action, you come back underneath, then you work the sell zone all the way up to 39.30. On the flip side, longs, if you have a reason to catch them, by all means, but for me, given how far my levels are, my closest level, after we had broken 38.35 on Friday, the stop on that would have been 37.80. So that same zone is in play, that 38.20, 38.25, all the way down to 37.80 is going to be where I'm going to be looking for a long, because there's a lot of space, right? So, and the way we've moved doesn't allow for new bases to be created. So we're just going to wait it out, see what this market wants to do while it's flirting with the 3900s. And if we get some new levels that are developed maybe throughout the day today, we can use them tomorrow. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait for the break to the high break and then see if we can actually look for a fade against that 39.30.
Good stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, all kinds of strength so far here in the pre-market, although we are kind of chopping around right now. Around 3,900, that's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single morning. We send it out before we come on at 8:30 for free. Big pop in crude oil right now. We just went through 100 and straight to 101 on crude, guys. So some volume coming in. Back to the upside. Not seeing a reason for that, but we'll double check on that. Let's get into Google here, top of the watch list this morning. Obviously, very active. When I first sat down, wasn't really doing much, but the volume has come. 20 for one. You now have 19 more shares for every one you held on Friday, guys.
It's a 9 a.m. buyer on oil, by the way. Like that's I don't know if it's exactly the same person every single time, but we started observing this maybe a couple of weeks ago. At 9 a.m., you get huge order flow coming through on oil. It's not always to the upside, sometimes to the downside. Google, just quickly, if you go to the higher time frame, and our charts aren't going to be split adjusted, so I drew a line for approximately the previous close. It's about 111, like 75 or so. It's somewhere in that range, and that'll be a support level. I think resistance for me is up at about 115. That's the big one if we get to that price. Much like Amazon, the first day on Amazon, it was, you wanted to sit in the long. I've had a few here. I did get one stopped out on one of these crazy wicks that we had dark side. We didn't go to 110 this morning, by the way. That never happened. Our bottom's about 112. So I'm going to take multiple shots at this. If we're above 12,000 on the NASDAQ, then I like the long in Google. I like to initially support it when we closed at that 111.75. I like 111 even. That was a big level as well when I had the 15-minute chart up, corresponding with like a 22.22 level. The breakout sits there at the high, but I'm looking at these consolidations. I'm going to want 112.5 as an average price or something around that range if we are risking down into that 111.75. But that doesn't mean I don't want to be loading up in front of that 112. And even if I stop out at 75, I still like the notion of going for the long in front of that 111 even, so long as the market is holding what I think is that support. That 12,000 on the NASDAQ, I know everyone was saying he doesn't find any support levels, but we've had trouble getting through that. And then when we test that above, I tend to think when you break that after all this time, we can hopefully hold it as support here. And Google's one of the names I'm going to want to be in. Sean already told you why we trade Google instead of Goog. It's just 100% a volume thing. Almost every trader I know is going to treat it exactly the same way. If I were to take a short on this stock, it would be on a parabolic move at like 114.97 or something like that in front of 115. But other than that, I'll really just be looking for longs throughout the day on this. Amazon had a huge move at the open when it had its reverse split, and that was actually one of your best opportunities because the volume came in and there was a chance to grab the long on a break of a consolidation right at the open to add to that position. So I am looking to add to this at 9:30 or close enough to it, so long as we're in this price range.
All right, just telling Maggie I want some days off here. Okay, all right, so we're already long Google. I've already talked about it. It's the number one name on the sticky note here today, so obviously we'll continue to watch that. I got a new pen, so the writing here, it's one of those like ballpoint pens, so it's not, I got to probably switch over. But if we dip, man, I really like the 111 area. That's fantastic there for support back into Friday's close. We talked about getting a bump as more eyes are on the name with the split adjusted price. So that's about as simple as it goes here. We really like it. Loving this name, loving the support level, and I also think the 114 could be a strong level to take on a breakout. But again, we answered that question, why Google versus Goog. Our charts are going to be a POS today for this. I almost typed in POS in my e-signal charts there. That was funny, just for that reason. But here it is right here on a 20-minute chart. Let's just bring it down. Our charts take a while, if at all, ever, adjust to that split adjusting price. And I'm just kind of giving ourselves credit. It will never adjust, but I didn't want to say that. But here it is right now. There's 112.50, the top there from Friday. We did dip back down in. There's that 111 support. So now that this is all adjusted, just like Amazon when it was pre-split or post-split, it had its nice run up before tanking back down. I think Amazon's a completely different beast, obviously, than Google. Retail's been hit. Retail's one of the hardest things right now to judge with a strong consumer, but strong consumer meaning they want to go out and spend some money, but is there any money to spend? This is kind of the push versus pull there when we're talking about retail and inflation, the price of gas, energy, we've talked about that, the cost of travel, things like that. But retail, very, very hard name. I still think Amazon came out and they had a great Prime Day. And, so we'll wait to see where Amazon goes. We've seen Gap get kicked in the teeth there as well. Walmart, Target, Costco bouncing back. I think you got to put some Costco in your portfolio, like big time right now. But all right, 111 right there is going to be the dip buy opportunity for this name. If it does come in because people wake up and want to sell this name, fine. But Google's still not very strong, man. If you're going to look at a daily chart, it's not an Apple. It's not a Microsoft. It's not It's more like a Meta, where it's just trying to sit around here before eventually taking off. So here's what the split adjusted daily looks like. And, now you're going to look at 120 as the breaking level, right? So forget about all those prices, 2,400, 3,000, all that. Those are things of the past. Right now, that's that 3,000 high right there that we made on the last earnings report. I think Google's going to absolutely knock it out of the park for their earnings. Obviously, we have currency headwinds that, when you're a big multinational company like this and the US dollars are so damn strong, they are going to get hit repatriating that money back in. But they don't have too many worries, I don't think. They don't sell too many products. I mean, the Pixel phone's been an absolutely knockout for them. Some of their Google Home products I don't think are doing as well. But again, they're about the cloud, they're about the support, they're about the AdSense, things like that. So I don't know. Let's see where we go from here. I mean, Facebook's warned a little bit about some of their ads and the revenue coming through on the new year. Let's just see if Google has the same kind of a flow through there when they report. I have no idea what day they report, but I'm a buyer of this name as we continue to go to the upside. Rob, Lucas is going to go get us some Tim Hortons coffee there, as Neil and Rob, I guess, switching teas. Look at this, Rob. Rob does have multiple jobs around here,
it works
man.
now.
The coffee machine works now.
It's back up.
I see Rob say doubled up. No, I only take one milk, Rob, but I'm going to wait for the Timmy's is coming through. So, he's not going now anymore. Okay, so then I'll come and get a coffee. I want to go for a walk anyway. So there it is, Google with a nice little move down there, 2108. And by the way, if you're listening to me, you should still be going to Tim Hortons, by the way.
He's not there.
Agreed. Jura, I guess you just talk to it nicely and it fixes itself. We talked about bank earnings, nothing too exciting going on with both BAC or Goldman Sachs, but I want to show you this because this is a little more exciting anyways. An early currency look for you, 0.5% to the downside right now for the US dollar. However, both of these, look at these charts. This is an hourly chart, just FYI. This is ETH. So this goes back to Wednesday. This is Wednesday of last week. We're now at 1,500 for ETH. Bitcoin, on the other hand, this is Wednesday last week, back to 22,500 early this morning for Bitcoin, guys. So, yeah, some of these crypto-related stocks getting a little follow-through today.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, look, obviously the real move, you pull up the chart of Ether, the real move is going to be there. Like, you're not going to see anything. I mean, Coinbase is up 6%, right? I mean, after what Ether did, that's not going to seem like a heck of a lot. But what's interesting to me about coin is it's been giving you a pretty, not a pretty tight range, but a very, very tight range. And you've seen it try to break out of here, like 50 to the bottom, which, I don't know if we're going to see 50. We're not going to see 50 today, very unlikely at least. But 50 to the bottom, and now you're trying to take out the top of this range at about 58 or so. Last time we did, it got all the way to 65 on coin. So this 58 could be a little bit of a resistance level, but if you breach that, you've got a lot of room. Forget 60 and then all the way up to that double top at 65. I like the 55 level because last time we broke this, it was a snapback. Now we at least get to gap above it, so I like that for a bit of a dip. But this 58, if we're able to hold that at the open, you get a breakout. I don't like breakouts per se because, especially on this stock, they've been kind of garbage, to be honest, a lot of times if you take them. One thing I'll say about that 58, though, is if you can start holding above that price, at 10 o'clock or so when we try to revisit some of these ideas, then suddenly I think you've got a lot more room to run. Like if you're above that 58 and holding trend and the market's not flushing or anything, then I like that long in there, maybe giving it to 56. But a lot of times we see that rug pull. I like the 55 level. If they can hold that, I'll be in some Coinbase. Worth mentioning, one other crypto stock is going to report this. I want to say they report this week. Is going to be Silvergate. My chart doesn't want to load up here. Another name which is in the midst of a breakout. What I'll be watching essentially for this report is I just want to see how things went for them with the MSTR. Like, was there any? Do they have any tailwinds that might have hurt them? And if they are even remotely decent, this has been setting up to break at $68 for like 2 months now. So you can kind of see, like when we gap down below, and this was when we had that big flush in Bitcoin and some of the contagion risk, it's been holding this 68 level like an absolute champion. Like it's just been an absolute wall for SI. You get through that price, and there's a lot of room to run to the upside. So this is what I'm watching for this week. I don't know if we can get there today, but 68, decent level. Doesn't do a ton of volume. So it's one of those stocks where you're not going to be trading it every single day. But I got my alert set for that 68 on SI.
All right, I'm adding Meta right now to the sticky note here because I really like this play. Meta above this 166, so we've broken above 166. Now you have this little bottom there of 166. So let's take this and see what happens here on Meta. Up that 1.5%, much more than the market rate here. I'm going to go long both these, these big ad companies, Google and Meta, and just see what happens here on the move to the upside. So 165.60 right there. A few little levels there, to look at for Meta, maybe down to 165 if it does break that 166. But I put a bid in here to take this level if it does come back in. Look, Coinbase, I was lucky enough to get something out at 360 on Coinbase. It's been an absolute nightmare for the last 6 months in that name, or for the last year alone. It's going to flow with Bitcoin and everything like that. Another name that you might want to look at is HUD 8. HUD 8 is rocking and rolling big time to the upside today. Again, it was anyways, 7%, so that's a nice little move. We've already talked about buying HUD 8 off that 150 level there. It's dipped below, but looking at 150 is a decent level here for HUD 8. So if there's going to be anything there, I don't mind that. But for me, I think it's going to be Meta today off that 20 period. I really like this dip into 166. I'm going to tweet that out right now. So, if we do get any buys, any dip down in the market here, this 166 level right in here for Meta, I definitely like that for some support. So we're going to tweet that out right now. Use maybe a 165 as a bottom, but these are big cap tech names. So if there's something that you like and you have a little bit of buying power lying around here, that should be good for a one-in trade here. 166 long Meta. Give it back down to 165. Dollar risk for $5 or $6 to the upside. I like Meta long down here.
USEA, a huge mover back on Friday, if you remember, just flushed, big downside move on this note. 3.25 million, it's 8 million units, 3.25 per unit, but heads up on USEA. An offering, guys, at 9:15 a.m. for USEA. Let's talk about some of these chip makers again. If you missed it, the vote or potential vote could come as soon as Tuesday in Washington in the Senate for the CHIPS bill. So all of these showing pretty impressive relative strength here in the pre-market.
Absolutely, and like we sort of talked about a little bit about this already. More benefit in the current phase of the bill, the way it is drafted right now, to Intel and to Micron, the NVIDIAs or the AMDs of the world. That is something that could possibly change, though. There is some talk about that. I talked about NVIDIA particularly. I didn't really go over Micron there. And NVIDIA, look, I like the 150. I'm sort of sitting on the bid. The 160. Sort of sitting on the bid in front of that. Micron is in the midst of a bit of a jailbreak. It had to shake some out there at that 61, but it is headed toward that 50 period. They were the ones that actually had, I would say, the worst guide of all when they revised their earnings. And that's what actually took the market to the downside. When they guided poorly, it was just a gong show. So above that 161, you're now sort of clearing. It was a tough long. You had to wait to the bottoms at 59. I tried the long and was not willing to give it the entire way. Wasn't willing to sort of average in to death, sort of that notion. It would have worked, right? Like if I just sat there buying, all the way down to 59.5 and then held it all day long, it would have been fine. But I'm never going to trade that way. I look at this 61 and say this should be your support area here. I think there's more headline risk in Intel and Micron than there is in NVIDIA and AMD. For the stated reasons. I think 160 on NVIDIA is a perfectly valid break as well, and I like the longs in front of that price. As far as overhead resistance, I don't really have anything that I love to the south side for these names. If there is one thing I will be looking at in the event that we do get some kind of an update on the bill itself, it will be the $40 level on Intel. I think below that price, if there's any sign that they're not going to get the vote through, I think that's going to be a short pretty much to that price. Intel is setting up for a break as well. I mean, you're setting up here at 39.15 or so for a breakout style trade. I think every single one of these is either in the midst of a break, has broken, and has put in support. So all very bullish looking charts across the board. It's just pick and choose. Because of the headline nature of it, it's difficult to want the breakout in Intel, but that's pretty valid too, this 39.20. I just really like NVIDIA today, to be honest with you.
All right, there was more positive comments this morning from, I'm trying to find the story here. There we are. I can show you this. More positive comments from the Chinese government, from regulators in that country, once again, talking about making more funding available to growing tech companies, talking about cooperation, I guess, with not only tech companies within China, but also with U.S. regulators as well to keep these listings going. So same old, it would appear, as far as positive talk coming out of China this morning. So all of the ADRs, once again, back to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, pick your poison. BOBA's up 2.5%. Pinduoduo, Bilibili's very strong as well. BOBA in particular, remember they had that data breach concern thing last week, and that's why you fell from the 200 to the 50-period moving averages in a few days there very, very quickly, but it was these last couple of pushes to the downside that really stood out. First at 107, and then when you broke the floor at 103. You can kind of see where I'm going to go with that. 103. Support BOBA. 107 should be an interesting and monster level on Alibaba here. Diddling in the middle, no mas. Don't want to do it. Probably not going to happen for me. I do like Bilibili though. When I looked at Bilibili, you had this sort of, we're already at 24, up 4% right now. It's got its wipeout bottom. Previous support was right here at 23.65. So I think you'll know pretty much almost right away whether or not we're going to be able to hold this gap. So if we do hold the gap on Bilibili, that's essentially not breaking this 23.65. You're then set up for a 24 breakout on Bilibili. The risk to reward is just a heck of a lot more clear. Whereas you're sitting basically in the middle of the range in Alibaba, I think that 3 and that 7 are going to be the telling levels, at least for me. But Bilibili through 24 tends to make some sense. So you have definitely a set risk there.
A few people mentioning Twitter. There's more people with opinions, I guess, on how this whole Twitter and Elon thing is going to play out. Big move on Friday, if you remember, if you go back to what happened on Friday, straight back through to 38, which is kind of the middle of this range, but just had an uptick there back to 37.50. I mean, no additional news or no additional developments as far as what is to happen outside of what we learned on Friday, but very positive, worth noting for Twitter Friday.
Yeah, I mean, the only update that you got with Twitter was essentially Elon saying, let's put off the trial until like February or something, and Twitter wants to get it done right away. Obviously, they want a resolution as soon as possible so either the shareholders can get 54.20 and this doesn't necessarily drag out. Elon wants to be able to play this out so they can put up a viable defense, and any further market weakness just puts more pressure on Twitter to make a deal. So if they get the trial extended, higher probability that the two of them can come to some kind of an agreement. That's about all I think there is to say. If you're trading it, since it had the flush, we're actually trading higher, but this 38 looks like it's turned into a bit of a resistance level. The only thing what I care about this week, I think, is the floor more than anything else. It was previously this 36. I'm kind of looking to see if 37 can start holding, because that would be more interesting. If 37 can start holding again, then Twitter becomes a much more interesting long trade. I think you can get aggressively scalping off of it. It was a really good trade the last time it was able to hold above. It just wasn't able to do so last week, although there was a good breakout at 37. So I'll be looking for that. It should be right at the open, whether you see if Twitter's holding. And as usual, you still got that headline risk. So if you take longs, you take shorts, it's just best to have a stop out. At least that way something crazy happens, well then you can only lose to the point of your stop order. If you don't have one out there, I mean, there could be a headline and next thing you know, you're out of the money a ton, and it's just not worth it.
We've seen AMC here, so we'll go shout out to everybody who's looking to moon here today one more time. We'll see if AMC, where's that AMC ape? There it is right here. We'll see if it can get going. I mean, breaking the $16, we just added it to the sticky note as well, 16, 16, 15. I have the push here, I believe. Yeah, we have the push to go long. So we'll see if it can get that breaking back through right now. Did I get long Netflix? No, I did not. For some reason, I have to see why we didn't. But right there, 1560 is where we're going to open up at. I really like the 16 top. We're going to wait to see here 1480 or so as the bottom, but I don't really want to pick up bottoms on this. I just want to play a breakout top. So we'll wait to see how this trades, but AMC right now, in case it wants to get going, it's up more than the market again. The volume's not crazy on AMC, but it is up that 1.5%. So that's something to look at. QD, still looking here. There's still nothing going on these imbalances. Juniper's a sell, Ford's a big buy. They're at 12 bucks. Yeah, QD's on there for 1.7. And then Ford right now, again, trying to break, which is really nice, these levels as well, 1230, 1250. So maybe we got to get some work done on Ford here. That's 1250. So yeah, 1250 break on Ford. I don't feel like there's too much news around this name, just trying to bounce off the bottom there as we, again, head into earnings. So we'll see what happens here with Ford up to 1250, but I really like that break. So we got to put that one on the radar. And right now, by the way, yeah, we're going to go, because there goes Google. So Google finally starting to go for us here a little bit on a nice move back up to the upside, now breaking that 113. So we're in the money now, $1 and change on this name. So let's still hold on to our Google. We still got 2/3 of this trade. So far so good here today, Brendan. We'll go 1 for 1 early trading, but hey, the market's about to open up in 6 minutes.
Google going to be exciting once we get things going here. This one as well, ADN, if you remember going back to June, they picked up, I think it was about 700 million or 800 million in funding from a couple of individual states within Greece. So this is a clean energy name. So popping back up here this morning on more positive news on that front. I just took the break above that 340, which was resistance in the pre-market. Gave you a nice little push up through 375. If this can hold that same area, 340, 350, no reason we can't test 4 to 450. 25 million float on this, trading right now like it might be a halt candidate, guys.
Yeah, and on the imbalance locator there, QD up that 1.7 in the group of those Chinese names. I guess it's moving strong, but it's more than just up 3 or 4% like some of the other Chinese names. This is gapping upside with a tight consolidation at $2 here. And I'm just looking at it hasn't this wick did not happen. This 233 area, $2. You have a pretty clean top. This gets very, very spicy on a $2 break, especially with that imbalance. So I'm going to add this one to the list. I think taking a breakout trade at $2 is pretty standard operating procedure. You can risk to 95, you can risk to $1.90, which is recent support here. But QD definitely going to add it to that list. And look, sometimes we see those big imbalances and it kind of comes the other way. It's entirely possible it breaks and fails. But with the addition that it is a gapper and with a super tight consolidation here, this one does set up for that initial break style trade. Bit of a dip here. We'll see if we can get some Google shares as well. And then just that ILAG. Someone asked what this was. Recent issue. Essentially, I think it's like 3 million float or 2 million float. Something really tiny. Small floater. $4 was actual IPO price. Went haywire like a lot of these things do. And then it's just trying to break back out here. So I like this to about 4. I'm buying in front of 3s. If that gets taken out, 285 is the support level I have for ILAG, but just another one of those low flow type names, not a particular catalyst there. But add QD to the list. That one looks pretty spicy, especially with that 1.7 imbalance. I mean, this was actually on our watch list, but the 1.7 million, only significant imbalance, and it happens to be a stock up 62%. You don't often see these small cap gappers end up on the locator, to be honest.
All right, we are now in another name, Netflix right now. So we've taken profit, obviously, on Google and there. What I noticed you got out of some Netflix there. What was because you were in early, right? Is that what the problem was?
Oh, so I'll give you.
You got in at
trades.
113.
Well, I showed you guys. I was in this thing early, and then I stopped out on this wick.
Oh, you stopped out. Okay.
On this, the dark pool wicks that come through.
Yeah.
So anyways, that one of those stopped me out. This one somehow did not. But then I got back into it. I'm going to play this multiple times.
Yeah.
I think actually, the breakout might actually end up being 113.50 instead of 114 because we've seen this before with Amazon. I'm not saying it's exactly Amazon, but it had a consolidation on that first day that it broke out from at the open. I'd just rather be buying any dip that we get at 9:30, which is pretty much right now, right? So I'm sitting on front of the bid in front of 112. We'll take multiple shots at this. I think the amount, and this was true when Amazon happened. It's like, yeah, we traded some shares in the pre-market, but at the open, when volume came in, it came in en masse, and every day trader and their mother was focused solely on this name in terms of adding to their positions and then trying to take that breakout. So whether it's buying the dips, I might be inclined to think 113.50 is even, or 40. This is actually is setting up for a bit of a break as well. It's not on the locator, but it is a NASDAQ stock, so at 928, you might see an imbalance pop up on Google. It's possible. I'm not saying
they're already out. 925. They come out.
Oh, it's 25.
Yeah.
So it wasn't on there.
No, like I'm not. There's really nothing on the Nasdaq.
Oh, QD paired off.
So we're already out now. Ford QD's paired off. The funny thing about the QD pair, it doesn't even add up. So I don't know what's going on right there. But okay, now we are getting extremely spicy, to say the least right now. We are in 4 freaking positions right now, so we'll hit bang on that one because, all right, sit up in your seat, my friend, because it's time to buckle up as your boy is long everything right now. Possibly not a great sign. But look at that. We already took 90 cents or whatever on Netflix. So we bought Netflix at 193.07. We got some out at 193.90 there. So we're already ringing the register for that 90-cent win there on Netflix. Meta, we got into that one as well right here at the bottom, hopefully bottom. We'll see where it goes. I mean, the bottom is never in for a lot of these names. So we'll see where Meta wants to go. I'm just setting out my orders here to get something out in case we do pop like mad here off the open because we're already nicely in a lot of these names. We also got the biggest and the baddest of them all here as well with our friend Apple long at 150.50. So, I mean, we're long 4 monster. You're not going to see anybody in these names, only me because I'm crazy right now. Look at the names I'm in. Apple long, Google long, Meta long, Netflix long, the king of the castle right now, and we're into all of them and they're all winning. Netflix is to the downside a little bit, but let's just see where we go. These could be monsters here today. We will take a little bit out just because we sort of have to. We don't want to have too much risk on, but hey, man, with only 30 seconds left, your boy is already starting to blow up here with 4 monster longs on right here. So let's get going, man. It's Tony the Tiger is on the bell. It's always nice to see him in the morning. So what's up, Tony? Good to see you, my friend, as he's getting ready to rock and roll for us all one more time. And there's another one, another out on Apple, 20 cents. So we're just taking out pieces right now, putting them on the board for you here at Trader TV Live. Watch out for Google to the downside as well.
In 4, Tony, in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, buddy. And we're off to the races. I did get Billy just right there at the open, but it's all about Google here. Just wanted to see how we open up. We just caught a bit of a bid off of 112. We caught the dip. We said we'd buy the dip at the open. We're trying to get back to that 113, 113.40, going to be a bit of a level. There's so much volume, you're going to want to do some scalping at least a little bit here on Google. Here comes, Billy went to the upside, but the market coming back into the downside. I got bids on BA that I got to check out, and Coinbase going sideways. Nothing happening in Coinbase, but I don't want to get my eyes off of this Google because I want to see if we can get more in front of that 112.
Yeah, so 195 right now for Netflix. This name is really blowing up right now. $1.50 in the money on Netflix. We just took some more trades on Apple, another winner. Man, this day is really starting off with a monster one more time. Thank you. Welcome to the jungle, man. We got fun and games, and this is just $3 now in the money on Netflix. Is that starting to rip up? Again, the second name on the sticky note. Go no further than the sticky note, my friends. Google, we reloaded that one, of course, for that. So let's see where Google goes. Up to 112.80 is where VWAP is. Let's see if that wants to go. But the market's starting to come in. So just be very, very careful with some of these longs, especially in the tech names. I mean, the market is really coming in here. You got to find some shorts probably to match some of these monster longs. But we'll wait to see if anything's kicking off. We are now long everything in tech pretty much.
And the free money that was $3 at iLag continues 3 separate times. It gave it, and right at the open, it bounced off 3, got some 04s, out some 20s, out some 30s, 345 current high of the day. So quick 15% move on iLag, now 50%. $4 is going to be a big level. It is a potential halt candidate, guys, so keep that in mind. Super low float. If 3 breaks eventually, and at some point it will, we'll have to take that one out. Billy on the break at 24. That's already up to 24.40, so that break's going to end up working out. The only long that isn't right now is Google, trending back toward that 112 area. Pretty much everything else looking good. I did like one thing short, but that was at 107, and BABA goes to 106. And then a bit of a pullback there in Alibaba into 105. So it looks like that name, the only one I was looking for a short trade in, but didn't come close to my entry price. And of course, that was Alibaba.
Yeah, Google there. This is the name that's dropping down a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, we sort of expected some of this action. We talked about that 111 area that we were going to look at for Google. So nice little bouncing around here. We're monstrous on a few names here. Apple's nice little done, 50 cents in the money, and I'm going to hold on to that one all day. I'm not getting out of Apple, that's for sure. Netflix is now $4. $2 in the money. Wishful thinking on that one. Let's see if that one can catch a bid as well. But so far, so good, man. We are now in the money on everything. A re-upped trade on Meta, a re-upped trade on Google. We always say this, man. The one thing that's going to make you a better trader is to believe in your trade. So let's go to the upside, hopefully on these NASDAQs, but we're not being foolish. We do know that this is a very, very risky thing. What's up, Brendo?
We saw some of the clean energy names popping up in the pre-market. Here goes Plug Power was up nicely, holding 16, not really doing much, but a nice push here out of the gate, 7% for Plug already.
Yeah, and there goes Coinbase through that 58 level. Oh, wow, there was almost no chance. There was no consolidation at 58 on Coinbase. There was just a straight breakout through that price. I'll see if I can get involved in this play, backing at that 58 price. Just got some shares down around that 112 again on Google as that tries to come back up. I will keep on rinsing and repeating. Got to take some out when it gets close to that 113, but it's jailbreak central here, man. Every long is going to be in the money here. Want to have tried to add some Coinbase on the way upside. We could be at 60 in an absolute hurry, and then I lag. Well, I have to watch because this could halt at some point. It just took 350, and if we make a break from here, that $4 level, which this week is not real, we never got to 399. We definitely have a chance to get up there. Going to take some out on that last break at 350, but this is starting to go gangbusters. I don't want to get caught on this name if it goes into one of those parabolic breakouts and rejections of like 10%, and I didn't get that next leg of profit. But Google in the money, Billy in the money. Wow, Coinbase has continued to go. Now 10% on Coinbase. Sheesh.
Yeah, sheesh is a good one. Yeah, sheesh as well for everything that we have on board right now. $4 in the money on Netflix. We just took some out there at 196. Meta, 70 cents in the money. That's a sheesher as well. As that continues to go up, 167.50. I guess we can get that out if it goes back up there now that I'm looking at that level. But yeah, so far so good here as we're really rocking and rolling one more time. Google did go back up to that 112.80. So now that I'm seeing that, I think that that's something that we could probably respect again, just in case it doesn't go too much more than that. Let's put an offer there. You can see the market is now starting to pull back down. I said on Friday that it was going to be a super choppy day. It looks like we may have another one here today. But let's just see, man. We're long on many things, including Meta, as that's now $1 while it was $1 in the money, up at 167. Wow, all these 167.50 areas here. Let's get another piece out at the 50 on the upside for Meta. We just put an offer there as well. So hopefully that'll come out. Google busting. Apple's another name that we're long at 150.50. We should have got another piece out, but let's just see, man. This market does have its opportunity to get back in to 12,000 here today. Nice bump up, coming back in. Remember, we were still negative last week. What's up, Brandon?
All right, some of the banks continuing to go here. The call underway for Goldman CEO saying the market environment has become more complicated. Yeah, no kidding. Also saying they still see more volatility and uncertainty ahead. Goldman, though, day highs, guys.
Yeah, Goldman gone. 60 just broke and faded on Coinbase, at least a little bit here. This ADN, by the way, the ADN with the breakout that Brendan talked about at 340, it's actually bouncing off 340. I was waiting back at 335, but this 340 where it broke out, that could be a good place to get involved in this one on a consolidation. Good risk to reward there. Google, just going to come back to this name. We don't want to ignore this. I still think there's a chance. 113.40 could be a breakout for you, but it's bouncing off 112, and you got to take someone in front of 113. I'm on the offer. Well, I just got out on the offer there. And every single time we bounce off 112, I want to be adding to that one. I did just get ADN as well off that 340 level. And come on, Coinbase. Yeah, this is what happens. I mean, we're sitting here all long, but all I can think about is the longs that we don't have. Coinbase is just gone, so I'm not going to be chasing this one any further than that. I want to come to the chip names as well. NVIDIA still giving a little bit of time to get in. I'll cancel my 160 bid. We're not getting a dip at the open right now, so I don't think that's going to come back into play. But you got a double top at 165 on NVIDIA currently. It's still got room. Remember, we talked about that 175. It's got tons of room from here. So 165 break is at least in play here for NVIDIA. The market, we're not breaking out of the highs or breaking the lows or anything like that in the market. It's just individual names going haywire. This is why you have to be in the right ones. Here comes a 113 break on Google. Like we said, rinse and repeat in front of these levels. But I got to find a way to get into one of these chip names at least.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not in that chip name. We did take a little piece out there in Google as well, but that chip names aren't doing anything for me anyways. AMD, not really. I mean, sure, if you picked up that 82 bottom, I feel like we got better names on, man. We're $1 in the money on Meta. Check out this name here off the sticky note one more time. We've given this to you over and over again, the sticky note, and you know, how we support it. There's that Netflix, man, 193 long. It's $4 in the money right there on that one. So is the Google. The Google's rocking and rolling. Good little rinse and repeat there by Neil at 113. Like I said, I had double the shares there, but Neil's doing different strategy in and out. So I think that that's something that I'm going to look at again, because that 113 right here, I have enough shares to get some out. Obviously, we talked about that. So let me do it now. If we can get up to 113, we'll take another piece out, as it does look like it wants to bounce around. Look, if tech goes, man, we've got them. We've got Meta, we've got Apple, and we've got Netflix. I mean, Netflix is gone. I'm not even worried about this thing. This thing probably hits $200 today. It's really just Google, to be honest with you, that we got to look at. Another name that I am looking at, though, is NIO. If we dip down to 20, we got down to 20.50 again, so that's not happening. Now that I look at that, that's off to the races, goes NIO. But I really like that play, getting some out there at 113 on Google. So if we can do that here and match our partner over here, we'll do that. You did take some out at 113, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I double tapped out there. It's just assuming we'd get more shots on the bid, which it seems like we might. And by the way, I'm going to get all out of iLag pretty soon here. It's getting close to that $4 mark. It just broke 375, starting to get close to what I thought was going to be resistance. Ignore that wick. It hasn't been here before. This is our first time getting up to this $4 level, and I'm going to take this profit and run. I think it's, you know what, get out. In front of 4, I think there's a chance there's a bit of a rug pull on this stock. There's no fundamental reason why it's up. It's just a low float runner. So we'll ring the register on that. Google just came back in. I think this could be a reload chance one more time around this 112 level. As a matter of fact, I did get some, but it's tempting to want to add before it pops here. At some point, this might stop working, and then we're breaking past Friday's close, which is 111.75. I said if I stop out 111.75, I go long in front of 111. Looks like it might be the case if we do get that break.
Brendo, I believe?
Lucid, guys, making a big move here early on this morning. I showed you this on Friday. This was data from S3 Partners, short data from S3 Partners. Here's Lucid, 14 on the list, number 14 on the list, 19.95%. Straight higher, 5.5% so far for Lucid.
What? Definitely liking that Lucid call. Lucid, Rivian, and all them has been pretty nice lately on some of those plays. I did want to look at Ford as well. Ford had a somewhat of an imbalance there, but you can see the market's pulling back in. So Ford does not get to that 1250 area that we were sort of looking at up here, where we made that high back a couple weeks ago. And then on the daily, Ford 12 looks great, 1250, sorry, looking fantastic as a breakout there on that long. Okay, we are now officially in this name. So Google right now down to 1. Oops, yeah, you can't look at that on our charts today, unfortunately, Google. But there it is right there, a little reload back down to 112. Yeah, I guess 110. I mean, this is starting to fall down here. I mean, look at the NASDAQ. Obviously, you don't want to be green. Sorry, if the NASDAQ doesn't want to be green, you don't want to be long necessarily on Google. But this is the day to celebrate Google. So we're doing that right now. We are long 111.80 now on Google. We did take another bid there. We are waiting a little bit longer downside as well. So Google right now trying to make magic happen here on a little bit of a dip buy. But hey, if this market doesn't turn around, then Google will flush back down into that 110 area. So just be careful about that kind of a move down in to 110 for Google. We're fine, man. We didn't get out of anything. We're going to sit on that one. Netflix has come all the way back in. We've already taken 2 times the outs there on Netflix. So we're out a little bit of that. I mean, obviously, if this market falls, we don't need to be long all these NASDAQ names, but we've been getting out. So all is good on that front. I'm guessing basically a 191 or so out there on Netflix is something that we have to watch out for. So if it continues to go down, 191s, you're out. But your boy is staying strong here on Netflix. So let's go bang and see if this one, on Google, let's see if this one can get back up to the upside here. Goog trying to go, man. We bought some 111.50s here. We're back into the money on Google with our biggest position of the day, obviously, as we average in. So watch out for 110 break. But for right now, we're pretty good with Google. It's not doing a whole hell of a lot, kind of as expected here. Back down to that 111. It sucks because we were at 111.15. You know where it went to? 111.17 there. So we missed a great reload. We may get another chance, though, because it just rejected the 112 break. So we missed Google. That's embarrassing. We missed that by 2 pennies.
I was able to get, I had my stop set at the previous close, which is at 111.75. So I sit that out and then able to get some down in front of that 111 and scalp mode, back into scalp mode. So getting some out in 50s and 60s. I want to find a way to stay that net long and then see what can happen. If 11 can't hold, 110 is going to be there. Billy, forget about it. Billy's gone now. That 24 break, it just took out on the daily $25 as well. So this is starting to get to big time jailbreak mode. I was looking at this for a target, 25.50 on Billy. I mean, I'm not gonna look any gift horses in the mouth here on this name. It's just it got to my target a little bit faster than we expected. This 25.50 can be a breakout in its own right. I tend to think when I see a level like that, I want to play that as a separate trade. Like if it can bounce back or pull back off of that level, then you can come back and start supporting 24.5, maybe even 25 even. But now up 11%. I'm sure I can look at a few other names, maybe like a Pinduo Duo. Yeah, it's strong, up 5.5%. It was just that Billy, and why we like this one was your capitulation bottom at 24 was right at that breakout price. It gives you the clean break at 24 even. You definitely had more of a set risk. As I see that boom up, I keep asking myself, okay, where's Alibaba? Getting close to that 107. The only thing I liked short this morning was a 107 short on Alibaba. That looks like it's incoming a lot faster than we expected. For now, just Google and that 80N, I'm still in that one. I guess it's holding support in front of 320, but that's out of the money for me, unfortunately. It could be a red name for me on that 80N. I'm sure Brennan got out. And by the way, iLag, getting to that $4 level. Looks like the break could be coming there, but I could be short in BABA in a matter of seconds here off this 107.
Okay, so we already identified to you AMC breaking 16, right? We actually wanted that high of 16.15, so it looks like it's going to try to take it right now. We are going to go long into AMC, as I gave this one to you guys today. So let's see if it can continue to work now. AMC trying to make that move back up to the upside right now. I don't know, like we took down 16. We're long now. Unfortunately, we got 16.17s there. Let's see if it wants to work to the upside, but if it doesn't, we can get out of this. I mean, we just thought it was one to take out that high there of 16.15 from the other day, from Friday. So there it is. There it is right there. So it does take it out. I mean, I wish I would have got long when I said I like this in the pre-market, because now we'd be in the money 40 cents. But we didn't. So we're not going to cry over spilled milk and see where this one goes now to the upside. Goes AMC. We got to try to give this one a little bit of room, but maybe back down to 16 if it breaks, we can get out. But here it goes. Let's see if it takes down 20 now. AMC, there it is. A piece out at 22. Let's see if it wants to continue to fly to the upside right now, as there we go. AMC, a nice little mover here to the upsides. There it goes. So yeah, your boy's trading everything, man. Big cap tech here and AMC. We'll see. No small caps. We'll leave that over there. Neil and Brendan looking at some of those names, but not too many today, I guess. But there it is. AMC with a nice upside position here. I'm going to try to get some out as we continue to make a move to the upside here. AMC, let's go, baby. This is definitely making my day here early on. AMC to the upside. Google now, what a move, man. 50 cents in the money on that one as Google starts to go. Stay strong, guys. This is what you do when you're trading. You got to sit here and make money, man. This is what you're trying to do. These are the kind of markets that you want. And there goes Google. There goes AMC. There goes Meta. There goes Netflix. There goes the world. We are now 2 times. And we go, oh my God, because this market, Brendan, starting to make a move. And there goes AMC, the baddest of them all.
Here goes Snapchat as well, guys. Nice note for Snapchat today. They've launched a web version of Snapchat. Paid subscribers, that's the key, can share photos, video call right from their desktop now using Snapchat. So nice move here, 5% for Snap.
Ooh, that's another one. I think we get a report on them later this week. So I got into Alibaba already off that 107 level. Got 92s. I got an ugly wick here. I'll clean that one up a little bit. But scalped some out as it pushed down into the 60s. 107, I'll give it a few pennies above that price for the breakout style trade. So the one short that we liked is going to come into play, but the market might just be too strong for that. It might get through that 107, and we'll have to take that last third of the trade out. Who cares? At the end of the day, we're going to be on the right side of most of these longs anyways. Here comes Google back up to this 113 level, so I'm going to go right back to the same well as before, which is ensure that I am taking profit in front of it. That 113.40 still sits there in front of us, and we have to be able to respect that. So got the long off the bottom at 111.20. We had multiple stop outs, one early in the pre-market and then one at 111.75, and then we just kept getting back into it. iLag just came in for me for the short side of the trade. It was a great long at 3. That's come and gone. Now it's up at $4 at this point. That trailed me out at 375 here, but I said $4 was a target. I just got a 94 short. This will be a hard, this is not like Alibaba. This will be a hard stop at 4 even. If I make the top wick, I make the top whip. That's a hard stop for me at $4 on iLag.
All right. I don't know, Neil. I don't have much to say. We're going to go 5 for 5 here today. So, I mean, I don't have much to say other than we're just getting some out, man. I mean, look at this Meta trade. $250 now in the money. That's a banger. Netflix. I mean, if you're looking for winning trades, guys, I don't know. I mean, like I said, maybe you're on the wrong channel if you don't have any winning trades on today, because if you just watch some of the names that we were talking about, I think it's been pretty good to the upside. It had to have been a bull today for sure, like we've been for a while. So it was kind of easy for us, or for me anyways, today to pick some of these longs up. So there's Netflix, a nice move up to that 198. Let's see if it can hold. So this is what we've got on board right now. Netflix, $4 in the money. Meta, $2.50 in the money. Google, $1 in the money. AMC, we're out. I mean, we're not out. We still have, I mean, I'm getting some out as this name moves around, but it has pulled back a little bit here. So, you know, not a great situation here. AMC's been fantastic. AMC's actually, look, my number one name is going to be Google, but that's because I'm here. But AMC's been a nice move today to that upside, but watch out now. It is pulling back in, so I don't want to have that rug pulled. Like we said, we are now out of 30%. We are now out of 70% of AMC as it started to go back up to the upside. Again, my mind is really focused on a lot of these bangers, man. 112, like this Google trade was a monster, man. We really bought this up, and it's too bad that we missed that, or else we'd have even more shares here on this name. Meta, Netflix, Google. Like, if you're just going to follow anything here, try this, because I mean, Google long, Netflix long, Neo long, Apple long. We have all of these trades. Some of them came in the pre-market, so really respecting some of those levels. But here we go again, man. Everything popping. Meta just really wants to go. I don't know. I mean, 170 maybe coming for Meta. We've been here before. We'll see if it wants to test it one more time. But up to 170, a great little move here. We're hella long Meta in our own account as well. So Meta, Google, everything really popping out for us today. This day, I mean, this is what it is, man. We're really doing well here. We don't have Neo long, but that was a name that we missed. We could look for some more levels on any pullbacks for Neo, but we really like that 20 level. I mean, so does everybody. It just didn't give it to us there today. So Neo with a nice bump up, but I mean, I'm just sitting here watching the net just blow up here, man, as we have a way upsized position on Google, and that's just working out. We said we'd have that today, so hallelujah for anybody long with me on Google as this name just continues to rip up, man, and we're making our day right now, Neil, on Google.
Yeah, just by the way, just a couple of things here. Alibaba did pull back. The Chinese names are super strong today. Neo was certainly one of them. I think they're probably all really strong here today. I just happen to like Billy in particular, but Alibaba pulls back off 107. I had a chance to get 106. Looked that gift horse in the mouth and might have to accept the midpoint here, which is this 106.5 area. It looks like we could be headed toward a breakout at 107. So I'm just going to ring the register. It's a short at approximately 90. So you're not risking a heck of a lot at that 107 level, but this just looks too strong to not be involved, to not be at least getting out of that short side of the trade. It's going to go back over to Billy because this is one we wanted to think about getting back into. We got close to the top at that 25.50. I'm looking to see if it can start holding 25 for a new entry point. And that would be a consolidation off that big breakout. Chinese name super strong. That's all well and good. I did get iLag as well to the south side. Just to recap, after the $3 into $4 move, it pulls back off 4. It got some out in front of 370s. I want to get it all out in front of 355. This is still in the midst of a break-in. It's a very small floater. Always can make a secondary push here. It's somehow never halted on that move. Like a $3 to $4 move in a matter of minutes and no halts. Whatever. I guess that's how the market works, Brendo.
A couple things. Here's another one of those Chinese, my chart's not loading, but here's another one of those Chinese names just popping up on a volume scanner. Li Auto just broke $40. Li Auto's $40. Back to the upside on a huge volume spike. Also, HKD, a little tiny low float recent addition as well, just popping up on volume once again.
saying Li Auto broke $40 doesn't do it justice. The stock dropped $1.50 at the open and then rallied $3 to the upside. Like, talk about wiping out the bottoms and then breaking out. That's how you wipe out the weak hands and then get to the upside. It's going to be real difficult if we get a really big, strong rally day. It's going to be very difficult not to want a 42 short on this if we get up to that price. I mean, the way that it rejected that and pulled back like $7 in a couple of days. If Li Auto gets to 42, much like BABA 107, you just might see me in the trade. Coinbase is still going. Like, what an unbelievable runner Coinbase has been. Yeah, it'll be frustrating only because I'm not in it. I liked 58 for a price, but I didn't really like the clean breakout style trade there, which I should have done. Yeah, if you get to 65, that's your target essentially reached there. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure we do get there. Tesla, we said this one could be interesting. I thought we'd be getting some kind of a chance to play off the 720 level. That never happened again. This market's been giving you dips before rips almost every single day. Today, a lot of these are just clean breaks, unless you're looking at Li Auto. Everything just seems like it went straight to the upside. So you had to be sitting in the longs. Thankfully, we had some, just not all of them. And Coinbase at 61, triple top now on Coinbase 61s. But more importantly, Google here at that 113.40. Oops, you can't really trust anything except for my 3-minute chart. Gonna have to zoom right in, not split adjusted. So that 113.40 from the open, this is still top here on Google. I think it's set up pretty well for a potential break from that price. You have a bit of a V-shaped wipeout bottom and then a setup breaking out at 113.40 with the market also trying to break out highs on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, exactly. Great. I mean, we're just going to channel our inner Arun here and just chill out because some of these levels that we have and the kind of day that we're having one more time here again has been pretty monstrous. We talked about, believing in your trades, averaging in, so we still have a big, decent sized position for myself anyways here on Google, as that one's $1.70 and the money goes Google, right? Meta obviously making moves as well to the upside. So, I mean, there's lots of stuff happening for me today, and I hope it's happening for you too. There's Meta now 230 now in the money. Netflix, I mean, I said we have a 200 peg coming. We tried to get longer at 193 when it dipped in there. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. We were waiting a little bit lower than that, basically where we were in here at 193. But finally, like some of these positions that we have here in the pre-market working out for us. So this has been a really good day here for me anyways on these tech names. I know Neil's doing well as well. But we are now up X daily goals, man. I mean, this has just been such a great day. If there's any other names you guys want me to look at, Apple's 50 cents in the money. We just took some out on that one, 151. I mean, again, another sticky note name. AMC, you know what? I mean, I'm waiting at 40s for some more outs here on AMC. Maybe I'll just take another out here, 35, 36 maybe, if we can get another one. I mean, we have a decent amount of shares here, so, there it is. We'll take a 35 as it rips right through us. But that should be a good trade for me on AMC. It's the number one trade. I mean, for net-wise today, man, I mean, all these stocks, number one, Google, Meta, I mean, Netflix is going to be the number one stock on the show here net-wise today. As you can see here, 193 up to 198. That's $5 now in the money on Netflix. And Brendan did the week in review, or what's it called now when we go moving forward?
Need to know.
Need to know, and my need to know was Netflix on that one. So thanks, Brendan, for all the hard work he's doing there. But we traded Netflix great there on, I think we were long, I forget where it was though, but I mean, it could be much better than this, as we're now $7 in the money on Netflix as that's starting to run. But, on earnings, on that ad support there, we really liked it, man. I mean, it was a big mover. We had it on Friday as well. I don't know if it's going to even zoom out for me here on Friday, but we did have this long, it's not going to show, but we did have this long on Friday, and now we have it one more time. So these stocks, Neil, I mean, we have a $7 winner on Netflix. We have a $3 winner here on Meta. We have a $2 win on Google, $1 on Apple. This party's just getting started there, Brendo.
Great look for Netflix, great look for Google as well, both on that video on the weekend, guys. Here's Grab Holdings up 12% in early trading here. Grab Holdings, food delivery name. JP Morgan raising to overweight from neutral on Grab, guys.
And iLeg, by the way, broke that $4 level eventually, reversed into a quick scalp long, so 4 to 4 to me, nothing like what it did before. But this stock, it's absolutely off to the races. It's through resistance levels. At this point, this is just a tiny floater, which has gone parabolic. Still no halts, by the way. 370 into 410, and that's a 10% move. Certainly could have gone there, but we'll see what happens. Maybe it puts one of those 20% moves in. I'm looking for 5. At this point, it's just every even dollar. I'd look for a scalp short until we eventually get some kind of a break or a pullback. This ADN is the only thing that isn't doing much. Load up there. It's still in its consolidation range. So we had the breakout that Brendan talked about at 340, and it's still consolidating off that 320 level. Chance that it might go, but at this point, it's turned into a bit of a sleeper. Coinbase still has that 61 level, so a bit of a double top there, triple top, I should say, on Coinbase through that 61. Could be resistance. I should have held on to Alibaba, but the way the market was booming, and the way the longs are working out, I decided to just take the 50 pennies on BABA. It does end up flushing further, but I'm not going to regret that decision. I mean, everything looked pretty strong at that point, and all the longs are what were paying off. So we decided to get out of that one. I still want to get more into Billy if we get a chance, but I wanted to check back in on Boeing. It's been the tech names leading. We like Boeing in front of the 150. It might be giving a chance to get in here, not at 150, but off this level here, 152.5, a couple of dips in the pre-market, and then one time at the open to 152.40. If it can start to hold some higher lows, could be forming some support for Boeing. Don't want to forget about this name, even though it's been the techs that have been even more impressive. But Boeing up 4% on its own right.
Yeah, Boeing's been great. I mean, I guess not really great today, but nice move up from those bottoms there on Boeing. We're just sitting here watching some of these names go through. I am trying to pay attention to the chat there. Yeah, Roblox for sure, maybe might be something. If we're going to look at the market, though, let's just take a quick look at the Qs. This is going to be the NASDAQ. I mean, I can't, because the way we work is that we watch the continuous contract. We do not do that. We watch it by as it's listed there. So, I can't just call up the NASDAQ futures. We have to look at the Qs. So there it is right now. You are bumping up, and this is just what I wanted to show you. You're bumping up against the resistance rate here of this 296 for the Qs. So, it has to break out. We've already been up here before dipping back down. So this is kind of why we're holding on to some of these monsters, because hoping that there is going to be something coming through on the NASDAQ right now. A possible break to the upside with a lot of these big names starting to go. Meta, like we just said, that's $2 in the money. It can take 172. I mean, I don't know if it doesn't look like it's going to happen today, but could definitely go through that. Apple's starting to break through as well. So we'll wait to see, though. The NASDAQ up here, that 1.13% or 1.3%, sorry, starting to make some moves. There's Apple, really strong on the chart, man. I mean, really, any dip's been bought. So let's see if that can continue. We're waiting for a 150 there. We're long at 150.50, so all good on that long. But for right now, I mean, it's just multiple bangers. We did get that turnaround on Netflix where we didn't get out at 200. I'm not getting out at 200 anyways, but that turned around basically at that $2 billion mark. So I think that that's very foolish not to get out there now that I think about it. So we'll see if we can go one more time there on Netflix and then just say to ourselves, you know what, if it gets us at that 200, then we'll get out and maybe bust along through 200 one more time. But Netflix looking pretty juicy here as it's trying to go back up through that $2 billion mark. Netflix, the one name that we probably should have got out more shares on, but we're really happy to have held Google, guys, as we just got that at 113.40 there. $2 in the money Meta, 2 for Google, 5 for Netflix, $1 now as Apple, there it goes. This is what we need for this market to go, man. Apple taking out the highs. So this is perfect. Let's just see if it can continue to happen. Apple right now trying to break out highs. NVIDIA, everything trying to go. We got that note from Brendan a while ago. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, all higher days right now. So congratulations, man. If you're long the market like I am, then you're hopefully having a pretty good day here. As AMC actually pulling back a little bit here, back down to 16 again. We now have 10% left on AMC, and we're just going to adjust.
Watch out, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just going to say, I'm going to get out at 16, but go ahead.
No, I was going to say GameStop got to 149, almost close to that 150 level, and started pulling back pretty heavily. It's been strong as well, but anytime I see that pulling back, I tend to respect the fact that they can go lock and step. Even Google starting to pull back as well, so there could be some dip buy opportunities coming in play here. But there's still an upward trend in almost every one of these names, but we're getting some steep pullbacks in the last 20 or 30 seconds or so. It is 10 o'clock. Let's see what's happening now besides the booming market.
Yeah.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. National Home Builders Sentiment Index just out there, much lower, much lower than expected. It was 55 versus 66. So if you're looking at any of the home builders this morning, might get a move there. S&P 500 right now holding on to some of these gains. 0.8 right now. The Russell nicely strong as well. 1.5% for the 2000. You saw AMC there included in that. Leading the way, the NASDAQ leading overall, 1.4, 1.3 to the upside. So tech definitely showing some strength, which is great to see to start the week off. Here we go, some banks. Yeah, they started the call, and this thing, Goldman, fell about $10 after the call started, but did make a day high there. BAC as well. Same story. What was that? 325, 330, back through 33. 33.25, 33.30, not 325, obviously, guys. For BAC, back over to you.
Oh, there's just so much strength everywhere, but you can't play everything in this roller coaster ride that is the market. There, mine still has a V on the back of that train. I don't know if we had updated that one to get Pratt or someone else on the roller coaster, but
no, we didn't.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster to say. That 113.40 level did break out, so those are the shares that I got in right now. I'm now finally, I shouldn't say finally, that's not the word. I'm now out of all the dip buys and into the breakout trade. So with this break at 113.40, if we get below about 112, it's right here, like 112.80 or so, we'll have to give up the ghost on that particular long. But it's been 5 or 6 longs in general on Google. It just happens to be the latest one. That ADN is the other thing that we're still in. The consolidation is held, at least for now, but it needs to break back out toward the high. It's only up 30%, which is not nearly what that I-lag is doing, and had some trouble getting through this 350. There's room to $4 on this stock, but I'm going to have to take something out in front of 350, just given how much trouble it's had, quite frankly, getting through this level. I mean, everything else has seemingly been a lot stronger than this ADN, at least for the time being. I talked about Coinbase breaking 61s. Yeah, I got the breakout. I didn't get it. I think if you take the break now, it's kind of a sucker's bet. I think buying the dip in front of 60 feels a lot more logical. I'm watching the NASDAQ hold the highs and then pull back a little bit. So in that realm, the breakouts might not be the way to go, and then buying the dips to participate in the trend feels a heck of a lot safer. One name that I neglected this morning, I was trading it last week. I just want to quickly go over Novavax. It did get back above that 55 level before rejecting, but check this out. You got double wick off tops at 56, and now it's starting to pull back. 56, the day it got crushed. Yeah, I missed a trade there. 56, pretty big level the day it got crushed. You had a huge capitulation from that price. That's the near top here on NVAX. If we get anywhere near that, I think it's a fade on Novavax. I like bobbing to the short side. If I'd been paying a little more attention to this, I probably would have been in a Novavax short. All I can do now is wait for a pop to get short into.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it. This market's going to give you lots of opportunities. It is a little choppy here right now, but the move's definitely been to the upside. So hopefully some of you are enjoying some of these longs that you have on board. So if not, I think you can wait. I think there's going to be more longs to come through here very, very soon. So watch out for that as a possibility for some of these longs to come in. So yep, that's what we're doing right now. Long on all these names. So hopefully something will come out. Apple, we're going to wait for 151.50. If that does print, then we will get out of Apple 151.50 on that long. We did take another piece out on Google there at basically the high of the day there, 113.50. Remember, we were looking at that 114 area as an area of possible concern there for Google, so that could be something to look at if you were interested on that one for Google, 114 long. But again, I would rather wait at least for VWAP, which is down here at 112. We've been getting in and out of Google, so Google's still a really high name for us, and we're really proud of it. It's just, for right now, we have to wait for it because it's just not really doing much. We've already made that top. Let's see if it can come back down into the bottom. We did take another bid here on AMC. We averaged it in at VWAP, but if it takes down 16, then we are going to be out of that name. So watch out for that, as it looks like it does want to take that down. So another possibility here to come through for AMC, that's what I'm talking about here, on that upside. So here we go. AMC trying to make a move now. We'll see if it can go, but 16 is going to be the out there. I don't mind that neo long Square really busting out. We can watch Square through 70 as that up's 3.5% today, starting to bounce around. Wondering if FinTech may have had its sort of day in the limelight. Of course it did. Square was up to $200, $250, but now you're going to see it back down to 70 and trying to catch some bids there for Square. A couple nice long days here. That's why we're trying to watch some of these names. And there's that 70. We talked about setting up alerts, so on and so forth. You got to watch out for that square at this level 70. I kind of like that trade. So if it does come through and tries to break that, that's a level to look at. And then there's Netflix, man. It did turn right around from that 200 mark. So we'll see if it can get going again. I don't know if this is going to be a reload down or right here at this 50 period. It might just be an out for me, to be honest with you, at that level. So
speaking of,
yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of outs, I did take the out here and I had to ring the register on Google, and I trailed out one more time here. We got the breakout. It gave you some above that 113.40 area, but then it pulled back below that 80, so I'm out of it. We still have a chance that you can maybe, I'll zoom out here so you can see a bit better. Not too far. We still have a chance. You have the wick off bottom. You can hold the higher low. That's back to that 112 level that Sean just mentioned. So I'll be back into this trade if we start holding support at 112 or above VWAP, and then maybe can look at this breakout again. 114 still looms. There's still plenty of opportunity for this one to go even farther than this. And forget about the percentages down. 111.75. Is basically the close. It's up less than $1 from here. So in the strong market, this definitely has room to run. That 80N does feel like it's trying to grind higher. I'm on the offer 49s. I'm going to be on the offer at 59s as well, but I want to hold for the break of the high of the day here. I think there's room to $4 on this play to be sure. Just coming back over to, it was Lee Auto that had that crazy move. It looked like it was, for all the world, about to break out and get to 42. I like the short at $42. It just put a wick off top through the high of the day, but it's still looking relatively strong. So I'm not going to get tricked into fading this one at this price. I think I'm going to sit it out. It looks very, normally this is a setup I would have. Huge move, wick top, short at $40.10 with 10-cent risk makes sense to me. I'm not going to go into that trade. I'd rather be buying, at least trying to buy the dip here, and Google at 112 is going to come in here. And then Coinbase, I said I'd wait around for 60 instead of 61. I'm on the bid in front of 60, see if we can't catch a dip buy on Coinbase. But here comes Google again.
Yeah, and we're going to do the same kind of thing here and get some out of Apple as that's starting to break down a little bit here as well. And again, we're not going to let our monster day turn around on us. So hopefully, we'll be able to get some apples out, Apple out just north here of 151. I don't know why I'm being greedy here. I mean, we could just get this out right now on Apple instead of waiting for that. I'm waiting at 151.05. Here it is. There it is. Oh, there it is. So we got that out. So there he goes. Okay, we don't have to wait any longer there as that comes out there for a nice little bang up trade on that name. All right, so that's about it. Let's look for some new names. AMC is starting to dip. Well, no, okay. AMC just reverted back. I thought it was starting to dip down. It was. But here we go. Is AMC going to make another run up? If it does, let's take something out at 20. We've been long here a couple times into that 20. So, it's definitely, it's changing my net, guys. I do have shares. We did reload it. So let's take another piece out. But we are looking to get it upside at that 20. Didn't even realize it failed there 4 times since I've been long now because I've just been watching Google and everything else. But there it is. We had the long, we had the reload, and it's just failed numerous times up here at 20, 25. So, hey, we'll take it out because our out on this, look where we're long. What's my price? 14. So, if it takes down O's, we're going to get out. That's a 14-cent hit. So, I'd like to take something out at 20 if we can, just because it's been bouncing around there. And then we'll try to hold some for the risk to reward, but it's not great right now. I have to respect that 16 level. And that's just, again, the way I trade. So hopefully that will come through and we'll be able to get something out up to the upside right there. Yeah, I know AMC's making lower highs. I see it, man. I'm with you, Joseph. It's just I just think it can go one more time, and we could check out GME quickly here. AMC up 5%, GME up. They don't, they tend to trade together, but it's not like one moves, therefore the other moves. That's not what we're saying. But GME barcoding as well. So maybe if this breaks, we can get something on AMC. But what say you, Brendan?
SIGA, typically a monkeypox stock. This was Friday, so this headline came out. It was Friday about midday. They announced an oncology collaboration with another company. Nothing this morning, but a nice dip buy here. Up 4% for SIGA, trying to get back to day highs right now.
It's Sega. What's the name of this? QD. I actually know the name. It's QDN.
QDN, yeah.
There you go. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. It's such an easy name. $2 finally came in. We like the break on this. It had that imbalance that paired off So who knows? Like, it was a 2 million imbalance that paired off. Maybe that's why it pulled back in before eventually breaking out here. But we like the $2 level. We'll take it. As with any breakout trade, but probably with a small cap in particular, I'm always going to favor scalping some out here into the 10s, into the 15s, and into the 25s on QD. And just if you look at the higher time frame, we always talk about where can the stock go. You got to zoom back pretty far before you even get anything resembling resistance off of the $2 level. But it is 220, and then from, of course it didn't resize. It is 220, and then up to like a 275. That's why I want to make sure I'm getting something out in front of that 220 level here on QDN as it tries to go to the upside. I just got a dip buy in Coinbase. We did get the dip buy in Google. I'll get to that in a quick second. Enter. Coinbase dipping back into VWAP here. It needs to hold 59.5. We're late to this rally, up 11.5%, and the market is pulling back, I'd say rather heavily here. So you don't want to get caught in a bit of a trap, right? Caught in a trap?
Yep, you don't.
I can't. Well, anyways, why would I even do that? So anyways, 59.50 is going to be my stop on Coinbase. There's room to the high of the day. I don't know, I'm just in a good mood. For some reason, I decided I wanted to sing some Elvis there. But we don't want to get caught in any traps here, not off of these highs. You've got to try to be at least a little bit patient. And with that vein, I'm going to take some profit on that dip buy at 112, at 112.50 on Google. So for this stock, I'm taking the stop outs when they break significant levels, and then I'm getting back in at support. If we don't hold 112, then I'm going back to that 111 level. That's been absolute gold down at 111. I don't hope that it gets down there, but if it does, that's going to be a different trade for me. Each time, I'm making sure I get out and then try to jump back into it. QD starting to run. I got a quarter of it out for the scalp trade. Let's see if that one can continue to go to the upside.
Yeah, we bought some more Google down here as well. Google, the #1 stock here, followed by, I guess, Meta and Netflix are really, really rocking. Unfortunately, Meta has came in, man. We did try to get those 168.50s. We missed that, but it was good that we were able to get out of some Apple right there at 151. I mean, Apple's actually, now that I look at this, Apple's actually not even going down. So, I mean, this could be a stock that we definitely like to get as a long trade if there is any sort of a dip down. But what is going down here? I mean, NVIDIA's up 4% right now as I look on the board. Micron is the name that's going down.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Micron, not a good name today. Look, I mean, I don't... Like I was saying, I tend to look at the other names, man, NVIDIA's, AMD's of the world, so I don't know what exactly is going on here with Micron.
The bill actually does not, like a bunch of funding in this bill, in that chip bill, will go to subsidies for Intel and Micron and a couple of other names. It doesn't affect NVIDIA and AMD. So their momentum, to me, is a little bit more, I don't know what the word to use is, like it's more organic. They don't have as much headline risk. If the deal doesn't go through, then those two names are stronger than Intel and Micron. I'm not sure why Intel's not down with Micron. That would be the thing that doesn't make sense to me. If Micron's down, Intel should be down.
Yeah, Intel's basically, I mean, Intel's kind of flat right now. We're going to go long here on NVIDIA, busting into this level 163, 163.50. If we take down 163, we're going to get out. So we'll go long here on NVIDIA. We did get, I mean, AMC will dump it down, but we'll say it was an awesome trade for us on AMC, man. I mean, you know, that area was great. We take the average there and get out of that last little bit. So, you know, no reason to be too upset here, obviously, about this trade. So we're pretty happy with it, and it's a good trade so far on this name. So we'll wait for AMC, see if it can make some of those bottoms again and go back up to that upside. But Apple on a potential reload, we missed it, but there it is, a new trade for us. NVIDIA against 163. So we just punched along there. I mean, we got a little excited there, 164.20. We'll see if it can hold this 163.50, and then back down to 163 flat is where we will eventually get out of that name. So, so far so good, but not great, as we'll wait to see where we're going on this name, and that is, of course, NVIDIA, trying to make that move back down to the downside now. But good one. We got that long. We're going to see if we can get more long at 163.50 on NVIDIA, and then see if we can get at least back to 165. That would be a pretty decent spot for me if I was able to get that trade through. We'll take, 80 cents on it, and then we'll see if it can get back up to those day high. But if this market wants to be, below the 50 period, to me that's not super exciting anymore. But Netflix moving, NVIDIA working, everything seems to be working out just fine.
I just want to get to SIGA for a quick second here, but SIGA, big bounce off the bottoms here, 1460, but it goes right to the, I guess, the opening resistance on 1575 or so, and puts a bit of a wick off top for SIGA. So a strong name, turning a little bit here. If it's going to be a continued breakout, you want to be holding, if not 1540. I like this $15 area. It looks a little bit more juicy to me. So any kind of a dip, you want to see $15 hold. 1540 obviously is going to be better. Coinbase, we want to give it to that 59.50 in front of that VWAP. It's a relatively tight stop. I want this market to bounce here, but we're 11% to the upside, and I don't love chasing some of these moves as much as we might have to here. And Alibaba, sorry, not Alibaba, Boeing. Every now and then I do this, right? Like I just like BA, and then the first thing that comes to my mind is Alibaba and not Boeing. It tried to hold that higher low, and then just nothing there. Like there was no consolidation off the pre-market level. So I'm going to be back to 150 is the defense. I would have loved to see it hold this, go consolidate, give you a higher low off those pre-market bottoms. But I can't force the price action. It does what it does, and I didn't get the setup for the long trade, unfortunately, here in Boeing. So 150 it will have to be, and a lot more patience for me on Boeing. You don't want to rush into anything at this point. Like you've got your levels, you've got stocks that have run. Certainly there's been a lot of opportunities here, but you don't want to be giving it back. And when I say that, I go to something like a QD, like $2 break. Yeah, it gives you to that 210, not the 220 where I thought first resistance was going to be. But I'm going to take out at least half of it. This way I don't want to turn this into a losing trade. Or if it ends up a loser, at least not too big of a losing trade. Can it hold VWAP? Can it hold 190? That would be a solid reload area. I think it's still a bullish looking chart on QD. But quite frankly, that's almost a failed breakout. Unless you get it all out on a $2 break to 210, then right now it's failing the break. We can still hold this level here at about 195 to 2 even. That'd be great. Maybe we'll reload on it, but I'm not going to be taking a further break at 210 here. That's too tight to that 220 level. I'll only be buying a dip at 190 if we can. And then there goes Google. It's trying to hold that 112 level. Whoops, it's Google. There we go. Trying to hold that 112 level a couple of times. It just broke it now. Was able to scalp some out. The fresh low was right here below, 20 cents below. If it cannot hold this, then once again, I find myself getting out of Google, got out of it at 112.75, got back in at 112, was able to get some out at 50s. It seems like it's trending back to a 111. 111 was the best trade, so if that's what it ends up being here, I don't want to get caught just sort of holding along to oblivion. If we take out lows in the futures, then I only want the best prices, and the best price in Google is 111.
Yeah. We're waiting for 111. Google's not moving, so we'll just wait to see. I mean, I'm hoping it doesn't move and it just sits around here and then pops back up. I mean, it's actually pretty strong considering what the market's doing right now. So we'll wait to see on Google. I mean, who knows on that one? We did average into the price there. We're not dumping anything. And then nice little upside move continues in NVIDIA. So I mean, we're gonna go 6 for 6. It looks like today, and it's only 10:20. So hopefully, knock on wood, that everything can stay pretty strong for us here, and we'll continue to have the best day again one more time here for us. Just really getting a good day for myself coming through. It's been a really good one. Hopefully you guys are able to enjoy this show. We put a lot of effort into this, and not only are we hosting this, but trying to find the winners, trying to give you guys some fun, some excitement. And the show would be absolutely nothing if not for the man at the big screen. So let's go over and see what Brendan's talking about with small cap recap.
Hey guys, this week brought to you by Forex Tester, an innovative development company creating innovative backtesting software so you can backtest your strategies quickly, guys. Let's jump into a couple of things we were looking at this morning. Neil all over this one as well. Great breakout for iLag. Unfortunate ticker. Back above this pre-market high, gave you a pretty quick long, but I got out way too early, obviously. Continuation move back now to 420. What a move this thing had to the downside last week. So this thing could give us a couple of days worth of moves back to the upside. Only other thing I was looking at was this ADN. Same thing, 340, 350, gave you a quick breakout pre-market. This is trying to break back above what would be my stop right now, but 340, 350, a bit of a pivot. I mean, it's going sideways. If you put a top and a bottom on this, it's not really doing anything for ADN, guys. Back over to you.
And what is doing something finally, there we go. There goes QD. It didn't quite get to 190. It bounced at 195 there. Just broke that 210 level. Someone just jumped on the offer for like 125,000 shares at 212. But I'll tell you right now, like 125,000 shares into 41 million on a small cap like this, that's not a ton of. It's not a huge dollar value. That's obviously, that kind of goes without saying, guys. So, I don't think it necessarily stalls move. Am I going to take some out? I was already going to in front of 220 anyways. So this is one of those things that we do here. Like, we're sort of giving you not just trading ideas, but what is moving, why is it moving, if it even has a reason, and then just insight as to what we see on the bid ask and where the momentum might be going. I think this is still headed to 220 as someone just dumped another 100,000 shares at 212. I think we're going to get that 220 level here on QD. Was on our watch list, by the way, our free watch list. It's all free around here. All we ever do is ask you to hit that like, hit that subscribe, why not, and QD in to $2.20. And that's the first time and probably the last time I'll say the full company name.
And guys, that's why believe, man, believe in your trades. There goes Goog L back up to the upside. So, like I said, that's the one thing that's really helped me a little bit. I mean, it hurts sometimes too, right? Like, you can take those big hits when it does come back in right now. But this name definitely not coming anywhere except for the upside right now as Google trying to go again here. Meta was looking to reload that name. It's not, we didn't get the reload. I'm debating getting some at 167.50 as the NASDAQ is still below the 50 period. So although Google's really starting to go, there goes back Netflix back upside again as well. So some of these names really starting to pop off. And I mean, you want another one? I mean, that's all we're doing on this side, man. Dropping bombs. I mean, there's NVIDIA, $1 in the money. And again, I'm sorry about this, but it is a contractual thing. We got to spin this for you one more time. We're going to go 6 for 6 today, guys, with big time movements. So there it is. Let's see where we go on this one. But Google, nice little move back, NVIDIA, $1. We already took out half. So let's see if that one wants to continue to work, man. Our net is really, really rocking right now to the upside. Meta's back into that $1 now, into the money. Netflix is 4, and Apple, Apple's the one that's maybe the one that's struggling the most out of all of these names, believe it or not, guys. So we can wait to see what Apple wants to do, but it is coming back down right now into 150. So 150 is a level that I really like. If that can hit out, then great. But right now, Apple at that 150 mark, 151 continues to struggle at 151. So I don't know if that's the way you like your rum or your booze, but this name seems to be 151 proof right now and not trying to go back up to the upside. I want to give a big shout out to Ace of Trades there. Yo, what up, fam? What's up, Brady Plant as well? And I think it was, I don't know, oh, there it is. Yeah, it is Ace of, was it there? I don't know. Anyways, I think you missed my name, which is why it didn't highlight out, but there it is, Ace of Trades. It's right here, yeah. It says he replaced his gym music with this show, feeding off my energy. So, hey, man, that's why we're here. We'll keep trying to be pretty energetic. We had a super busy weekend, man. So, yeah, it was a little tough getting up this morning, needless to say, but we're here for you like we're going to be every single day. As long as the U.S. market's open, at least these 2 seats will be filled up. Some vacation time coming for me near the end of July. Beginning of August, as we have a World T-Ball Championship tournament coming up. So we're getting ready to go to that. That was a lot of fun. Some fun things I posted up there on Instagram and on Twitter this weekend. But let's just hold out. Let's hold out for all these longs, man. Like I said about Google, got that out at 112.40. I don't know. I mean, it is going to be a top stock for us today, but hopefully we're able to get something going there on Google right now to that long side. So we'll wait, see if it comes through. Now Google trying to make that long happen here on the long side of that trade. Don't know if it's going to come through, but I don't mind it here. Google trying to make that dream happen.
There is one, I will say, definite mistake that I made today. And there's absolutely no question about it. And we hold ourselves accountable. I liked one short this morning, and it was Alibaba at 107. You get into the one position that I liked to the short side, and then the market was so strong, and I got out of it essentially right here. And it's not going to age well. We have to go over this. And this is the first thing I'm going to do at the end of the day is go over why I didn't just hold on, at least into VWAP here. But BABA is right back into this 105 level. It looks relatively weak. And I look at that name compared to, look at NEO. Like NEO breaking out, it's still holding VWAP. And look, a lot of stocks holding VWAP, but breaking out and holding. BABA never really had much of a break. And I'll keep going back over to this Billy as well. It's not to say that you had to you had to hold on to that Baba short. But just look at the difference in those Chinese names. Like Alibaba clearly is weaker than the rest. It had the negative catalyst last week as well. If this market turns around, or even these even Bilibili pulls back, if NEO pulls back, if these U.S. Listed Chinese names start to pull back, it's Alibaba that I think is relatively weak. Look, it might be low-hanging fruit, but sometimes you just got to go back and look at what didn't work out for you, and that's the one that it's going to absolutely suck. But moving on from that name to one that, hey, maybe we've ignored them a little bit here, but I think it was the right call to sort of go into, look, there's so many opportunities to win in the market today, especially off that long side of the trade, that you didn't want to bog yourself down with something that didn't have any follow through. As I stall for this chart to load on BAC, in the banks, I'm not saying the banks are bad or the banks don't have an opportunity. You know what, I'll save you the trouble here. BAC 30 cents off of its lows, whether this chart wants to load up or not. Does look like it's basically doing nothing. We opened at 33 and have only fallen to the downside. Goldman Sachs is a bit of a different story, but it was the right call to stick with tech, to stick with the Chinese names, to stick with the small caps that were on our watch list and not get bogged down with these banks. The only one that was amiss was last week's Citigroup. Every other time it was right to not be on those names.
Yeah, I won't be on any banks for a while, but it is nice to see Goldman Sachs today. I mean, we haven't looked at it since, but up to 304. Okay, it did get to 310. Wow, nice little move there early. But remember what we said, man. It was when 9:30 starts, those conference calls come on there, and maybe we can get an update from Brendo. If I guess it's over now, about an hour in. I don't know how long that would take today for Goldman to go over that, but nice little day for them. I'm still in all the same names here, man. I mean, NVIDIA did pull back a little bit. We did take $1 on the half. We're going to look to see some more. ADN is a name that a lot of people are talking about here. So we can look at ADN today. You know, obviously it's up that 20%, so doing a lot of volume, 33 million shares. This is what it looks like on the minute chart. So it just got really exciting real early, but since then, it really hasn't done a whole hell of a lot there, ADN. But still, a nice little upside move today. Look at this $4 mark, man, 450, something like that, a good little level. Plus, you got some support down here at 250. So right now, I feel like you're in the middle of this trade. So, you know, you might want to leave this alone, but if you get that 350 break right there, we probably try to barcode again up near 360. So for a quick couple penny trade, probably worth it here on A, D, and Brendan.
A lot of strength so far, guys, from travel stocks. We mentioned some of them in the pre-market. Quick look here, CCL trying to test these highs once again after the initial move. 7% for CCL. The cruise group, though, the three of them, RCL, CCL, and NCLH, the top gainers right now for the S&P.
Didn't see that one coming. What a breakout. Look, it doesn't matter. There was so many opportunities this morning. We're not going to complain about what we missed. Ooh, my 50. That daily chart's gone. But you get the only problem with this top break, 990 at the top, you'll see, look at that flag and say, oh yeah, hammer the long at 990. Just watch out, because $10 is your overhead resistance in that case. So I would favor, if you had to, like buying dips with maybe a stop out, as opposed to taking out that top. Like a 991 or 992 long goes right into $10. It might, if you like the scalp trade, hey, that's fine. But certainly at a $10 level tends to be a gigantic one usually. We're getting real close on Google here for our, I don't want to say our last entry, because there's a 0% chance that it'll be the last trade I make in Google, but we're getting back down toward that 111 area. So this could be it. It's trying to hold up, but it's been going the other way. It failed that breakout, that 113.40. That still remains that resistance price. It couldn't get through 114 either. I'm going to still be on this bid in front of 111. See if it can't hold out hope. The only tech name that I don't think we've mentioned today is Microsoft. It just bears mentioning. If you're watching the market pull back here, Softy's got some support back at 258.5. If you look at that, Softy failed a breakout at 260 this morning. So like, yeah, this, if I look at why we're not following through to the top side, there's a few reasons. Google not breaking that resistance, Microsoft not breaking that resistance at the high of the day. So it becomes doubly important that we hold some support, both 111 on Google and now this 258.5 on Microsoft. If both those levels hold at lunchtime, I think we can have an upside surprise and actually break out through the top. But let's be real. As big a weight as those are, we're not going anywhere without them. That's the reality. If we don't break these highs that have been holding pretty well here on Softy and Google, then we might have a further sideways day. So just make sure you're scalping if that's the case, right? Like we're not breaking out those tops without those names. One of my favorite segments there, and one of these names on that list I haven't looked at today, but we always want to make sure we know what's going on with our social sentiment. Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a mixed board to show you so far when it comes to what people are talking about on social media. I mean, obviously jumping off the page here, AMC and Zila. However, a few other interesting names here. Apple's down here, Amazon's down here. SIGA, I mentioned on that note, this it was actually from Friday, but seems to be a little bit of follow through there, positive follow through anyways for SIGA. I was going to mention a couple up here as well. AMD on the chip positivity. There's Boeing. We talked about 2 separate orders for Boeing today. So a nice positive day for them. Netflix is here, BAC off of earnings as well. SPY is green on the day. There's that ADN. Remember USEA, that was one I was trying to get to. USEA on here on the red side today with the offering in the pre-market. So I did notice a ton of comments over here this morning. Negative ones for the most part on USEA on an offering. Goldman here as well off of earnings, guys. There's MMAT, BBIG, and red, that's at RDBX. Back on the board as well. Haven't seen that one for a while. But for the most part, a very positive day. That AABB, pink sheet name, been on there for a week to the upside, guys.
Hey, you're not tricking me into pulling up that AABB. That stock, it was on there, but I just don't see any volume there. Zila, on the other hand, look, I'll trade.
It's because it's 8 cents.
Okay, so I guess.
So it's like one of those pink sheet names that if you're trying it, you try to throw a few trillion shares at it. Yeah.
Well, you got to trade a lot of shares. Zila, however, like every now and then Zila does enough volume. Today, 150 million shares, but it's not doing much. It had a bit of a breakout, and I know it's up 10%, so there is a chance. Ooh, I got to move that daily chart. But this stock has been trying to go since last week. I just want to point out, like, there's opportunities to be had in penny stocks. You know, this gets above 12 cents, and you might say to yourself, well, okay, 12 cents, where is it going to go? 15? That's still a 25% move, right? Like, let's not forget that. You just have to trade more shares. And I'd like to see a stock this cheap. By now, I'd want it doing 300 or 400 million shares. Like, you want to catch these when they're doing $1 billion on the day. I'm not sure that's going to be in the cards for Zila, but yeah, it's an interesting looking chart. It is trying to break out, so I don't want to completely discount it. There's something there. I don't know how much of a there is, but I just want to come back over to Google. I thought we were getting on that pullback. I really thought we were about to get that 111 fill. Got to 111.50 and is now trying to bounce. It's still enough of a downward trend that I'm going to hold out hope for this 111 price. I'm not going to move my bid up just yet.
Man, AMC's all the way back up to $16 again, guys. So that's, we did get out of that there. Should have, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really see too many levels. I mean, obviously that pre-market level down here at 1550 could have been something, but I wasn't really looking at it at that time in the pre-market. I mean, I was looking at it, but I wanted that break, which we had, and it came with volume, and so we were able to get it out. And now you're all the way back up. Oh, that kind of sucks because there it goes. But our net is just through the roof right now. Look at this Google. So like Neil was saying, we were both waiting for 111 lows, but I wasn't that greedy there. We got 50s twice. So we actually got a nice reload down here twice on Google to buy these 50s. And then we quickly got them out at 90 right, or 85 right there. And I'm thinking about doing the same one more time right now. Google, of course, is on the NASDAQ because we're trying to watch that. So here's 111.80. Let's see if we can get another piece out. There it is. We just got another 85. So we'll offer that out and spin that one more time as another 40 cents. Sorry, 30 cents on the reload there. So yeah, look, once, twice, 3 times. I mean, let's see if it does want to hold it. I'm still going to wait for that 111, but if we get that, how far down do we want to hold this thing? I was thinking 110, but maybe this is not the right day for Google, but it's doing okay. If you want to go split adjusted, it's going to show right there on our charts down 95%. But realistically, this is what Google, you can't see that. It's only up 0.1 today. So Google's only up 0.1 when you have names like Netflix up 4, right? NVIDIA. Wow, NVIDIA, let's go. Mooning right now for your boy goes NVIDIA. $1.50 now in the for this name, as we're going to go 6 for 6 on monster trades today. This is going to be one of the best mornings I've had in a couple days here. Maybe not. But anyways, regardless to say, right now, $1.50 on this one, $4 on Netflix, $1 on Meta. As Meta... So Meta's up 150. I like it. I have shares. I could get out. Just debating that. We have these two lines kind of crossing up right now, 167.50 versus 167.30. So it's right here. This is kind of staring at us right now to get a piece out, but I almost look at it the other way. We are now above the 50 period. This name should run. And so, like, I just want to get through a lot of this here, some of this selling. And remember, when stocks are above or below volume-weighted average price, you get different buy actions. So if this can stay above, let's see if they can bid it through volume-weighted here and get this back up right below. They like to buy stock that they like when it's below. And I'm talking about, like, market makers, hedge funds, and stuff like that, because if they can buy it below VWAP, then they get a better price, and it just looks better for them. But that's... I feel like Meta has to go today. It's only up that 1.5%, but we could be wrong there. Like, the market's above and this is not going. So I am going to stick a piece now that I've decided at this 167.35. I just hope I didn't miss it. So 167.30, something like that. If we can get a piece out, let's just, it's $1. Like, I can't believe I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, do I want to take $1 on this name? Well, I think it makes sense to do that because it's just not as strong as the other ones. I mean, $1.50 NVIDIA, $4.50 Meta, $4.50 Netflix, and then now Google's starting to hover around this level here. So I like the trade, but let's just see if we can get a little more out of it.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to one name that was good this morning. Billy, still up 11%, but you're seeing a nice consolidation off the top here. So we liked it, 24 breaking to 25.50. Right now, that 25.50 is a bit of a resistance level, or just slightly above it anyways. I like the dip into 25. I wanted to calm things down here as the market was trying to pull back, see if it held that support. It did. So I like the long in front of 25, but it's also setting up for a break, hopefully later on in the day. One of the reasons we like this, there it is, that's 24. It also happened to be your 50 period on the daily. There's your 25.50. There's still room to run on. Like, I know it's up 11%, but there's a lot of room here. If we stay bullish throughout the rest of this day, especially in the Chinese names, this could be one to go. So I like that 25.50 top, but even more so going to be that 25 bid. You just go back to what was working and then ask myself, why am I have a stop on EDN, so I can't tell myself why am I in it. I'm in it because it hasn't broken the bottom. So I took this consolidation, and then I added to it when it tried to break up. And now you're just sort of barcoding here. Now, if it holds 320 throughout lunchtime, it has a chance to get back through the high of the day and maybe a breakout trade. But this is a hard stop at 320. Like, give me a break. This turns into a failed break at 930, bit of a wick top, where sometimes I'd be shorting a name like this. If it gets through 320, you could be headed down to like a 275 or $3 or a 275. Not worth holding for me because it's got no juice to it, at least not right now. Going back to one name that from last week, I see a few people in the chat talking about our friend EVTL here. It's still looking pretty weak. This is a short that was probably a missed opportunity. Do not get away from names just because they don't show up on your watch list or don't have huge gaps up. It had a decent gap to the upside, but once it started retracing, I didn't like the long. Well, when it broke that 550, in the pre-market, that should have screamed support gone, look for the short side of the trade. There is the big 425 level if you look from Friday, so it could still have a chance at a secondary push, but it has to bounce off 425 for me. It looks like that one is going to be in that doghouse. And QD, the breakout, I got out of 80% of the trade. Did make that push into 220. I tried to hold some to see if it could break. It then failed at that resistance price. Might as well cancel the last of those shares. It still has a chance to hold that dip, 195 or so, back into that 220. But this also could have come and gone from us. We break 195. I'll just take the hit on the last 20%. It'll be a solid trade, but not as good as it could have been if I took it all out in front of 220. I tried to get greedy and hold a piece for a break of that price, Brennan.
Another one that's been pretty impressive on the daily time frame over the past couple of weeks, guys. Microvision. Yeah, even the LiDAR name's getting a bit of a bid of late. This is the daily chart, 3 up to 550 now. Nice day for MVIS.
VIS. Okay, another good name, Microvision there. We will be continue to watch them. I know there's not too much variety for me here today, but we're going to end the show here in 20 minutes, hopefully at the highest spot we've been at all day. So that's something to look at for. Yeah, I mean, knock on wood. I mean, I think it'll be okay. I'm not really trying to average into too many positions here. I do like, I mean, hopefully we can get that meta where we talked about that one. Hopefully that'll come out, and then we'll just work from there, 167.30. A name that I talked about earlier today was Costco. I really like this name, man. I mean, I think there's lots of reasons why everyone should be liking Costco right now, but you know, a good little buy opportunity here for anybody looking to get into retail and try to play some of the strongest names. But I mean, look at this dip from that move on Target and Walmart. You know, definitely brought Costco down into the doldrums of 420, but now you're back up to 520 and 530. So a nice little move back there for Costco. As you can see, you know, no better of a name to the upside here than Costco as far as retail is concerned. We can take a quick look at Gap, though. I mean, Gap off them firing their CEO, or I guess she stepped down, resigned, whatever you want to call it. But Gap's been definitely down to the downside. We liked that 8 long. You guys remember that on earnings, or I guess it was on that day when she came through. But I don't know if it was earnings day as well, but I don't remember. But I definitely love that 8 call, and now there it is. Nice little bumped up to 9. So from 8 to 9 in a couple of days there, we had that long for you live on the show. So retail obviously still continuing to be pretty strong here today. Gap, quick look at Macy's, and then we'll go over to Brendan. Macy's up to 1765 right now. A nice move, 6.5% today for Macy's, as that's trying to find the bottom as well. So like I said, a lot of retail getting clobbered. It's Costco leading the way as that just continues to make huge moves back above its 50-period moving average. Walmart trying to get there as well, but you know, it's been a rough ride for Walmart shareholders. Still down at that 120 mark, but definitely resisted that. You know, some support down here. Actually, now that I see this, it's actually breaking above a 50 period as well. So this could be a good buy spot for Walmart, and I'm going to assume the same for Target. So right on target, as always, Brendan over there with some big news there. I feel like I just got filled on something. Meta, there it is. So a nice little move there for Meta. So just an update on that trade that we just took a piece out for the dollar win on META, Meta. Let's see if it continues to climb now. More upside for Meta to come. Maybe, maybe not. Meta continues to fly. Brendan over there at the big screen. Let's see what's going on with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 days in a row, nice green board to show you. There it is, Meta 1.4. Netflix on here, LYV Match, the communication services group though, mostly in positive territory. I mentioned in the pre-market, Paramount with a downgrade there. So Paramount, the only one standing out as red on the day, but a lot of strength coming through in the market so far today, and a lot coming from areas of the market that haven't really been participating over the past couple of weeks. Banks led on Friday. They're very, very positive right across the board. PGR, the only one there standing out as negative. That's Goldman Sachs. The entire individual bank sector or group inside the financial sector, all positive. Tech shares mostly positive. A lot of the clean energy names or names associated with clean energy back to the upside today. NVIDIA on here as well, leading as far as chip makers are concerned. But it's all about this group over here today. Consumer discretionary names. Yeah, Tapestry, top of the list in the consumer durables group with an upgrade today, 3.7. These are all the cruise lines I was talking about, CCL, RCL, NCLH, 7 through 8.5% back to the upside. Retail stocks, very, very strong as well. Down here, transportation names. Delta, 5.4%. All of the airlines are here, though, back in positive territory in the industrials group. There's a little bit of negativity, but overall, these two groups leading as far as the overall market is concerned so far today, along with tech and the banking group. Energy, obviously, it was almost 5% at the top for crude oil today, but back to about 4.5%. So energy stocks, very strong as well. 0.7 right now, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah. Nice rebound for energy. There's so many opportunities this morning. One of them, NEO, one of the other Chinese names that was really strong, has a double top here at 2180. this could be one of those. Look, I like Billy a little bit more today. It's obviously very strong. I'll buy dips on that price, but this could be another one of those names that gives you a chance for a runner. When you look at that high, it's a similar thing to Billy on that daily. Like, you've got a pretty significant level. You break through here, you got $1.20 to go to that upside. So this is like Neo's lining up for another one of those, like secondary push style days. And speaking of the Chinese names, the Alibaba, man, it doesn't have a heck of a lot going well for it today. And I get it, I'm out of my short, I suck. That 107, support into resistance. It's breaking bottoms here. So the second I see a turnaround in one of the stronger names, I got to think about, if you're taking out this floor on BABA, which could be incoming pretty soon here. I think the only reason it's not capitulating is the market is holding up. The other Chinese names are holding up. So I don't want to be jumping into a short at a low into a relatively strong market. And yes, it's still up 2% overall. That's the other thing to keep in mind, is the stock that is trading to the upside. So I'd much rather be short this name than just about any of the other ones. And looks like that 111 is coming in on Google. You'll see me basically flat here at lunchtime. All I'm holding on to is this ADN, which is going to be my losing stock today at this rate. It's like the only thing that won't go to the upside is that ADN. You had to have the break when Brendan had it. Pretty much, I think, right at the open or maybe right before the open, you had to grab that breakout. Google coming right down. There it is. Just tested that low at 111. I just got filled there at 28s. That's actually oddly enough the price that I got the first time. I got some 28s and I got some 25s. But 111 trying to hold out here. This market has not broken range just yet. But there's been plenty of opportunities, plenty of things that have. Google's not one of them. Google could be taking out this 111, so I'm taking yet another swing at it, but you know where my stop is going to be on this. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth either. On any pop, we're going to take some profit here in the first consolidation. We'll try to reload in front of 111. You knew this is a stock that was going to do tons of volume today, about 14 million shares, and we're not done yet. Should be some fireworks to be had here. This market pulls back, and Baba could be in trouble. I might even think about a tight stop Neo short off that triple top if some of these floors start to break. Watch out for Microsoft as well. Support was being tested there.
Yeah, we got our Google reload there at 20 as well, so that's coming in right now. I was going to look at Nvidia quickly too, because that is starting to break a little bit here as we are well below. So I think right now it's probably worth just getting out as we're starting to head to the downside on some of these names, obviously. So there it is. We will take that out right there on Nvidia at the 50 period. Not the 50 period, as we look to break higher here lower in the market. So we don't want to be in some of these trades that we have on board. So we will take a piece out there of this name as we are starting to fall back in and give up some of this money that we've made, but not much. So we're out of Google there. Sorry, we're out of Nvidia, and now our long goes over to Google, where we have this 111 in the face right now. We'll see if we can get something out at 50, just on a little bit of a bump back up there as we'd averaged in to this play now. So let's see where we go. Hopefully this is going to be a good little ride downside, and then we can pick something up on good value and then get something out here on the way back up. So might have been a mistake there, but I don't want to be in Nvidia. It just took that down, so we'll get out at 165 on the break back lower. Look where we're long. We're long 164. So we did let that fly a little bit. Look, you gotta. That's why you guys. I mean, we talked about the gift horse, which is Neil's, but that 166 was pretty good, but if I take it out there, then I can't enjoy the ride up if the market goes. So sometimes you got to think about that a little bit when you're trading, giving something for a little bit of more upside there. I still feel like Nvidia could go, but let's get some out. We didn't get out of Google there; it went right up to 50 and stopped. That's where we were waiting. So here we go. The market's starting to turn a little bit. Meta was a good out, obviously, when we got it there at 167.40. So now that's pulled back in. Apple, AMC. AMC had those highs. That's probably a good short. I did pay for shorts today, but I'm still thinking long on AMC, but I don't mind the short if it comes in at some point there. AMD, Apple, QD, you guys already talked about that at $2. PayPal's up that 1.3%. Fisker. We didn't look at? We talked about it earlier, but we haven't really looked at Tesla. Wow, 750. Wow. The drum just keeps on beating for this name, man. Up 3%, but it is kind of a barcode nation situation here for Tesla, as you can sort of see where it's starting to go now. On that right now for Tesla. We're not in position here for that name, so let's just see where it goes. But Tesla right now, a good trade, but hopefully can get a little bit better here for us on Tesla. If it comes back up to 750, that's a decent shorting spot for that name Tesla.
Yeah, it looks, this 111 retest here on Google, it looks a lot like that 112, where it gives you an initial bounce up 50 cents, scalps them out, then stop it out. So a little more aggressive, taking shares out in front of that 111.50. So just in case we break this bottom, right? Like, the market is testing the lows here, ultimately. So we're going to scalp it out, and I've been sort of rinsing and repeating, but getting out when it breaks my stop. 111 is going to have to be a hard stop there. But I want to get to Carnival quickly. With only 10 minutes before we send you guys to the midday show, that just broke $10. So hey, the 990 break, that worked out for you if you took it. But the consolidation along maybe a little better. I thought a dip would be in the cards. When the market pull back in here, I'm thinking, okay, get a dip buy in something strong. Forget about it. Right through that $10 level. It has had some slowdown in volume as it broke through 10 even here, but it is holding above. So still relative strength in the travel space as you are seeing tech test the lows. Yeah, definitely strong here in Carnival. It is time for Money Talks at the big screen there with Brendan.
3 days in a row, guys, big moves to show you on the currency board once again today, including, and it's all because of this, a full percent to the downside for the US dollar right now. So that's a daily chart. You can see we topped out above that 109 level going back to last week. And it's been straight, but straight to the downside ever since for the US dollar. Euro back to the upside, about the same, 1.09 right now. Canadian dollar, the same story, 1.02. British pound following suit, back above 120 now for the pound. We got down to 118, 117 mid last week, so 1.5% here for the pound back to the upside. Australia, New Zealand, both showing strength today. Yeah, big move back up for the ruble today, 3%. You can see back to about that 1.7.5 versus the US dollar. Ethereum, the one we were talking about or focusing on, tapped almost 1,500. 17.5%, Bitcoin 5.5%, but huge move down for the US dollar. If you go to a daily time frame, still very, very impressive what this thing has done over the past couple of months. Join us this afternoon, 2:45. Frank Caberna back. Great conversation with Frank on Friday regarding this. He'll fill us in on what to expect this week on treasuries, US dollar, currencies. Guys.
Shout out, I want to shout out, I've Trader Jack, what's up, Hydration Nation, yeah, Neil, Hydration Nation, as we are both officially members, as well as Arun, member of Hydration Nation, and all of you too. Make sure you drink your water, stay hydrated, and just be comfortable with trading, right? I mean, and that's the one thing that we try to tell people. We all have our trading desks here. I think it's important to keep it relatively clean, but at the same time, you know, you got to have your coffee, your waters, your little things here. I meant to bring in the Kevin Gossman bobblehead, because I just have this Connor Brown one here, who's not even a Leaf anymore, right there, Connor Brown, coming through right there. So, yeah, he just signed with somebody. Maybe he signed with Edmonton again or something. He was in Ottawa there for a bit. All right, so yeah, getting ready for the lunchtime crew. Thanks a lot for watching us here today. The lunchtime crew is going to take it over. It's Ian and Trader Prad to start off with, so that should be a great show as well for you. And again, thanks for watching everything that we've been doing today, man. The watch list, the sticky note, some of these trade ideas. I hope you've been able to hit some of those with us as well today. I know it's a little tough. We're here at Day Trade the World using their software at a prop firm, so we have to be flatted every single day at 4 o'clock. So we're trying to go in and out scalping if that's your style of trade, or just longer term plays. Like we gave you Gap at $8 and some of these other plays that we like as well. But hit the like button. I mean, that's the one thing. We only have 1.6K right now and 7,000 watching. So let's get that going here. We can get up to 2,000 before we leave the show. That'd be fantastic. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls on the moderation. I always say that on. You
can say the mod.
The mod. Okay. On
Why
that.
not?
So thanks. Yeah, I don't know what the right way to say that is, but thanks for keeping track and keeping all of our viewers, manageable and everything like that. So thanks.
Look, man,
thanks for the chat.
We have a great community,
Yeah.
but he does a great job sort of. And the best thing about it is for Bears versus Bulls, so sometimes when we miss like a super chat or someone asks a question like 30 times and we can't get to it because we're trading and we're talking and we just miss a few things here or there. He does a great job of making sure that we get the questions answered. We're back, of course, at 2 o'clock. Midday show should be good. I want to point one other thing out here because at this time of day when I'm not into too many new things unless they get to pretty key prices. I just noticed this, and this is why I love when Brendan does some of his segments up there. U.S. Steel breaking out here. It's up 5%. A lot of strong things in the market today, but relative strength holding up at highs here as I watch also travel do that. But breaking out off the 15-minute here at about 18. My daily is going to show you this consolidation. So you're getting some move back into the upside in some of the materials. But one thing to watch, I mean, this $18 level breaking out. U.S. Steel tends to get toward those even dollar prices when it makes a move, so I'd expect to see a chance to get to 20 on the week. This 18 looks like fantastic support. And let's not forget that we are in the midst of earnings season. Some solid ones on the board, definitely some solid companies. I don't know how much we'll trade some of these, but what do we have on tap for tomorrow, Brendo?
Yeah, maybe a little bit more on the investment side. A lot of people possibly could be in some of these, but more exciting ones to come a little bit later in the week, guys. Netflix, Tesla, we've talked about. Snapchat as well this week.
Yeah, I mean, look, investment side, IBM, Johnson & Johnson, don't get me wrong, like those are two great companies for investment purposes. Trading vehicles, not always. I don't necessarily want to, Hasbro, every now and then Hasbro has some decent moves. Unfortunately for the stock, all the best trends have been still to the downside. It has yet to catch a significant bid. But when you look at stocks that are trying to make bottoms, there's opportunities to that upside. But its trend is not looking very good on Hasbro. And, I talk about big floors being broken. This is one that's been resting. This is a daily chart, by the way. This is one that's been resting off about $77, $78. And I don't know how far I got to go back so you can see the significance of that level. But yeah, there's not a heck of a lot below this price if we start getting through some of these lows. So it's get pretty ugly for Hasbro. Hasn't broken a trend, but hey, it all has to start somewhere. Maybe it is earnings. That's the only name on that list that I think there might be a day trade in, might be Hasbro.
More highlights coming for you. But Internet Enforcers wants to get involved in the T-ball pool right here. So here's my daughter. You can see she's going one. She's lining it up. I've tried to teach her this stuff. Line it up, and then she gets a big hit coming through here in a second. And you're going to see Ed. Boom, there it is. You see, gets the hole right there in between shortstop and third. But there's some funny ones of me kind of like pumping the kids up. We'll get that for you at the afternoon show. But yeah, what a great way to end here today. It's 10:56. Things are starting to bump up, man. There goes Google. Your boy reloaded it. I mean, there's no reason to be nervous about that one because I said, Neil, we'd end the day at our highest spot. Yeah, and we've added a hell of a lot to it since then because there goes Netflix now up about $1.50 or so from that bottom there at 194. Could have been a reload spot right there. I guess 194.70, so about up $1 from there right now as that's starting to go to the upside. There goes Google one more time, man. I'm sure you're still in that off that 111. Didn't break, so that's, we wrote that down. And again, off the sticky note, if you're looking for something, man, the sticky note's been pretty cash money. Again, Google 111. We even marked down that bottom at 111 and talked about going long in the sticky note on that 111. So there it is right there. Meta, man, we stayed strong and really believe in this name. I told you that we would believe in Meta. So there it is. It's a chicken dinner winner for you. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 6. And they're all... And again, part of it is tapping ourselves on the back a little bit here because we're making money for the family. We're making money here to trade. We're making money for you. So when this kind of stuff happens today, man, it's been a big, big day. 6 for 6. All the calls have been monstrous. The only thing that we could have done better on, I guess, was getting more out of AMC up here. But, we averaged in and wind up dropping that. But, hey, no complaints here when you're 70 cents in the money and have the bottom of the day on Apple. We got that AMC break. We have bottoms of the day on Google. No complaints there. Meta, boom, literally the bottom of the day. Netflix, 193. Okay, we'll take it. And then NVIDIA during the show, just about 30 minutes ago on that take at 164. So, yeah, man, things are rocking. We're pretty happy with today's trade, and I hope you guys are happy with the show. It's been a good one.
Definitely been a good one. With about 2 minutes to go here, just one last name. I can't go the entire show without mentioning a firm, can I? Thankfully not shorted today because you're crushed.
Apparently not.
I know, I can't. Well, I had to get it in there.
Yeah, that's good, man.
It's a firm, man.
I like
but
it.
It just broke $25 to the upside. So rising tide lifts all ships today. Firm, certainly a squeezable stock. But if it gets back below 25, it's got something. One thing that for sure is on my radar and is going to stay there is going to be Alibaba looking still relatively weak. I want to be now shorting pops into this. I'm looking at this, this 105.5 area here where it tried to break out from. Forget about 107, might not get that price in. 105.5 for a short into any pop. If we're not breaking highs in the market, then give me the relatively weakest name that I can find here, which is Alibaba. I'll be shorting into pops on that name. If it breaks through VWAP, we'll get out of it. But why not? There have to be some shorts in this market, and I can't find too many that I love at these particular prices, but we'll take a shot at them. Watch out. Don't forget about Tesla 750. Double top incoming on that name as well. So there's a lot for our boys in the midday show to definitely sink their teeth into. Tesla up at 750. Looks like it could be a big one. We still want Microsoft checking back in. We still want Microsoft to bounce off 258. It's been having trouble all morning long. This is what's weighing on the market here, is like things like Google trying to hold the bottom, Microsoft trying to get off those lows. Any significant bounce, and you'll start to see some breakouts in the tech names, which have been lagging the second half of this morning style trade, guys. So I don't want to be forcing anything. I just have Google and ADN that are left. But Baba going to be shorting that one on pops. I still like Billy to buy that dip if I can get it at 25 even. So we're going to stick to what has been working. Don't force things, but there's plenty to look at this afternoon. But make sure you're looking at some of the big tech names. They're going to be key. If we don't hold this bid on Microsoft, I hate to say it, but we might be testing that 12,000 in the afternoon if that bid starts to go. It'll drag the market with it.
Yeah, we just tweeted it out, man. Today is a good day. We'll put some Ice Cube stuff on that as, like we said, it's 11 o'clock. A big thanks, obviously, to Trader Prad. We'll give him a thanks after the show, but thanks to Lucas, thanks to Fahad over there as well. Brendan, of course, what a great day for news and for everything. As this market right now trying to take out highs, and man, what a great opportunity to trade Google today. I'm glad that you guys were all here with us, as it's going to be probably, well, it will be my #1 stock, depending on, I guess if it absolutely crashes. But I don't think that's going to happen. So without any further ado, guys, let's just throw it over there. They've been ready. They've been chomping at the bit. So let's go. Trader Prad, and Trader Ian. I don't know. We got to figure out something to call these guys. Ian, Luca. I just like their first names, but badass traders over there. Let's go to these guys. Take it away, boys.
Welcome to Market Movers or Midday Movers. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is my beautiful co-host, Ian. And it's time to boogie. Brand new week, brand new opportunities to look for. Earnings board, as Sean already mentioned before being thrown onto the show over here. And thankfully, we have Google with the split today. Let's start off with the Google split for a conversation. We remember watching Amazon splitting 20:1 to the downside, and it had about 100 million shares traded that day. Google, I thought, would do more than Amazon and would move in a better way than Amazon, but it just did not do that. Google did not show me the way Amazon moved and the amount of volume Amazon moved. I remember just providing liquidity on either side of the book, on the bid and on the ask, and no matter how much size it was, you would get the fill, you would get out, and it was nonstop, in and out, crazy scalping possibilities. But I just don't see that possibility today on Google, so I did not take any trade on it. I have been watching it. What I am liking, though, is Google does not seem like it wants to also break that $100 bottom the same way we said about Amazon. But I believe, actually, Google will never break that $100 bottom. So only being about $10, $11, $12 away from the $100 level on Google, I think this is a very, very good spot for investors to start loading up some shares on Google here if you believe that the market has bottomed out for the year and is now looking to start going up for the rest of the year to the north side. I for sure am looking for myself to buy some shares of Google now that it's a lot cheaper than previous.
Speaking of which, well, first of all, good morning, guys. Nice to see you guys, and on a nice Monday here, Google Monday, I guess we can call it. Here's the thing: it's been tougher to trade, I think, than than Amazon was. Like, we've been talking about that Amazon split for a while and how great it was those first couple days. Google has been a little bit tougher. It's been a little bit spreadier, not as much volume. I've been waiting patiently for this 111, and once it got here, I just started to attack it. Just kind of adding in front of it as I saw buyers step up. And then, as it comes back over to where I first added, scalping it out, making sure that I have a better average, right? So I think my average is 111.10 on it now, and I'm about 70 cents in the money. So it's working very, very nicely for me. I think this 111, there was a fair amount of size at 111. I want to say it never really threatened it, never really tested it. There was no executions below, like I want to say like 111.05 maybe was the bottom tick. 111.01 was the bottom tick, but maybe it was there for like a split millisecond. But now challenging the 112 area where it kind of had more problems like around here, like a lot of consolidation around this 112 area. So I want to make sure that I'm still holding a decent amount of my position, but I am scalping it as I am in the money now, leading up to this 112 area here. I'm also in Amazon long here too, off this 115 area, just because it held nicely or consolidated around here in the pre-market, right? And relatively, Amazon has been relatively strong actually today. However, I do want to be diligent, because the 116 area, and I'll try to zoom in on the daily, and I hate how it hasn't really made it a little bit better for you to look at, but the 116 area to 118 area, I think on Amazon is going to be the resistance zone. So I want to make sure that, same thing with Google. If I am in the money with this, I am scalping out some of my profits. I was only able to add to this once, whereas Google was able to add a few times. If it dips back to the 115 area, I'm definitely going to keep adding to this Amazon trade and defend that 115. But more so, I think I'm wrong if it dips below 114.50. That's where I think I'm going to be for sure wrong on this trade.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, I'm just looking for some opportunities here, scrolling through a couple of stocks to see any position that I like around levels that I might be looking for a possible trade around. So I've scrolled over to Palantir. I see Palantir kind of double bottoming with the low from pre-market. That's the word I'm looking for, from the pre-market lows. And didn't really like that trade, moved over to SoFi, and now we're looking at SoFi triple topping over here. I am a little bearish on the side of the market where the point is, now we're walking into resistance areas near 3,900. That's not the market, sorry, that's the Tesla stock. Here's the market near 3,900 and 3,915. I do have a line also near 3,915, and a quick glance over at S&P 500 in pre-market. Looks like the high was 3,910, and the rejection started to come in around those areas. Yeah, the market's up 0.7%, so the longs are in play today. As you guys can see, I'm long on a couple stocks right there for myself on Boeing and on BABA. So I do believe in the longs, but not as much as I would be maybe a couple days ago, because now we're closer into resistance areas and we could see some barriers coming into play today. And then maybe tomorrow or later on today, we can actually see these barriers getting taken out and the S&P 500 push towards the 50-period EMA or even higher. So much possibilities for later on. But right now, I'm just being a little careful, even though I am long on a couple stocks. The only position I am short right now is Affirm. I got Affirm double top short, and then I got my stop on the break of the high day. Got back into the short on what I believe is a failed break of 25, but now 25 back on the bids for Affirm, and it's trying to push up. Keep in mind, very low size on this trade, and the reason why it's low size is because right here on Friday we closed under a pretty good resistance level, which was around $24 or $23.50. Today opening up above that range itself and now trading above higher than the 50-period EMA on the daily chart for Affirm. I think there is some clear movement for the stock to go higher than where we are already, up 8% today, and apparently on SSR day 2. So let me quickly confirm that if it's on SSR day 2 here. I just need to pull up this thing. SSR NASDAQ list, and we'll be able to download this guy real quick and see if Affirm is on that. It's not, so maybe it's not on SSR.
Guys, I just tried the 750 break on Tesla. It broke out. I made sure to get out some of my position above 750. I tried to get as close to 751 as possible. It tested 751.55 on the high and then just flushed. This is important to note, guys. This was a breakout, so I'm looking for a big move. I'm looking to be in the money right away on this move here. So as soon as I took out that little bit there, I wanted to make sure I capitalize on the move. But then I immediately moved my stop up to break even at that 750 area. Right, so it ended up being a flat trade for me. That's okay. Like, I don't mind it being a flat trade. I didn't win, I didn't lose, but at least I didn't hold my position and be $2 or more out of the money on Tesla. Obviously, if Tesla ends up really rejecting the 750 area, it can flush and test the low of the day around like the 738. Am I really going to be holding a piece or holding my Tesla shares $12 out of the money? That probably not. That's going to be a big loss on the day for me. So, I think I traded this okay here. The break was okay initially, but then it turned like kind of bad. So I'll live with this flat trade, and maybe if Tesla starts to really actually reject the 750 and doesn't have enough juice to get above, then maybe we'll flip short on the name. But for now, just going to be watching this one on my side screen and making sure that I don't start over trading or something like that. I also was trying to get long on Boeing, and I think my bid is still there. So again, trying to wait patiently, and let me consolidate my chart a bit more here on the 3-minute. Trying to wait patiently more so for like the 150 area. Man, I was so disappointed to see that Boeing had broken out the 150 in the pre-market. I was really looking for that break during live market hours, obviously, because Boeing. I talked about that 142 level last week. That broke out and really showed some strength above there. And Neil mentioned in the pre-market show there, or in the morning show there before market open, that 150 was just kind of sitting super juicy, waiting for that breakout, right? So obviously Boeing had a positive catalyst today. It was in the morning watch list as well. They had a couple good deals for some planes. So gap up on the move. And I was trying to wait for this 150 area for a key level bounce or something like that. So I was trying to bid 150.50. Maybe I move my bid up and risk off of that area for now. But just going to be patient with, or continue to be patient with this one. As now I've scaled up more of my Google. As well, I'm sitting. I was almost like $1 in the money there, so I wanted to make sure that I got some out, and I didn't really like how it rejected 112, right? So I think I'll hold the rest of my position here. I have about, I want to say like 15% of my position left. So if it continues to rally up above 112, then you know what, we'll be living life on this one. We'll keep holding for a bigger move, maybe a move to VWAP. That's the next target potentially.
Yeah, watching Tesla here break 750, about 751. I got into a small short, just giving it that wiggle room till high a day, since Tesla does have that spread and that ability to really move around multiple dollars in a second. You got to be able to take that spread over there and that movement in order to be able to take a trade of such sorts. So we are in the money, but being 20 cents in the money on the Tesla short is not anything to be proud of. So that stock move around, we got to give it a little bit of a movement, obviously. A couple other positions that I am in, you guys can already see that a firm short, which is in the money. Sadly, the longs are the only thing that are not paying out. So Boeing had a catalyst today that their 787 airliner should be going back into production, and also Delta Airlines. I think it was around 50 new airlines. Maybe I'm thinking the number's wrong. Maybe it's more than 50. I'm remembering 50 because of EVTL from last week, but Boeing, how many 10 jets worth about $13.5 billion is what Delta Airlines bought. 100 Boeing MAX 10 jets. 100, there we go. 100 Boeing MAX 10 jets worth $13.5 billion from Boeing. So Boeing obviously used that catalyst to bump up in pre-market, gave off a little bit off that move off the opening drive itself. Now we're consolidating near the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart here, which happens to be near 150 all the way up to 150.60s, which is the low a day. So just giving the room over here for the Boeing longs to consolidate, and later on, if the longs do end up being the right direction, I could see Boeing pop back up. That's the same kind of trade that I'm doing on BABA. BABA and Asian ADRs, Chinese ADRs in general, coming in with another Hail Mary catalyst that is that the regulators are thinking about easing up on the restrictions over here, especially property-based. So if that that catalyst can help BOVESPA out from giving back more that it has started from around last week or so. I remember trading the down move on BOVESPA last week. If this catalyst can help out BOVESPA, maybe this long around 104 or so, this consolidation bottom will be something that I'll be trying to work. And yeah, in that position at the moment, Tesla shorts are seeming to be working better than anything at the moment.
Yeah, I'm in the Tesla short as well. I'll talk about that in a little bit. I want to talk about NIO as, Prad was talking about BOVESPA. I was actually more so interested in a dip to 20. Man, just look at the reason why, guys, is like, look at this range on NIO. Look at this bottom level of 20. 2050, maybe 2050 to 20, down up to 22, 22, 25, 2250 area, right, to the top end resistance. This is like one of the tightest ranges I think in the market right now. Like that's been like consistently holding day in and day out, right? It's been holding for about 2-3 weeks now, 2.5 weeks. So the dip off 20, and I think Sean had it on his sticky note as well, but the dip off 20 was money today. It didn't really give you a chance, right? It didn't really give you a chance to kind of get it here. So, you had to be super quick with it. So hence I didn't get it at market open there. But man, that would have been a great move. And now it's consolidating below 22, showing a little bit more strength. I was thinking about like, should I take the short here in front of 22? We are at the top end of that range. But that being said, I didn't because, a little bit more of a positive catalyst here in the Chinese ADRs. So I didn't want to get run over, trying to short something that was strong on the day. And I think Sean also mentioned that NIO was stronger than like the likes of BOVESPA or whatever too. So I didn't want to, continue to get run over. And, you guys probably would have been proud of that. But yeah, no trades for me on NIO as of yet. Tesla, yeah, that short is seems to be a little bit better now. I wanted to address one comment because someone said, Ian's buying the highs here. He's chasing the highs. Guys, I'm taking a breakout play, right? So it's just a strategy like an even dollar breakout. You take the 750 breakout. Tesla, on a good breakout, you can be in the money $5 right away, right? So you take it with size, and then you take it out, you scalp it out basically, and it could be one of a bigger winner for you on the day, right? So I did flip short on it, smaller size in the position now, and risking off of like basically the high a day. If that continues to break out, then we'll obviously be wrong on this short as 750 gets reclaimed. But for now, it seems to be working about 80 cents in the money. But like Prad was saying, 80 cents, 50 cents on Tesla is not that big of a deal. You can, like I said, you can easily be in the money a few dollars if you just wait patiently. So just going to continue to wait patiently on this one. As Google is now... You
didn't cover anything when you were $2 in the money?
I did not, no. I was talking about NIO there, so maybe I'll just bid out on that one there and cover some there. But yeah, Google seems to be pulling back a little bit, but I was just talking to Pratt about it, before we came on air here. It held this 111 like super nicely. Like maybe this is the bottom for Google. So, maybe I add again in front of the 111 and, continue to work this trade.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage of being on the show, Ian. You're probably starting to see a little bit is you sometimes will miss out on covering your orders or whatever. But that's not the you just gotta have your orders out, my guy. I'll have your orders out. I had my order out over here for $2 per share profit. As soon as the stock flushes down there, I got my wicked in profit over there. We're still holding a good chunk of our trade over here to see if we can get some profits, more profits on this trade as the market does seem wanting to go back to the downside. Longs are not in play. Even though I have a green up top, my real heart, I bleed red, baby. We've got red right underside to make sure that our shorts come out to pay for us over here as they are once again on Tesla and on Affirm. My longs are the only thing that are bleeding today. The longs don't want to be working. Maybe we're not long the right stocks then. Even though Boeing and BOVESPA have good catalysts, they're not doing good things for us near the low of days areas. But you know what? They're not also breaking the low of days and running a jailbreak running away from me, which would be horrible. Now that Tesla's once again $2 more in the money, let's throw an order out there. They don't want to fill, so we'll just cross up ridiculously amount and take that fill because my software will give me the best fill possible anyways. But taking advantage over here of the market to the downside, as I did say, 3,900, 3,910, 3,915 will not be a level today that we break, especially after having crazy upwards move in the market with negative catalysts. You know, it's like, how many negative catalysts are we going to have, and how many negative catalysts are we going to ignore to the upside? I guess it makes sense that we ignore every single negative catalyst right back to the resistance area where I believe supply is. These are supply areas. So supply could be here. Market makers push towards where big size is, and now they're testing the barrier. If the barrier is high enough and strong enough, they will push it right back down to see if this barrier is strong as this barrier was. The simple market mechanics of supply and demand. So they're testing these zones at the moment. This zone needs to be as a rejection area. If this zone's not rejected with all the negative catalysts of CPI and everything, yeah, we have a positive consumer spending index that came out on Friday.
Yeah, that was on Friday.
That
it was
was
a little
good,
bit better.
a little bit better, but still negative catalysts across the board on the market. We expect this resistance to come in, and I'm expecting this green market to turn a little bit to the flat side.
Guys, I was smart. I listened to Prad this time. I did bid out, and was just waiting patiently there on Tesla. So I got a little piece out. And it still seems to be working. It's still like relatively in the money for me, but I wanted to make sure because it was just kind of bouncing around the 746 area. So I got a good fill, like 745.70 was my fill. So a decent out there. And now going to be patient with it. Maybe add closer to 750 to better my average. I've been talking about how I've been kind of working on that with you guys here on the show. Boeing is coming close to my bid here. And again, guys, I'm bidding at 150.50. I'm being patient with this one because the market is like kind of chopping around quite a bit here. And on the pops, Boeing isn't really giving that pop, right? So I want to make sure that if I get filled here, I don't want to chase this one like into the high 90s or 151 or something like that. Because then, if the market continues to fade, I'm assuming Boeing is going to continue to fade too. Because I think Boeing, despite having a positive catalyst today, maybe just running out of like some gas, maybe running out of a little bit of steam above 150. It did gap up obviously, and there was some buying early in the morning there at market open. But now just kind of fading the move a bit. So looking a little bit weaker. So I want to be patient with that one. Someone kept talking about AMC. We haven't talked about AMC yet today as Tesla comes up to my price here. So maybe we add to this one. Yep, more short there. Oh, it's maybe running away from my price. I'll offer it out there and just kind of be patient. AMC is up 7% today. This kind of flew under the radar for us. Wow, it's breaking out above this 16 area too, right? So I think upside. I think the high of the day was like almost 17 there. So we could test that. That was from back in May. Wow. So we haven't been to these price levels in over a month now. So, yeah, very interesting to see AMC rallying today. I'm not sure if they had a positive catalyst. I know it wasn't in our morning watch list or anything like that. So maybe if you guys have something you could address in the chat. But, yeah, AMC having a huge day today. Might have to get in on this one. Maybe in front of that 17, take a short.
Yeah, Tesla, as you said, it popped up and you want to take more. So I got to have your orders out, my friend. I had orders out and I got my short fills. I did take more shorts as it popped up to 749.20s almost, giving me a better average than last time. Taking some scalps out to the downside, taking refills on the upside, rinse and repeat this level as long as this level keeps on giving me said trades. I was out of the money for 80 cents. Now we're instantly in the money for another 80 cents. So, 1:1 trades on Tesla, keeping it for kind of like a scalp level. But as long as the money keeps adding up, I'm not complaining about that one, right? But let's see what goes on over here as the market does move around sideways a little bit for the most part. I see a lot of you guys complaining the market's boring. Trust me, I know those feelings. Market has nothing to trade for me almost every single day. That's like a joke now almost. I do trade, but I don't know why people keep saying that. I said that like maybe once on a Friday, and now that joke is just said almost every single day.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I did get more on Google, and I hate to be talking about the same stocks over and over again, but these are the stocks that are in play right now, and the stocks that we're trading right now, and it seemed to be working for us. I did get more on Google in front of like the 111.20 area. Again, just defending this 111 area. I really like how it held. If it breaks down below there, at least now I have a clear out and a clear reason to exit the trade. A common theme that we talked about on I think it was Thursday and Friday there, was let the market give you reasons, to exit trades or make decisions, right? Don't necessarily always just, on impulse, take out or manage your positions, right? So I was patiently bidding there in front of the 111 area, 111.20 for Google here, and I just waited for it to come to my bid and hit me, right? So now it's kind of fluctuating around my price. I made sure to scalp out a little piece there when I was in the money, and now I'm just going to let it work out and let it play out and be patient with it. Let's hear some of the stocks that you guys have been talking about. And some of the stocks that you've been trading. Oh, I see someone said Amazon broke out 110. I've been so busy with Tesla and Google here that I haven't realized that Amazon's breaking out, and now I'm over $1 in the money here. I only have about 10% of my position left, so I want to, maybe I'll just offer out in front of the 116.50 area there and take my profits there and call it a trade. And maybe get back in on it if it dips below that 115 or dips back to that 115 area.
A lot of apes are apparently smashing the bids. Okay, yeah, I mean, they are moving the market to the upside. AMC clearly up 7% today. GME has a catalyst behind it. The reason why GMC is going back to 150 is because of the split that's happening. But not sure why AMC is launching the way it is. I guess the market, turning green and trying to stay green for the last week and even now might just be helping out the game over here completely. Power to the players, I believe was the save for GME. So just got to wait and see where GME moves to eventually. I guess we're waiting for that 150 level. We're pretty close to it. 148.92 is the high of day today. We double bottomed around 143 over here. We've been looking at that 144, 143 level for a long time now. So now that the stock is trading above 143, clearly we're looking for that 150 level to come into play. And a quick glance over to my left side, I'm watching a firm pop back to my average price. So that's not something we want to be watching at the moment. A firm popping back to our average price and trying to test the high of day as the S&P 500 seems to be not wanting to take out the 88.90 to the downside. Although we do have a trend over here that is now creating lower lows of some sorts and lower highs, and we're rejecting VWAP all the way through every time we test it. That 3900, 3910, 3900 level still standing as a great wall, not letting anyone pass over here. So that market is still in a very questionable state. Not sure where we're gonna go to just yet. So it's it's better to, on days like this, to just wait for the right movement to come into the market before you make an execution. We obviously are day traders over here, so we look for almost every execution possible to take advantage of it. But there are some days where it's okay to just not make an execution and just be on your hands. It's better to not lose money than it's better to not make a trade and not lose money. Just sit there and watch the stocks move around, learn from those movements on low volume periods like today, low movement periods like today, then actually go out there, put on your armor suit, go out to war, and just come back with battle scars.
Yeah, sometimes that's a really good way to put it, Brad. Sometimes being flat is okay. If you don't make any trades or, take like you end up flat on the day or something like that, that's okay, guys. There's another opportunity tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of opportunities all week. It's going to be an exciting week, exciting actually couple of weeks now with earnings kind of heating up now. Obviously, some of the names this week, Netflix and Tesla being some of the bigger ones. I got some of my Amazon out there. Awesome. And then obviously next week some more of the big tech names as well. So plenty of opportunities to be had. That Amazon trade, I think we could just write it in the books now. I added in front of this 115 area to go long, and now I'm taking out in front of high a day. So I think this is a pretty good trade for me. It is my best name on the day, but unrealized, I do have Google winner, and Tesla is still kind of doing not too much for me. I am offering out more to get more short in front of this 750 area. I did get one ad, but now it's just kind of consolidating, not doing too much below the 750 area, right? The market, however, is kind of like bouncing off the 38 to 88s area here, but I'm more so interested that it rejected the 3900 area. If you guys recall from the morning show, I believe it was Arun that said that if there's not too much action or momentum above the 3900, 3910 area, you could look to kind of fade that area, and that's exactly what the market did, right? So That's the thesis I'm kind of going off of here on the Tesla short, and I am like kind of, I guess, hedging it with my Google long as well. Sega. Someone's talking about Sega in the chat here. A monkeypox play. Obviously monkeypox hasn't really been hasn't really created a lot of volatility recently. But there has been plays to be had. Sega has kind of fallen off our radar a bit, trading a lot less volume than the first couple weeks there when it was trying to make some moves. And then today fading, down 5%. It is SSR, so I guess it was SSR the day before, maybe. I'm not too sure, but Sega threatening some lower levels or this consolidation area around the 14 area. It looks like it had a lot of trouble with that the last couple of weeks. So right back at that point there, that to me signals some weakness.
Why is BOVESPA not moving? Not sure. Most likely because there's still bears in there who believe in the negative movement for the stock, even with the positive catalyst in it. Bears like me, I'm always bearish across the board. So there's probably more than one prads in the world out there thinking about shorting BOVESPA, even with the positive catalyst. That's possibly why one of the reasons, as simple as the mechanic is for the market, there's not enough buyers for BOVESPA today. Clearly, all the buyers were in pre-market. The players have already played their hand. BOVESPA moved most likely more in China than it did in North America. And now that China's probably closed, China should be closed, right?
I think Macau was closed for 2 days or something like that, but I'm not too sure, to be honest. I just know that potentially they're easing up or there's going to be some relief.
Yes, and we've seen this happen before with these FXI stocks or these Chinese stocks.
But they always go back and forth, right?
They go back and forth. It's like they load into their short positions and they go, okay, we're going to screw with them. They go long and they're like, okay, we're going to ease up on them. They're like scalping the range over here on BOVESPA by dropping the catalyst themselves. So I'm not very excited about even my long position on BOVESPA, but with the positive catalyst, I had to look for a long on it. Instead, I think honestly the better trade was the short, as Neil did mention. Just go short on that stock. Every time a positive catalyst comes out on it, just wait for the pops and just go short. That has been the most positive, one of the most successful strategies that I've seen on these Chinese ADRs, to be specific. Lucid Motors being talked about in our work chat over here. Actually, that's at 10 o'clock, so never mind. It was before the show even started. But Lucid did make a new high around 10 o'clock, and now trading below that, also getting rejected by VWAP, seems to be like 21 is a level at the moment for Lucid that we have to keep an eye on. And going right back to chat here real quick. Michelle with the super chat of $2 about his GME options. Yeah, good luck on your options, my friend. We don't trade options over here, but good luck for you. One more question from the chat real quick was, can you talk about the pot stocks for a second? Is there a bill in works this week? I'm not sure if there's a bill in works this week. We'll find out if there is. I'm sure chat will be very adamant about us pulling up wheat stocks if there is a bill. My opinion on wheat stocks is pretty bearish also. Why would it not be bearish about everything? So wheat stocks at the end of the day, I can't wait to short it if it goes anywhere back to its higher ranges.
Yeah, it seems like every time it pops to one of these resistance levels, like a Tilray, CGC maybe, they just kind of get faded, which is quite interesting. One thing I wanted to add about Tesla, or not Tesla, sorry, Lucid, before we move away from the stock, is that this 20 level, 2050, I want to say, has been such a key resistance area for over 2 months now. So I was looking more short today on it. I was disappointed to see that it was breaking out and actually showing strength above this 20 area now. So maybe 21, I guess, is the upside resistance. But for now, my thesis was below 20, and that is not existing anymore. So I got to be patient with this name. Probably not going to trade it. Tesla, I did get some added there short in front of 750. That was a great fill. So now just bettering my average a bit. So I'm back in the money, $1.40 on it. And I was able to bid out and get some out there on Tesla. Someone said people have been talking about the crypto stocks and Mara specifically. Mara is up 23% today. It did have crypto did have a decent rally over the weekend, right? So I think they're up quite a bit. And rightfully so. The mining stocks are also up today. Mara up 23%. Let's check out Riot as well. Should have a similar move. up about 18%, right? I didn't get a chance to see the volume there, so a little bit more volume there. Just to look at the daily here, this is kind of interesting. The volume is ramping up as we're having these, bullish days here. The past 3 days have been increasing volume. Past 4 days actually increasing volume, and all bullish to the upside, right? So, maybe some of the crypto names here making a move now and, gearing up for an extended move. $8 should be a big level for Riot, I think. Let's quickly jump back to Mara so I can do some daily levels on that one. I think on Mara, probably $11, $11.50 maybe. Should be a big upside resistance on Mara here. But yeah, look at the consolidation here on Mara last week. So, you do get a big update on July 8th with a lot of volume. Then a tight consolidation for about a whole, all last week. And then today the breakout, right? So this is a very strong move and a very bullish move for Mara today.
Yeah, I'm going to short tail right here. This stock's not going anywhere to the upside. I know that for facts. So I'm just going to get into a short position. Let's see where the stock goes to at the moment. So building into a pretty hefty short position, Tilray, as you can see, clearly it popped up. I don't see the catalyst for why the stock even popped up. Going to keep a tight stop on it, though, just so I can reload on the stop right back at the highs in case it gives me that opportunity to. We did get a move down over here. Most likely, I am shorting supports as 350, even half dollar number. Most likely shorting supports over here in the 350. Also quickly tape reading. Notice the size on, not tape reading, level 2 reading. Notice the size on 350 compared to 351 and so on. Let's start looking for size on the upside. Don't really say size on the upside, and I do see size on the downside over here also at 339 and stuff. Let's filter out the book for less than 100 shares so we can see if there is any illiquid zones that can stand out. Well, it's a Tilray $3 stock, so we can clearly see there's no on the book where there's only 100 shares or so. Right now, we are not seeing any one punch to ask, which is the upside. A lot of the trades are going directly into the bids and into the mid prints, which is a very, very good sign for the shorts, that is. And there you go, a bunch of shorts just came in and punched to the bids. They pushed the stock completely, wiped out that level, and I'm still not watching anyone really punch ask. It's still going into the mids and into the bids over here. That's below the bids, so going below the bids with that much amount of size coming in on liquid gateways. It's not run by algorithms. Whatever this pop was is now getting sold off into, so me having that size on that short, we're already making a ton of money on this position.
That's a really good tape read, Pred. That's what we all talk about here always on the show, is we're trying to get better at tape reading so we can execute better, right? So that was really good analysis there. I did take some out of the Google trade here just because it's really struggling to get above the 112 area, really show some momentum to the upside now. I am using the 50 EMA here, and it's kind of struggling with that as well. So I want to make sure that I do take some out. If I am offered these profits, I'm in the money like 20, 30 cents, right? So it's not like I'm taking up for scraps. It's decent trades here. But, I'm trying to keep holding a bigger piece for a bigger move if it does end up breaking out of the 112 area. Tesla seems to be working still for me relatively. Amazon, looks like I covered Amazon too early because it looks like now it's going to test the 117 area. Got as high as 117.93 and then kind of flushed off of there. But for now, I was thinking about maybe taking a 117 breakout. And, I'm not I am technically buying the highs, but I'm taking that even dollar breakout to the upside if it's going to show some strength above there. And, Amazon seems to be one of the stronger names on the day. So, you know what, maybe let me just set up that order there to get long if that does break out. And then we'll get flipped long. Again, if the 117 breaks out, right? So my order is in for this breakout. If I take it, if it flips up there, then we'll be executed long. And again, guys, tight stop. If I am taking more size on it, you don't want to hold it way far against you. That's not how to structure this trade. AMC, someone said pushing 17 still. It'll get there. It maybe get there eventually. It is more it is kind of running out of steam, I'd say. There was more volume in the morning on these up moves above 16, and now kind of consolidating, slowly grinding up higher above the 1650 area. But gonna have to be patient for AMC on that one. GOEV in motion. Let's take a quick look at GOEV. I traded that one a handful of times last week. It wasn't really on my radar today just because, obviously Google and some of these other tech stocks were really in play. Man, it looks like it reclaimed or bounced off this 4 level pretty nicely. That was a pretty huge level for GOEV last week, holding as resistance and then eventually breaking out and holding as support again. And now it's bouncing off of that area again today. Important to note, way less volume today than past days or last week. So maybe want to size down, not put as much risk on this name, just because it's probably not going to be as volatile as you'd expect, or give you some of the same moves that it gave you last week.
So coming back to the whole weed position stuff, I see a lot of people in here talking about long Tilray. I believe in weed stocks. Put Tilray on your TFSA and so on. Nothing wrong with that mentality. Nothing wrong with your opinions being stated in the chat. But I would like for the other peoples in there to know the other side of the coin, the other side of the trade over there, the bears such as me who are playing against the longs such as yourself. This is the Netherlands only making 400 million euros annually in taxes, right? So it's 400 million euros is good, but it's not a lot, right? Trust me, these companies don't make a lot of money. They're selling weed hands over fist to just clear up the inventory. They're selling it for dead broke. They're selling products at 40% off, 50% off. Legalization in America, I don't see it helping much when I've already seen it happen in Amsterdam, in Netherlands, and in a bunch of other places. For example, look at California, man. California, I believe, is legal. A bunch of other states in America is already legal, but they're not collecting tons of revenue from taxes or anything that people thought. In fact, the people are finding out that more revenue and more taxes are coming from a gambling addiction instead of actually weed, right? So the government much rather sell that addiction instead of selling the weed addiction to their people, because that's a way better way to make money for the government. That's a tin hat conversation over there about what to sell to the people and what to feed to the people and so on. But it's that obvious of an answer when it comes to weed stocks for me. And don't even get me started about growing weed. Like, people like to say it's hard and whatnot. People can grow the easiest and the most garbage of the weed plant in the soil outside of their grass, as long as they take normal care of it, and they could smoke that to their liking. And that's the crazy part about it. I don't see weed stocks going anywhere. Sean has made a crazy joke about it not too long ago, which was the paper's as good as a rolling paper itself from buying outside of a 7-Eleven. Might as well put your product inside of it and smoke it. Now look at the short on Tilray that I did cover. I did close it, but I want to go over and check what's happening to it. Wow, it popped right back to it. So I got a nice 3-cent profit on that Tilray short. Now the buyers started piling right back to the upside. Tilray pushing to $3.60. Might look for another short opportunity at a better price over here. So let's pile into that big short right here. Bang. And let's see where the market goes to from here on.
Yeah, maybe some better R&R now on that Tilray short. I'm watching Amazon like a hawk here because we're testing that 117 area. It's really struggling to get above it. You see size there. That's a decent amount, like a few hundred lots there, about 600 lots at 117. So if this breaks out, it could give a decent little pop. But that being said, look how every time it comes up to 98, 99, 97, it seems like more people are just offloading shares in front of the 117 versus actually trying to buy it. And now you get more of a flush move back down to the 80s, right? So, I'm not trying to really flip short here, I think. I want to see this action here and see how far it actually pulls back. The reason, guys, I don't want to really flip short is because Amazon has been super strong today. I talked how it's been reclaiming some of these levels, as support areas. So I don't know if it's the right thing to flip short. I might get kind of chopped up because I think this 117 will eventually just break and give 1 or 2 penny move, if that, and then flush down. So, going to be patient with this one. I still like the breakout to the upside. So we'll try that if it comes. But that being said, if it flips short after that, then I'll look to flip short. But for now, you could have taken a couple fills there, offers at the high 90s, and scalped it up for maybe like 10, 15 cents if you're lucky with some fills. But now, now we're consolidating the 80s a little bit higher. So, maybe this does test 117. So we're going to keep watching that on my side screen for now. Can one of you talk about failure to cover on AMC?
Move on from that.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that one a little bit later.
We'll never talk about that one.
Twitter pulling back on high of day. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Twitter. Twitter is kind of interesting here because now I've been saying this is like it's consolidating back in this range. Back when the deal was still on, I guess, with Elon there, it was trading this range between 40, 50, 41, and $36. Now we're right back in this range. Obviously, you had that huge plunge below the range when Elon was like, you know what, forget it. I'm not buying Twitter. I don't like Twitter anymore. And then now there's the whole legal thing where he might end up buying it, or who knows what's going to happen. But
no, he said he's not going to go with the early, or at least he filed against the motion for early dismissal or early something long. I'm forgetting the legal jargon for this word, but apparently Twitter filed for a faster motion to go through, and he filed against that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean,
so he's still trying to fight him.
Yeah, he's still trying to fight them for sure. He definitely doesn't want to buy Twitter, that's for sure. But who really knows what's going to happen? So I think, until we get a clear direction of how that deal is going to, proceed, I think we probably have to stay away from this just because, one, there's huge headline risk. Anything can change in a second here, and then you could be caught really off guard in this position. Okay, as Amazon flips me long there, and you see how this break, and I'm trying to bring it up on my main screen. You see how this break here, now it flipped me long, I'm long 17.02, right? So I'm just 2 cents in the money. There is buying above it. So, I'm going to be patient with this one. Yeah, there it starts to go a little bit. If it dips below 117, I think I got to be out. Let me take out some of the position there, just about 10 cents or 8 cents rather. And then, going to keep holding this little piece here for potentially a bigger move. There we go now, up into the teens. So when I see sellers really step up, there, yeah, a little bit more sellers stepped up there. So let me take some more out. There into the teens, right? So I was just watching, basically waiting for sellers to really kind of come up and start selling off this, right? You want to be part of that. You want to take profits when those first sellers really take profits, right? Because that can be big money and that can really move the stock. But it seems like there's still some more buying above this 117 area. I'm still holding some of my position long, and we're about 12 cents in the money now on Amazon.
I'm punching out my Affirm trade here. I knew this Affirm trade did not look good. I got into the trade again. Thankfully, I kept my size small, so this damage does not affect me at all. But Affirm right now, what a strong stock today. 9% to the upside, just keeps on pushing up and does not want to stop. But Tesla, our #1 stock of the day, and the one that we have our most of our size on today, 750 shorts have been nonstop paying me. Right now, $2.62 in the money, taking more exits on the way down over here. Notice how the book doesn't even show you anything for 100 shares or more. That's the sad part about it. Now you're starting to see some liquidity come onto the books over here, but most of it is on the ask. The bids are kind of dry. The ask is strong with a lot more size than the bid. So clearly the demand is there's a lot more supply here. They're gonna just keep on pushing to the downside. They're gonna keep on hammering it. And the market though, S&P 500 now pushing right back above VWAP and pushing towards that 3,900 area. Here's your S&P 500 chart, pushing right back above VWAP to 3,900, but does it have enough strength to take out 3,915/3,910 at some point today? I don't believe so. Hence, we are short where we are short, and we're taking advantage of it. Boeing popped up, so I'm going to take out more size on this stupid trade because I don't believe the stock's going to actually pop today. We were watching it pop a little bit, but it's not going anywhere, so I don't like this trade even more as it pops up. BABA now also moving up, finally in profit areas for BABA, so time to take some profits over here before it moves right back to the low of the day and takes me out. Now that all of our stocks are in areas where we can take money in, nothing really to complain about. Sadly, Affirm is the only loser on the day.
I'm really, really liking this Tesla short as I take out some more profits now. The reason being is that
$4 in the money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, almost $4 in the money on it now. And the reason why I like it even more is because Brad was just saying, the market was pushing up above VWAP and then rejecting 3,900. What has Tesla been doing during all this price action? It hasn't even came close to testing 750 again, right? If it tested 750 again, I'm sure Brad and I would be loading up more short here in front of that area, but it hasn't even come close there now. So if the market does reject the 3,900 area that it struggled with in the pre-market, at market open, and kind of flushes back and tests this bottom range of the day here for the market or the ES, then Tesla can really fade off the 750 area, right? So obviously it's decent move for Tesla today. It's up 3.5%, but you got to play the range, and right now the top is 750 on Tesla. That's for sure, right? Still trusting the stop. If it starts to break out above there and show some buying above there, then you have a clear out. You know exactly where you're wrong. That Amazon trade is not really doing too much. I moved my stop up, so I'm not going to let this turn to a loser. Amazon is a positive name for me on the day, of course. But for now, it hasn't really done too much. It is kind of just consolidating above 117. I have taken out the majority of my size on that breakout, right? So as it flushes below now, and as I'm probably going to get wicked out to the downside, did I not get wicked out there? Maybe I'll just cover this because, oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. So, let that one turn against me there a little bit. But I did take the profits above 117. So that worked. But now it's flushing. And now Tesla is even flushing even more. That's almost $5 in the money. And I think Prad's banging his hand on the table because we took out too much probably.
No, I took out everything by mistake.
Oh, you took out everything? Okay. That's a big mistake. For Brad there.
I was trying to take some out and I took all out.
Oh, no. Yeah. I still have a little piece left. Almost $5 in the money. I think I'm going to keep holding this in case it does break below VWAP.
Can you really also keystroke just so I feel good about myself?
I'm definitely not keystroking out of this one.
Please, come on.
It's my best winner on the day.
Be a good friend. Come on. Be a good friend and keystroke together.
Maybe I'll buy you a snack later or something, or I'll put a juice box in the fridge.
Good friend keystrokes together, man. Come on. Good friend keystrokes together. Come on. I'll buy you Super's Chicken if you keystroke right now out of your full trade. Come on, bro.
No, I can't.
Come on, man. I feel bad about this trade. Come on, man. Somebody keystroke with me so I don't feel bad about this. Tilray over here though pushed back up. It didn't see that when it pushed back up, so was not able to load in onto my trade over there. But now once we're 4 cents in the money again, let's take out more offers out, more shorts out over here as we're pushing back down. Market did push up to 3,900, and we're seeing rejection once again on the S&P 500. So that short that Buddy is $5 in the money on, if he goes to the washroom, maybe I'll just flatten him out of that trade. Speaking of take over, I'm going to the washroom.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think I'd be pretty upset if I came back and then, come back and Tesla's in the money, $10 and I'm flat. But yeah, no, that's a really good trade. I've been working the Google trade on the side as well. Taking profits out in front of this 112. I've been talking about this since I've come on the show. 111 is a clear support, I think. If it dips anywhere close to 111 again, I think that's an easy buy just in front of the 111 area because it hasn't really been tested. It's making higher lows off of there as well. So it seems like a pretty strong support. Pre-split, that would be I think it was intraday support on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So, it does hold some value to it. Or some level of significance to it. So I like this 111 area and it seems to be working for now. But, I want to make sure that I take profits in front of 112 if, it presents me with that. And I've been, scalping it out as it steps up there and it's been rejecting. So I'm happy with how I'm trading it right now. I'm about 40 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money on it. The Tesla trade is still working. And look at the Amazon trade, guys. Look at the Amazon trade. This is why risk management is so important, right? You take the breakout at 117, you gotta manage your risk appropriately and you gotta manage your stops, right? So remember how before the break I was talking about how it was consolidating in the 80s? Now look, guys, it's in the 70s, right? So it's making it's making a lower low, if you will, just in the past, I guess 15, 20 minutes here on Amazon. So maybe the 117 now is the top. I tried the breakout. It worked for a hot minute. I had to take it out and obviously manage my risk on that one. Still way positive on Amazon for the day, but it looks like maybe now it's rejecting the 117 area as the market also rejects the 3,900 area, right? So a couple things working right now. You could have flipped short on that Amazon trade and been scalping it out, covering now. Excuse me there. But you're seeing some more sellers in the 70s maybe, so maybe going to push it even below there. But Amazon has been super strong on the day, right? So I think later on the day, maybe if it comes back to this 115 area, maybe during power hour or near the close or whatnot, maybe try to go long again on Amazon. I think that was the one that we were talking about last week there. A couple of you people saying it's going through support, rising from the ashes, at least trying, that is, up 70% today. It did have this like huge, sell-off, right? So I think that was ILAG a IPO last week? Is that it? ILAG, do you remember that stock from? Yeah, it was an IPO, right? So huge sell-off off of there, and then it hit all the way to 2. So obviously, SSR, so maybe any size on the bid has really helped this one kind of push up, but we're getting nowhere close to where we were last week, right? So, I think that's a very good analogy that you said there. Rising from the ashes, potentially, I wouldn't say it's buried, but it's looking very grim. I'd say that for sure.
I lag, yeah. Thankfully, or not thankfully, sir, I was lagging last night. My internet went down like 4 times while playing Tarkov, and I just kept getting DC'd out of my raids, but didn't get killed in the raids. So that's a good thing over there. Good raids yesterday. You missed out on a lot of money, my friend, but you were probably having fun IRL, so that's the more important.
No, yesterday I actually went to a wine tasting.
Wine tasting, ooh.
In Niagara.
Okay.
There's like Niagara on the Lake. It's the first wine tasting I've ever been to.
Never been to a wine tasting?
I've never been to a wine tasting. Have you been to a wine tasting?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's actually quite.
I went to, I think, it starts with a P. It's a little bit more outside by Sudbury area.
Okay.
You know the area that starts with the P?
Yeah, I know the area. Oh my God.
Whatever. It's a cottage country area that starts with the P. Yeah. Went there for some wine tasting.
Yeah, no, it was interesting because man, there's so much that goes into wine and making wine. It was like I actually couldn't really believe it. And I do drink wine, but I'm not like super into it.
Do you know Gus?
Like that. Yeah, I know Gus. Yeah.
Gus sometimes, chat knows Gus very well. He used to ring the bell sometimes. All you old timers way back in the day, you guys know Gus a lot. He used to, once in a while, it used to be me, Gus, and Greg. Gus brings over 3 bottles of wine. Greg and I go hit the Rabba or like any place that sells sliced meats. We buy some sliced meats and some cheese. We have a good Friday night with some wine and everything.
Like charcuterie board.
Yeah. We have a nice little wine night with the boys. We haven't had that in a while. So Gus, we need to see where he is. He's probably on a yacht right now because USD Canada is 1.5. He's loaded on a yacht somewhere, big chillin'. We love Gus. Gus, come hang out with us one more time, my friend. Hopefully you're healthy and wherever you are, and would love to hang out with you. Let's go back to the market as the shorts are covered for me. You guys see on the position board, no longer shorts, and thankfully the only short that was painful was Affirm. We don't have to worry about the pain anymore as Tilray was a great stock to short so far. Tesla was a great stock to short so far. Stock to short so far, and thankfully now the longs are coming into play for us as Baba is now 30 cents in the money and Boeing about 80 cents in the money. So time to take some more profits over here on Boeing as we're pushing towards VWAP. Something I do want to try though is what apparently Greg mentioned to Luca. Were you thinking about covering your first profit target? Add.
Yeah, I
want to start trying that a little bit. So I might be thinking about trying that from tomorrow.
Yeah, Luca mentioned that to me on Friday as well. So maybe something to kind of work on or incorporate with like a little bit smaller size.
Because you hear that all the time. Add to your winning trades, cut your losers, don't add to losers. What I kind of do is the opposite because I play the VWAP retracement trade. So I add to a loser and I pray to God that it actually retraces to VWAP.
It's always situational, right?
Yeah.
And a great example right here is Tesla, right? So Tesla, Brad and I really like the 750 level, the short side, right? I get short here. I think Brad was short around the same area around 748, right? Yeah. Cover some there. But as it came back up to 750 and was rejecting that area, yes, we were out of the money. I was out of the money, $1.50 at that time. But, I was really liking the price action. I was really liking the tape read up near that 750 area with sellers stepping up, right? So adding short in front of the 750, and then, you do get the flush move, and now look at what happens, right? So now I'm in the money. I was in the money almost $5 at my last cover there, still holding, I think it's about 5%, or no, I guess a little bit less than 10% of my position. With Tesla here, to the short side in case it does continue to move down. But that's a good example, a situational move of, getting a better average, adding into technically a loser, I guess, but, really respecting that 750 area. Adding to a winner is, it's easier said than done. That's for sure. Because when you're tape reading, when you're in the heat of the move, in the heat of the trade, it's very hard to kind of block out everything and make the correct decision. Especially when you see that yourself in the money, you just want to take profits right away. Take it to the bank and capitalize on it. Yeah, it takes I guess that's a good level of experience and work ethic to kind of build to that. Someone wanted to check out J&J, and I'll take a look at that. That was a while back, so our apologies for not getting to that. Yeah, down 1.5% today. 1.2%, not too bad.
Holy
man,
moly.
It rejected this 182 level. Look at this daily chart on 182 on J&J here. Man, this is a serious level. It's rejected so many times now, and today it rejected as well. Was J&J earnings this morning or after hours today?
So I don't know.
Let me just quickly look that up so I can get some.
While you do that, I'm going to
confluence
take
this
some
trade.
partial fills on Coinbase here. Coinbase long as we're breaking out apparently. They're not going to give me all fills, so let me show you guys here. I got to turn on partial fill mode just so you guys can see that I actually have a fill, but it shows up in orange because I didn't even get 10% of my fill there. I mean, I got more than 10% to be honest, but I'm just lying to myself here as they're not going to give me a fill. I wanted that fill before 63 breaks, and now at 63 breaks, this is basically my profit target areas. So, let me throw some orders out. Market, come on, there we go. Finally able to take some profits over here as cryptocurrencies are launching. Look at this cryptocurrency move, Ian. We're launching above 22K for Bitcoin, up 8%, 9% today. Ethereum 13%, Solana 9%, Cardano 11%, Dogecoin and Shiba both up 8 and 11% respectively. So as soon as someone in the chat said crypto broke free, I pulled up and I saw this breakout that you're talking about on Bitcoin, and I figured, okay, cryptocurrencies are breaking out. Let's go look for a Coinbase entry, and I saw Coinbase is pushing towards that 63 level. We didn't come this far to come this far, right? So I got long below 63 for that push above 63, and here we go, instantly in the money. Coinbase 30 cents. Let's start taking some profits on this move up. We didn't come this far to come this far. You know it, baby. And let's take these profits over here. Apparently, I have an order on iLag sitting around $3.30 to go long, and it never came into play. I'm actually just going to pull that order because I'm not going to let that order be sitting there now. Oh, wow, Boeing, $1.30 in the money. Time to take some more profits on Boeing. Here's my Boeing chart. Time to take some more profits over there, and even BABA, 50 cents in the money. I guess the longs are going to pay as the S&P 500 pushes right back to 3,900 over here, and the NASDAQ pushes towards the high day of 12,190. So let's just say 12,200 coming into play very soon for NASDAQ most likely, as we're about to go test the high a day.
Yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself over that Boeing trade. I was trying to be patient and bid, but maybe I should have just chased up a little bit, or bid up a bit, and maybe manage my size a little bit better. But that Boeing trade was pretty money. Just waiting patiently for that bounce. Someone said, "New listener, can you please take a look at CHPT?" CHPT, and also to clarify, guys, I did check the J&J earnings. It's after hours tonight. So after market today, J&J is going to report. So keep that on watch. But yeah, Chapter is bouncing off the 11 area here pretty nicely. And testing back to this consolidation area, 12 to 15 is this consolidation area, up 9% today. I'm not sure. I'm going to quickly look up if there's any sort of catalyst for today charge points. I think it was like, Plug was up today too. So maybe it's like an EV thing or like a fuel cell thing.
Fuel.
Yeah, because Plug was up today too. Up 9%.
Could just be like energy sector.
Yeah, I think like just energy sector as well. But important to know about Plug was interesting is that it was SSR on Friday and got like just destroyed, and now it's up 9% again. Again, SSR, so harder to short. EV strength, yeah. So there, maybe there you go. One more before we toss it back to Prad. Someone said CCL question mark. It's creeping. CCL's up 9% too. A lot of names having good days today. That's interesting. I was so focused on just like the likes of Google and obviously Tesla and Amazon here. But man, there's been opportunities across the board today. If CCL gets up to this $11 area, I've been talking to you guys about that. That's going to be a short for me, I think, in front of that $11 area if there's size there to try and front run that trade. But another stock, I guess let's just quickly take a look at like AAL maybe. That's NQ to see how this is doing. Maybe it's the whole travel sector up. No, only up 3%. So maybe something going on with CCL and those stocks today.
Yeah, I'm just getting out of all my longs here. Coinbase just got stopped out on the back through a 63. Sorry, I was going to say 69. On the back through a 63 over here to the downside for Coinbase. I had my stop just to protect my profits, and you guys saw me scalp out most of my trade around the 40-cent profit area. So we popped up 40 cents, 80 cents, took most of my profits, set my stop on the breakthrough of 62 to the downside, 63 to the downside, and got stopped out on that. As now we're getting back. What the heck am I watching over here? Why is my bid and my ask so screwed up? Probably because we have a frozen ask over there, and now that frozen ask gets updated, and as you see, the market moves around with it. But yeah, Coinbase, we're out. Part of the reason why I'm out of all my longs is because 3,900 on the market still wants to reject. So if the market does not want to take out 3,900 for the S&P 500 futures, I am not interested in holding my Boeing long or my BABA long. I'll be happy taking my profits because those were the stocks that I was most out of the money to begin with. Boeing, if I factor in how much I was out of the money to how much I made on it, I'm basically 1:1. And BABA, how much I was out of the money compared to how much I made on it, it's less than 1:1. So I risked a lot more on BABA than to actually make the profits on BABA. So I'm not excited about these trades. What I am excited though, I am green on the day. Thankfully for this Coinbase trade that you saw me take, that Tilray short that you saw me absolutely demolish, lots of size coming into play for a quick 2-cent scalp, 4-cent scalp, lots of size, just taking advantage of it. $3 stock, at least you got to push, depending on how much buying power you have, at least you got to push some size on this trade, especially when there's volume on it. There's 19 million shares traded on Tilray today. The liquidity or the relative volume is probably more than 2. There you go, 2.13 relative volume on Tilray. That's going to give you enough opportunities to take tons of size over here and get in and out. As long as you're able to do it properly, you're going to make a good chunk of money.
It's a great day when both Brad and I are trading different things here. I've been working this Google long here off the 111. Google having the split today, so obviously, that's catalyst. It's going to be in play today for sure. It hasn't, I was talking to Brad about it, hasn't been as great, I think, as Amazon. Man, Amazon was such a banger those first couple of days there. And then today, Google was a lot tougher to trade, I think, or I feel, just so, from reading the tape and whatnot. But, this 111 trade has worked for me. Again, scalping out some. I only have, I think of this ad here, 10% of that position left. So I think I'm just going to keep holding that one out. If it comes back down here, I'll look to add. If it breaks down 111, you know the deal here. You stop out of that one. Tesla's still working for me. That's not doing anything. AMD, let's check out AMD. I haven't looked at AMD at all today. I guess it's running in sympathy with NVIDIA, right? So having a huge day today. This 80 level was a big time trouble, I think, for AMD the past, 2 weeks. Excuse me there. And then the past 2 days, 2 trading days, it's really reclaimed this level and really pushed above. I want to check out NVIDIA because I know a lot of you guys are trading that one. It's running into trouble, maybe this 169 area, giving a little bit of a pullback there. I'm more so waiting for the 170 area, I think, if you're going to get short. Just because you don't want to step in front of a freight train here on NVIDIA, which basically is up 7% on the day. Decent amount of volume as well, but clearly a lot of buyers here above 160, right? So you don't want to get too hasty with it, trying to short tops and whatnot. Let it kind of make the top for you, show its play, and then participate, not necessarily anticipate it. I'm reading a couple comments there. That's kind of funny.
What?
Yeah. Wait, what? Is that?
I don't know.
No. There's no way. Let's research that one there. As Brad researches it, Roblox squeeze. And sorry for we were just kind of confused about that comment. Roblox squeeze. Let's take a quick look at Roblox here. What's the high date? 41.20. So it looks like 41 is already broken out. Is that real, or I don't think that's actually broken out. That might be like a dark pool or something. It looks like 41 has still held on Roblox. Man, we've been talking about Roblox being super strong the past basically month or two. And then look at this bounce, right, for Roblox, trying to buy this dip, trying to buy higher lows and whatnot. If it can really, show some strength and hold above 40, I think that's going to be a really good sign for Roblox as it tries to test the likes of like 50 up here. That's going to be another level, all this consolidation action around the 50 area, right? So again, just kind of going off of, obviously whole numbers, psychological numbers. But now Roblox continues to show some decent strength, up 3% today.
Yeah, I don't know about that statement. No point in even mentioning it. 4,500 viewers watching still, and 2K likes already on the board, but I think we can get that number a little bit more elevated. You guys got you girls and gals, guys and gals, or is
guys and gals?
Guys and gals. Yeah, there you go. I said girls and gals. I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Girls and guys and gals. Smash that like button. I'm sure you appreciate all those Tesla shorts, Tilray shorts, Baba longs, even telling you to cover Baba at the first, or Boeing, sorry, even telling you to cover Boeing at the perfect spot because of the market rejection, because of VWAP. If these are not the type of trades you're looking for, then I'm not sure if you want to hit that like button. But, for everyone who do appreciate it, for all the hard work we put in over here, smash that like button, smash that subscribe, even ring the notification bell. We would appreciate that. Couple extra ways for you guys to support it is by joining the members side. For everyone on the members side over here, you'll see in the chat they have like a little green name beside there. They have a green name basically showing that they are supporters for Trader TV's family. You can do that by paying $5 a month, and you can cancel it any time you want. And second, last but not least, is this merchandise where we have directly plugged into our YouTube store. That's pretty cool, right? For example, someone in the chat said you guys should dual stream on Twitch. No point. Twitch is dying out. I'm a big Twitch fan. Twitch is dying out. A lot of streamers are moving to YouTube. Now, granted, Twitch has a lot of good things when it comes to emotes and other things around there in their ecosystem, gifting subscriptions. Now, even YouTube has that gifting subscriptions thing. So there's a lot of good things in Twitch that YouTube will eventually copy, but they don't have things like direct store merchandise and stuff. So YouTube is growing out in a larger scale than Twitch is. That's why there's no point in Twitch anymore. Trust me on that. And that's why I'm a little bit more bearish on Amazon. Papa Bezos has been crying about Twitch going to almost poop status now, and they've been ramping up the blast advertisements on that side. Eventually, most likely YouTube will do that too. But YouTube, Google AdSense, YouTube revenue, they're doing way better than Twitch. There's no point in dual streaming on Twitch for us. But yeah, go buy some of our merchandise. If you do buy any of these, make sure you tweet at us and Instagram at us so we can share that with our wonderful community that you've been helping us grow. And look at that cover on Boeing. Ooh-wee, call me boy genius.
Yeah, it always looks nice when you have like these ticks on the chart, and it's like top tick chart or top I guess wick ticks. I guess I don't know. But yeah, point is that trust your levels and trade your plan, trade your own book, right? If you're coming to your profit taking area, like Prad was there on Boeing, you want to make sure that you do have orders out to take profits. And that's something that I still continue to work on. You saw me fumble it there with Tesla earlier. Amazon rejected this 117 area really nicely now as it's coming back up to there. So I think I am going to try getting short now in front of the 117 area just because it's rejected a couple times now, off of this 117. There is buyers in the 60s, right? So maybe it's going to be scalps into the 60s there, for like 20 or 20-cent wins. If that's gonna happen, I think though I'm still liking this 117 area as a resistance area, especially now that the market looks like to reject that 3900 area as well, and now trading below VWAP, right? So the market could fade here. I'm gonna try this short. So now 2 positions short for me. The Tesla trade I haven't managed at all. That's just doing its own thing. The Google trade that's a long play, and then that's still in the money for me as well. But you see how this is another example of that. Remember how I was talking about how I wanted to take profits out in front of the 112 area. As soon as it got up above 112, I made sure to take some profits out, just because I didn't think, or I didn't know that if it gets above 112, that it's going to continue, right? So it's been struggling with that all morning pretty much in the latter half of the morning session here. So I knew that if it got up above there, I want to take some profits out, and now it's back in the 80s, right? So still holding a little piece of that one. I think I'm just going to let that one do its thing now. I have trailed my stop up a bit. Again, just risking off of the breakdown of 111. But now, you know, this 112 level is clearly a level. As Amazon pushes back up to the 117 area, I could be wrong on that one, but you know, gonna give that one a try. It's more of a starter position.
Yeah, people are talking about Nvidia shorts. Yeah, go for it. I personally don't really like the short just yet. But 169 seems to be maybe rejecting at the moment. Market could clearly take out the highs and keep on pushing north side. I mean, look at Apple today. Apple 151 something. I'm back in the money on my portfolio on Apple, baby. That's what I like to see. We do enjoy watching Apple and other stocks over here push back to the green side, obviously. But I'm still bearish on the market. I know someone in the chat said, oh, Pride, it's a bull market. It's a bear trap, whatever. Only time will tell. You're guessing, I'm guessing, everyone's guessing. Nobody really knows. Not even the market makers really know. So everyone's just guessing over here. At the end, I guess one will find out and the other one won't. Or I guess they both will find out, and we'll just have to wait and see. Only time will tell. Father time, mother time, whatever it is the only answer. Only that person has the answer. Coming back to cryptocurrencies at the moment, I'm watching Coinbase push right back above 63, so that upsets me because they almost stop hunted me. I mean, they didn't stop hunt me. I had a stop out there. The stop was not accurate. It could have been better, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, we had a clean 30-cent trade on Coinbase, and now Coinbase popping right back to the upside with the help of cryptocurrencies. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. If it's still, Bitcoin actually jumped right back to the downside before that pop area. So let's see if we can consolidate here, find some buyers here in this range high, and then pop right back to the upside. Good thing to notice though is we're holding above 20K now on Coinbase.
Meta is just taking off here. A couple of people trading in the chat are talking about it at the very least. Up 4% on the day, now testing the upper end of this range that's been holding for basically since the mid-June there. I guess up to the 173 area, 172 area. Today, it looks like a test of that is imminent. I'm not too sure of a catalyst for Meta. I know I wasn't personally looking at it today, but regardless, nonetheless, strong move for Meta here. Excuse me, I did add to the Amazon short again. That seems to be rejecting the 117 area still. So unless it really starts to show some buying above there, I'm still going to like this trade to the short side, I think. Mara is taking off. Man, I was watching Mara on my side screen, and then I went off on it. I switched to the likes of Amazon there. But I was thinking about like just where I can get long here, and I didn't want to buy this top. And I'll tell you the difference between buying this top versus buying like you saw me take the 750 breakout on Tesla. You saw me take the 117 breakout initially on Amazon, right? The difference is that those were obviously significant levels, but also even dollar areas as well. And there's usually a decent amount of size there, so it's a different kind of trade that you can structure. So I'm not necessarily trying to do the same thing here. I haven't charted levels for Mara like at all, like today or anytime recently.
It's a short.
Yeah, it could be a short, right? But that being said, I'm not too sure about taking a breakout on this name. Especially an even dollar breakout. We're not even close to an even dollar, right? So you could have taken 10 maybe, but that breakout was not that great. If you're going to take that strategy, you got to wait till 11. But for now, it looks like it could be running into some trouble up in the 1060 area.
Yeah, I'm short Mara right away as Bitcoin dropped to the downside, sorry. You saw that happen over here. Good call out on the 11 area. It does seem like we have some good resistance around 11 for MARA right here. 11 to 12, I think we can even give it that extension of that range, but already in the money, only less than a penny in the money. So half a penny in the money for my Mara short at the moment. We'll see if we can take that trade to somewhere where we can have fun with that trade. trade. Part of that reason is because Bitcoin dropped down right back to that same level over here. I'm expecting Bitcoin too. You got to keep in mind every time you are trading these stocks, these Bitcoins and Maras and so on, it's a good thing to have AGGR.trade up, which is basically a time of sales, a time of sales for cryptocurrency. So you get to see, what do you mean nothing to show yet? Come on, let me see some executions coming in. Is it even set up properly? There we go, their executions are popping up. So where's my pop out? My pop out is right here. Bang, we can close this one back down, and we can have this guy up here somewhere on the side. One of my charts just closed. There we go. So we can just have this guy up here on the side. And instead of watching just Mara's level 2, I will be watching this level 2 or time of sales, sorry, and Mara's time of sales and level 2 for a confirmation bias to see if big buyers are coming in. If I start seeing big buys of 500K or more, then I'm probably worried about it. Look at that, 1 million buyer on Bitcoin. So that's a pretty big buyer, clearly trying to hold up the stock from going, or not stock, from the coin from going too far to the downside, or it could just be a long covering, and now we're starting to see some big sells coming in, 500K and so on. Tape reading, very important tool. Time of sales reading, very important tool. We talk about this all the time. Nothing wrong with trading your charts, but when you have a time of sales and a level 2 in your book and you're paying for third-party tools to read this, you're kind of handicapping yourself.
I'm giving Amazon one more try in front of the high a day here. Averaging into it. The reason why is because I'm seeing sellers step up in the teens. That being said, it seems like there was more buying in the ones like low 117. So if it gets down there, I think I might take some out for a
Cover
scalp.
your Tesla trade.
You want me to cover my Tesla trade? Man, I'm just gonna let it ride out, man. It's not doing anything. It's been kind of bouncing around this VWAP area. No, I've been taking profits, man. But I'm right at the same area that I took profits on it earlier, right? So I don't want to just take it out just for the sake of taking it out. Pratt, I think, is just a little bit jealous because he mistakenly covered his entire position earlier. Yeah, see how quickly he goes back on that? That's not true. No. This can really break down below VWAP.
Market's coming down, actually.
As it's kind of coming down now, right? So
down.
I'm not going to take profits on this position because it's the one short that's working for me, whereas Amazon isn't really working for me on the short side, right? Google is still kind of doing its thing. I'm 50 cents in the money on that one, no stress on that one. But the reason why I'm comfortable with some of these shorts right now is that the market is pulling back.
Yeah.
And it's testing the lower end of this range that we've created in the past, I want to say like 40 minutes or so, and really kind of rejecting VWAP now. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is the final test of VWAP and rejection of that area, and we're really going to start accelerating back to the downside and testing some of these lows on the market. I was scrolled up, that's why. Meta coming back in. We were talking about Meta a bit earlier. I guess it did break out 171. I can't remember where it was earlier there. But broke out 171 and now pulling back a little bit with the market. But now Tesla is really starting to kind of work now as Prad kind of throws his little pen cap at the screen in disgust of himself as he closed his position earlier.
Whatever, I don't even care. Whatever, I don't even care. Whatever, it's all right. Whatever, I'm in denial. EVTL, let's go to EVTL. That was the stock with the 50 electronical aviation flight crafts deal to Flying Group in Europe, I believe is what the deal was to. I can't remember, or I actually didn't say how much the value of the deal was, but I guess we can quickly figure it out. If Boeing's airliners cost about 1.3 bill for 10 planes. Was it 100? Was it 100?
It was 100 to Delta.
100
and
to
then
Delta.
It was I think it was 20 to another company, if I'm not mistaken.
I guess, for trying to figure out what the cost of this EVTL flights is actually not worth it, we can just Google it. I'm not trying to do that right now live on the show. But EVTL, man, back in play one more time today, pushing to the upside, but looks like we dropped down after the original pre-market move. So we dropped down, found some base around 450, 460 areas and pushing right back up to pre-market areas. Now we're looking for support around VWAP. That is what is being offered covered on EVTL. The question is, can we get back to this $10, $8 range eventually for EVTL, especially with that positive catalyst of that deal going through for these guys not too long ago? Oh, I'm watching MARA right now going out of money for me slightly. So Mara pushing up. Thankfully, not much size over here on this trade, so I can give it all the way up to 11 and then take all my size at the $11 area, which might be coming in very soon. But make sure you're keeping a track on your blotter over here that tracks your cryptocurrencies. So as cryptocurrencies pushing back down, or at least Bitcoin pushing back down a little bit, look at that wall of red. Wall of red pushing Bitcoin right back to the downside. So that should help us out on Mara short.
take a sip of water, Pat. I'm just watching a couple of things here. I'm still trying to manage the Amazon trade, Tesla. The Google trade I'm not really managing, I'll be honest. It's just kind of doing its thing. Yeah, let's take a look at what you guys are taking trading today. We've been talking about a lot of our trades. That Mara trade, I think I'm waiting more patiently for the 11 area, just because I've had trouble kind of shorting and trying to pick tops recently, at least. In the market, so I don't want to try and do that again today. I want to make sure that I actually wait for a key level more so. So that's going to be 11 on the Mara. For me, I do like the short offer there. It's up 34% on the day, and I'm not trying to be like, or Prad and I are not trying to be like Debbie Downers or anything like that. Trying to send this back down. Obviously, it's having a huge move on the day, but I'm just trying to play the trade, right? You got to lean both ways. I think naturally I'm a little bit more bullish. Prad maybe naturally a little bit more bearish. But that being said, you got to be able to kind of play both ways and take advantage of both moves in the market, because then you can make money in every single scenario, basically.
I'm 100% bear, baby. I did not have fun going longs. I'll be honest. Like, even though I made money on Boeing and Baba Long, I'm not excited about making money on those trades at all.
There is something about making money.
About Tesla,
there is something about making money going short, though. I don't know. It feels like
at the end of the day, I am emotionless no matter what. I'm always looking for more opportunities and more trades. But if you ever see me talking about a stock, most likely it's going to be about how I shorted this or how I shorted that. I'm a short seller. And do I have to apologize for that? I don't think so. I'm a short seller. I do what I do. I look for my opportunities the way I look for them. And everyone is different. That's the beauty of this market. There's people who are more long inclined. There's people who are more short inclined. And that makes the great, wonderful market that we take part of on a day-to-day basis. Thoughts on QD, please, as a long question mark? Well, it depends on what you believe on the position. If you believe these Asian ADR stocks are going to keep on having a move to the north side, then yeah, go long. If not, then probably just stay hands off on it. For me, QD looks like an absolute no trade, honestly. The trade was in the opening of the day when most of the volume was. Now that the volume is completely dying off, FXI doesn't want to go to the north side. FXI is AMEX. FXI doesn't want to go back to the high side. BABA keeps on rejecting VWAP. Pinduo Duo keeps on also rejecting VWAP, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's PDD about to reject VWAP to the second time as we're pushing up. Multiple reasons as to why I'm not bothered about even looking at Asian Chinese ADRs. Now, that being said, if you want to go for a long, there's an okay risk to reward trade over here. You can maybe give it to the 100 period EMA to the downside for a possible 1:1 trade back to VWAP if that's what you're looking for. 1:1 trades are never exciting for me, so not interested in that trade at all.
Yeah, exactly. XOM through a support level. Yeah, we haven't looked at XOM today, so let's take a quick look at that. Or like CVX or what's the other one? Oxy. We haven't looked at those at all today, so maybe we could do a quick run through of the
Should have taken profits now, huh, buddy?
Of on Tesla, yeah. I think Prad just wants to see me fail on this Tesla short.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
But yeah, we'll just let that one ride. It is struggling with VWAP, but yeah, we'll see. Gonna be patient with that one. I've been fluctuating the same amount of money with that one, so I don't really care. Amazon seems to be working for me though, but yeah, let's quickly talk about XOM now.
Salty Prad, yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
Up 3% today. It's back in this range. It did have a little bit of a gap up today. I think.
Oh, now it looks good.
I think like an oil line or something like that got shut down. To like it was sending oil to Germany, if I'm not mistaken. I think Greg sent an article about that this morning. But this 80 level is huge for XOM. Let's take a quick look at and see if there's similar moves in Oxy and also CVX. Just to kind of run through the I guess, yeah, similar move in Oxy today as well. Again, just trading in the same range, which is quite interesting. You know, all these same stocks, or all the stocks within the sector, all trading with the same range. CVX not as strong today,
Come on, push
but
down.
man, these names have just come off so hard recently, like since I guess the beginning of June. I really want to see them back up here, you know, testing the highs, and then we can start, you know, really trying to go long. Because now we're trying to buy dips and whatnot, but you know, you guys know the dips can definitely keep dipping, and you know, you don't want to get run over if you're trying to do that. You know, wait for key levels, of course.
Wait for key levels indeed. Someone in the chat said V3 AGGR is ready. Is it v3.aggr.trade? Is that the link for it? It is the link for it. Yeah, this is not bad. Can I pop this guy out? I cannot pop him out, can I? Oh, I can. Duplicate maybe? What just happened? Oh, it just freaked out. I don't like that. I don't like that. No, I don't like this at all. Okay, we're going to close this. We're going to figure that website out later on, and we'll get back to that for another time. All right, where are we going to? It does look like the market wants to come back down. So, yeah, Tesla shorts might just end up hitting like 740, 735s or so at some point today. So do hold on to it, but just be a good friend and cover some for me. Just so I can realize some of those profits vicariously through you. Realize some of those profits. No, you trade how you want. And that's the, you know, what do we say to the viewers? Trade your own book, right? Trade your own levels,
right?
trade your own stock.
Don't take an execution just because Brad is telling you to cover your short because you're a little bit jealous.
Cover so I can
you know,
feel good.
Just trade your own book. That Tesla trade now is $6.50 in the money for me. It's really working nicely. So that 750 was money, man. That 750 level, that was huge for Tesla. It had to turn around eventually. We can take a quick look at it on my screen here. It had to turn around eventually today. And what better area than that 750 area? Again, just trying to find confluence, trying to build a trade thesis or idea around a key level on the daily, and that was 750 on Tesla. Now Amazon is working for me as well. Let's go. That's at 30 cents in the money as well. I was adding, and I told you guys I was taking one more shot at Amazon. I added one more time in front of this 117.20 because I didn't believe it. There wasn't enough buying up there to really scare me out. So I held strong, and now we're taking profits as it dips below the 117 area. I'm bidding for Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon short off this 117 area. I'm bidding again to take more profits, but now my average is even better at 117.60. 117.16 and in the money about 30 cents on this name. So that seems to be really working well for me now as the market pulls back and looks to test this consolidation range around the 38.90 area.
Hey, Brad, how do you stop your loss when shorting? Get out of it. You get out of the trade when you know that it's not working out for you. It's that simple. You know, the market will tell you very quickly and very easily that the trade's not working for you. For example, Mara, I'm losing money right now. It's telling me you're wrong. It's telling me your idea is wrong, your execution's wrong, your price is wrong, your trade is wrong, everything's wrong. But how much conviction do I have on this trade? What are other things telling me? What is the spot market for Bitcoin telling me? It popped up and now we dropped back down. We broke that support or resistance that was supposed to act as a support. It's not going to act as a support. We're going back down to most likely the volume point of control level, which is around the 22,000 area. All these factors combined, Mara is just taking off because there's a bunch of traders who just want to go long on it and they want to test that $11 area. So as long as we break 11 up to 11.10, 11.15, that's not a problem for me. I'm going to keep on looking for the short opportunities. Once it breaks that final line in the sand that I know I am wrong, 11.15, 11.20, random arbitrary number, a good points above $11 to show me that the stops have been burnt and now the sellers are also wiped out and the buyers are still coming in above $11. Then I know I'm wrong. That's the only way I know I'm wrong. Without that, the market hasn't shown me any variables telling me, Prad, you're wrong, you should lose on this trade. So I'm going to keep on holding on to it as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are now pushing back to the downside. As we said it would, 3,900. I don't see 3,900 rejecting until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock today. The reason why, there's no volume. We're lunchtime at the moment. Lunchtime, lower volume period. Market's going to go even slower for you. For those of you who thought the market was slow all day, wait till we see market doing nothing for the next few minutes, right? So this is why we look for these opportunities over here. If this breaks 11.15, I'm probably taking my small little loss and moving away from it. But until that happens, we hold on to it.
I'm going to satisfy Prad's ego a bit here. I covered my Tesla trade in front of VWAP.
All of it? No, you should have taken some.
The reason being is because the market was pulling back. It was showing some weakness and coming to this consolidation area around here, right? But Tesla was struggling with VWAP, right? It wasn't able to really break down below VWAP. It showed some glimpses of, you know, some weakness below there, and then getting quickly reclaimed. So that was my thesis for covering that one. I'm still in the Amazon short. That's working. And Google as well on the long side. But today, we actually have a surprise for you guys.
Man, stop waking my phone up.
We have a surprise for you guys. It's going to be Tony checking in for the second half of the midday show here. So you guys are in for a treat. Tony's going to be great. And it's my time to kind of get off the show here. But as always, guys, it's a pleasure for being here.
Good trade,
and I'm happy to share some good trades with you guys.
Great
and good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, you guys thought you guys were done with Tony. You guys got rid of Tony forever. No longer will you be able to see Tony. Psych. We got Tony back on the show here, Midday Movers. Tony's going to be logging in pretty soon as Ian is actually looking to cover some more of his trades. Hey, mate, you know you can go back to your other desk and trade there, right? You don't got to cover your trades. Let them work for you. Work out for him. Work out for him. Anyways, here goes MARA right now, pushing back to the downside. What did I say? As long as you believe in the trade and you know your levels, you take that trade. Don't listen to other people. Don't listen to the chat. Don't listen to anybody else but for yourself, because you are the trader. You are the one making those executions. You are the one taking those losses and those wins. You are responsible for every single thing you do in this job. That's the beauty about it. Nobody else is responsible but you, yourself, and I was going to say but it doesn't work that way. All right, NVIDIA, what a joke. Up double what AMD is and 3 times the SMH index, the semiconductor index, I'm guessing is what you're saying. NVIDIA, so let's go check out NVDA. Yeah, I expected the stock to launch up the way it did with the semiconductor ETFs going crazy today. I was honestly expecting even 170 to come into play so I could short 170 instead. So 170 not coming in, not going to be able to get a short. I want to short 170. That's my only rule. So I'm not going to be able to short it. I'm just going to have to be waiting patiently for that level to come into play. AMD, though, ooh-wee, baby. You got to love the move on AMD today, too. Up 3%, above $80. Currently did break 84 slightly to 54 cents above 80. But, yeah, now coming back down with the rest of the market. Look at Tesla, Ian. You didn't have to cover all of it, Ian. I just wanted you to cover a little bit so in case it popped back up, you don't have to worry about it. Now Tesla is a lot more in the money, and I feel bad for him now, and I feel bad for myself as the market is bringing back the stock a little bit more. Let's go check out Amazon for Ian, as he did take that short too. Amazon not really doing a whole lot, a lot stronger than the market today. Look at the size on Amazon on 116.90. That's pretty surprising for me. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, about 40,000 shares on 116.90. Yeah, it got taken out, but that's pretty interesting. You know what else is interesting? The fact that Amazon has more volume today than Google. How is that even possible? Oh my goodness. Amazon has more volume than Google today, and that's after Google splitting. Like, come on, that's a joke. But you know what's not a joke? For anyone who shorts Mara with me, write those profits now as Mara is about to turn green. I tried to take more shorts above $11, did not get more shares on that side. So if we push back above here to 11 or closer to 11, I will be taking more shares. Currently only a penny in the money or 3 pennies in the money, so nothing to be too proud of. But pushing the downside is Mara, and I get to be right one more time today. Good call on Mara, mate. You're welcome. You're welcome. Do that again. New member a new member on Trader TV over here. Welcome, Andrew Miguel. Welcome to the green side, as Miss Lee would say it if she is here with us at the moment. Nice 24% gain on Mara. Take his advice and don't listen to shows. Let's go, baby. 34%. Take that money, baby. And yeah, at the end of the day, you always want to trade your own book, horrible. And that's the part of it. You don't want to be copying my trades. You want to be copying your own trades, your own mind. Just trade that. No one's asking you to copy my trades. You know it. Short Mara and Pratty Daddy via some puts. Loving that. You're welcome, Greg Moore. You're welcome. Let's go. Hey, some people are making money. Some people want to go the other side and make money that way. Making money is any side as possible. I timed the top on Mara. Yes, sir. Yeah, the $11 level. That's what the Ian was calling out earlier. I was a little impatient. I went short as soon as the spot market, which is the Bitcoin market, started turning back around. I went short based off of that, and I was getting ready to load up more at the $11 area. At the end of the day, still a successful trade for all of us who are in part of this trade, and also a successful trade for anyone who's long. I don't understand why that viewer had to be a little rude on that side. Don't listen to Pred. I'm 30% of the money. Listen, man, congratulations on your trade. People probably want to finish that long and go short now so they can make money on the short side too. You don't got to be rude in the chat, my friend. Make money. That's all we care about. Make that money. Tesla, though, holy moly, my fat finger screwed me on that trade. Would have been $10 in the money now, as we are 740, 742 on Tesla. I'm about to break this keyboard on top of my head. Bang, bang, bang. Are you ready? Because my throat is drying up over here.
Geez, thanks for taking
my
over
throat's
so
drying
long.
up.
Sorry,
but no, you're good. Mara is in the money, like, once again, but let's move on from that one. Money, 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 money. That's right, money, money indeed. WDFC attracts bull rating at DA Davidson on long-term growth outlook. WDFC on NASDAQ. It is on NASDAQ. Only 77,000 shares traded, though, so not sure if we can even make an execution on this. If I can't trade a stock with even 100 shares, it's not worth my time. It's absolutely not worth my time, and I cannot trade this stock for 100 shares because as soon as I punch, I'll be $50 out of the money. I'll instantly be $50 out of the money, and for me to even punch out of my profit, I'll be worried as there is no volume on the stock. NASDAQ 11K coming. Whoa, chill out on that one, my friend. We're at 12K right now. 11K far way out. You're probably talking about weeks or months out from here. So we'll let that time come. You don't have to say 11K just yet. Let's see 4K on the S&P 500 first, which is your ES futures. Let's see 4K on the S&P 500 first. In fact, let's see 39.10 and 39.15 break first on the S&P 500, which could happen tomorrow, which could happen sometime this week, which could never happen this month, right? Just a bunch of scenarios out there to keep an eye out for. 39.10 breaks, 39.15 breaks. I think we have a move to 4K on the S&P 500. If 39.15 doesn't break and we keep on rejecting, I think we have a move to 3,800 to the downside, and that's going to bring us in NASDAQ back to 12K to the downside and probably break 12K.
Oh, geez, Fred. Wow, thanks for taking it over for so long. I apologize.
No, you're good, brother. Welcome home. Welcome back. We missed you. You know, the viewers, when they got the sad news that you're not going to, no more Tony Tuesdays, the viewers pretty sure were crying. I got a couple emo letters and little crying emojis to my phone saying, no, Tony, what's wrong? Did he get fired? And I'm like, no, he's a busy man. He's a busy man. Real quick, though, Mara short, now in the money, time to take profits. You're welcome for whoever was short with me. Back to the big boy, Tony.
Absolutely. Wow, I didn't know you guys are so... Well, no, thank you for all the support, I got to say. But no,
I unsubscribed when Tony canceled.
No, we'll always have Fred on the show. But yeah, I'll be filling in for just Luca this week as I think he's out for just a little bit. But he'll be back in due course. And for today, I'll be joining Fred as his co-host. So it's a pleasure. And it's been quite a while since I first joined you on the show. I think it was back in February or March, I believe.
In that corner?
Yeah, and back when you're sitting back there before we renovated the entire floor. So it's been an absolute... pleasure to come back, quite nostalgic now, and let's make some good trades together on this very exciting day. So
yeah, buddy.
I heard you were mentioning you're looking to short this NASDAQ, and I absolutely agree. I think NASDAQ has moved a bit too high in the past couple of days, and for me, I tend to view my long-term account somewhat often. Every time I see a couple of straight days of gains, I know something is going to pull back very imminently and very strongly as well, so I'm kind of spooked in this market as we head into Fed decision day as to where the NASDAQ would go. So right now we're trading for the Qs at around 296, 295. And I think at the moment the markets are moving quite strong on good bank earnings. Was it Goldman Sachs today posting good bond trading results? Bank of America missing revenues, but apparently that doesn't matter. They're up for today as well. But as for tech stocks, so far we're just holding steady. I think we may actually have found the bottom in the long term as we hope that inflation hopefully peaks at 9.1%. Again, we just keep saying we hope it peaked and it keeps going higher and higher and higher every time they do CPI. But so far, again, Qs I think kind of diverged against the headlines, or at least what we've been seeing and expecting the past couple of days. But still, I think today we've made quite a strong move. I favor the short side in the general index, and I'm looking to short some individual stocks, perhaps some of the banks that have somewhat overextended, in my opinion. But I will be looking for a trade to enter shortly. Brad, what trades are you in currently?
I'm actually out of all my trades at the moment. Taking a good profit on MARA over there. You saw me take profits on Tesla not too long ago. BABA. Currently, man, it's that time of the day where it's okay to not be in a trade.
Yeah.
It's okay to not be in a trade. It's people looking for a trade right now are usually the people who either took losses in the morning. Sadly, it happens. It's the nature of the game. You take losses and you're trying to recoup those losses at the worst time of the day. This is not the time for you to be revenge trading your way back to profit areas. You're going to have the rest of the day after 2 o'clock, after 3 o'clock, when the volume comes back into the market where you don't have to fight algorithms and robots. Now, for the people who've already made money on the day, it's time to preserve the capital. Neil's not here right now, but Neil will say this multiple times. The name of the game is to save how much money can I not lose. It's not how much money I can make per trade. It's how much money can I save myself from losing once I have made that $1 or $2. So that's the name of the game now for anyone who's made money, for example, myself or for Ian or for anybody, right? You don't have to go out there fighting algorithms, fighting robots, and taking executions in the middle of the range. Look at S&P 500. We're in the middle of the range for the S&P 500 based off of the pre-market highs and the opening lows. We're absolute dead smack middle, trading around VWAP and kissing VWAP all day. Boring movements on the S&P 500. NASDAQ is thankfully giving us a little bit more excitement, a little bit more oomph within the range that we're stuck in. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. So at least we're getting a little bit more oomph in the tech sector than the S&P 500. So on time periods like these, when volume's going down, when market's going sideways, it is completely okay to not make a trade. Completely okay.
I absolutely agree. I think Greg was talking something about the volume smile, and that most of the trading happens right when the market opens and right when the market closes. At the moment, it seems like it's lunchtime, and so everyone's leaving their desk, taking some time off. People that made profit, like Brad said, perhaps taking some of that in and try not to lose it. The longer I've been trading, the longer I think I somewhat realized that trading is not about thinking about the best case scenario, but more or less preventing the worst case scenario, and that's pretty much to me is making good profit in the morning off of a nice trade or doing some nice scalping, and just being careless during the midday when you have a lot lower volume and you don't see a good trade that you like, but you want to trade just for the fun of it, and then giving up some profit on a trade that you didn't really like that much anyways. So, the longer I end up trading, I feel as though just making really good trades. It's not about, winning 50 trades and then losing 50. It's about, just taking the only trades that you think are really good, the highest conviction trades you have, and just sticking with those. And if there's nothing to trade, just, that's why, there exists other hobbies, or even go on like, a practice trading account, or, find something else to do. You can watch Day Trade the World and just watch us trade. So plenty of things to do, but just avoid trading for the fun of it. I think that's the biggest mistake a lot of new traders make. And so that's why here on the show, we try to make fewer trades, but make sure those trades are really good quality.
Yeah, well put, well said over there. The name of the game at the end of the day is to look for the perfect opportunities and smash those opportunities when they do arise, like a sniper, right? Like a sniper
Absolutely.
On a rock hunting Bambi.
That's exactly.
You just want to wait for Bambi to come into your sights, and then you breathe, you hold down sight, and then you hold your breath, and you take that shot perfectly. If everything's aligned in the wind direction and everything's good, you get a nice clean shot and you get a nice clean kill, and you get to eat that meat for about how long can you eat deer for? Like a year or something?
Possibly.
Right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I hear Joe Rogan talking about it on his podcast. I think when he went deer hunting or buck hunting or whatever, he apparently saves it in his freezer and he eats it for like a year straight.
Wow.
So they last for a long time over there. Obviously not sure how that works, but I'm sure Chef Joe in chat probably knows more about that, about curing meats and so on. Let's get back to the market here. It was Bambi's mom. Elk actually. It's not either of those animals I mentioned. It's elk meat. You're right. Let's get back to the market here as NASDAQ seems to want to cancel the ride to the north side and now push back down. We expected this move in the S&P 500. We expected this move from the NASDAQ. Oh, what was that?
Hit my mic.
Oh, that scared the crap out of me. I was like, what was that? Okay, so Sean's getting his mic because he sees his favorite host on the show, so he's coming on most likely as a guest appearance. Yeah, you'll see your boy Sean and most likely Neil. They're just coming back from their meeting, and even Brendo came back from his meeting. That's why we missed his segments today a little bit, but hopefully we'll get some segments coming on more. Here's the People's Trader.
People's Traders in the building.
How's the mic? I just want to say, Tony, told you we'd get Tony back in the business.
What's up, baby?
You know, how's everything going over here?
Oh, it's been going
We
great.
just had a very long meeting, so we're very excited, and we're glad to have Tony back.
Yeah, I'm glad
here.
to be
How
here.
was Ian? Was it Trader Ian?
Yeah.
No Trader Luca today?
No, he's
Unfortunately
sick.
Oh, he's sick.
he'll be
Okay,
back soon, though.
okay. What's the NASDAQ doing?
Range bound
We're
all
still
day.
long a bunch of trades, so I'm going to go back to my desk. I just want to say, we brought Tony back, paired him with Prad, so let's see how this goes.
Oh,
Yes,
it's
sir.
going to be exciting. It's going to be great. Now,
All right, we'll be back.
I want to ask Tony about this because, every time you did come on Tuesdays, talk to the viewers. Sadly, I was not here. I was too busy doing whatever else I was doing. But apparently you talk a lot about XBI and LabVIEWs and so on. What's your outlook on that sector today?
Oh, it's funny, actually. I think I exited my long-term positions right at the bottom of pretty much the drought. XBI has been doing absolutely terribly compared to a lot of other sectors. Tech has obviously been having a terrible year, but biotech, XBI, it's more of like a clinical stage rather than like a pharmaceutical ETF. But even so, XBI was once at $174 during the peak of the everything bubble back in February of 2021, when all growth stocks were at massive, massive valuations. And pretty much from what we saw in the beginning of the year, it was absolutely brutal. It would follow the Qs down on red days, and it would not go up on any green day, or perhaps you might see it go up 0.5% when the Qs actually recover around 3 or something like that. But people are calling it an uninvestable sector. You had a bunch of different companies. They're trading below the cash value. They had no debt on their books. They're holding 50 million cash. And the market cap of these companies is something like $20 million because people are putting a negative valuation on their pipeline, saying that the company's worth less than the actual cash they have on hand. So if that's not a bearish valuation or sentiment on the industry, I don't know what is. But more recent days, I know after I left the position, Neil was saying, well, now that's the bottom, and I think that proves right. XBI now trading at around $82, around the 83 range, higher than, geez, I gotta get some water, excuse me. But a lot higher than what it was during the bottom this year. I think we're at around the 62 or 63 marks on XBI. So LabVIEW, I don't know what that quite equates to, but the 3x leverage pretty much down, something like 97% from the very highest. So if you zoom out a little bit on the candlestick and we use the days instead of the minutes, I think this XBI now has made quite a strong comeback. I don't know if I'd buy in at this range, seeing that we might expect 75 or 100 basis points being hiked later this month. But nonetheless, I think finally this is an oversold sector. I think for a long term, it will someday come back. And there's still a lot of good bargain deals, I'd say, in this sector. A lot of failed pipelines. You see the stocks are down 85, 90% to have therapeutics or biosciences at the end of their names. I'm involved in quite a few of those. A lot of those names that I won't mention them on the show because they're so small cap and I won't be pumping any of these. But they've been up 50, 75, 100% from their bottoms just a few months ago. So I think we've seen a little bit of revitalization in XBI. We might see this as a very good long-term hold or even like a scalping instrument if you're more or less on the day trading frame. But I think I favored alongside on XBI now and we might see some more of a recovery.
Notice the beauty between, I want to pinpoint on something that he said. I don't want to mention the stock names because I don't want to pump it. Name another show that says something close to that. I hear people naming pump and dump stocks on their shows all the time because they want to use you as their exit liquidity. We're talking about stocks such as Teslas, Apples all day, and we can't pump and dump those stocks. Mm-hmm. And then the stocks that maybe could be pump and dumped on, we are even going the extra route as going and saying we're not going to even mention those names because we personally own them and we don't want you to seem like we're using you as liquidity to exit upon. And if that's not worthy of hitting the like or subscribe button more than your other third-party companies or third-party streamers that are just pumping and dumping and getting sued by the SEC, I don't know what is at that point. And real quick, I want to say, I think that's the first time I've seen a little mustache coming on your face, buddy.
Geez.
You're growing a nice little mustache over there. This guy's getting older by the minute, growing up in front of us. It's been a wild journey so far watching this man grow up from that desk to the front office, and now from the front front office to these seats and even to the point where you are. Tony, it's been an absolute pleasure being around with you. But look at this market right now, buddy, coming back to the downside. 2 VWAP goes NASDAQ, to below VWAP, and right back to almost lower day ranges goes S&P 500. That means that Tesla short should be good right about now, even more. Wait a minute. Tesla looks like it popped from 742 back to VWAP, and now it's still rejecting VWAP. So that Tesla short, for anyone who's still holding that, might just be able to get a bigger move out of this. Maybe not. I'm seeing 740 as a support, honestly. And if you were to draw a trend line over here, it would probably be around here somewhere. I think Tesla forms support. I think S&P 500 holds up over here on this low. I don't think we break this low today. If we do, I'll be pretty surprised. The next support from here will be around 3840 for the S&P 500. The only reason I'm saying that is because I remember trading that level after 3840. We got 3800. I think Arun would just simply wrap it down to 3,800 and call it a day. I like to have more levels in between. That's because I don't have the shutdown that Arun has to give the stocks the wiggle room that he can. So I have to pick levels in smaller ranges than big boy Arun can.
Yeah, Arun, he's a very convicted trader, and I think that's what happens when you have a lot of experience. He knows the play, he knows what he's looking for, he knows all the signs, he knows exactly what his game plan is, when to get in, when to get out. And so he's not scared about some of these levels, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be scared. I think being paranoid is actually good for being a trader. You're worried about what could go wrong all the time. But I just want to say thank you, Prad, so much for all your kind words. It's been an absolute pleasure being on the show. It's something that I wasn't quite expecting when I first came here. I think I was more or less supposed to be in the back office the entire time. But no, it was always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. The first day I think I was on, which was back in February or March. But unfortunately, we didn't have too many co-host shows in between. But I'm glad I'm back here now. And couldn't be more happy trading with you today. And I think great call in the markets, by the way. I was inspired to go short on the Qs when you said that we were looking to fade it just a little bit. And when you look at this trade now, I think by pure luck, I called the top of this one. And now we're heading towards the downside on the Qs. I'm more interested in the Qs these days. A little bit more volatility than the ES or the S&P, what have you, whichever instrument you were to prefer. But so far, I think we might look for a little bit of reversal. Again, I think the catalyst seems kind of weak, a little bit overextended. And I favor the short side. If I have the patience for it, I like to hold this towards the end, towards the closing bell. I'm short-term bearish on the markets, so perhaps you might see the Qs go below 1% today. But yeah, no, I agree with Pred, and we're going to see if this can go a little bit lower. As for what my target is here, I think just hold it and wait for like a certain time interval, which again, that's not really technical analysis. That's just closing your eyes, taking a walk, coming back, and hopefully it goes in your favor, which is not exactly the ideal trade. But nonetheless, I've noticed so many people who are just saying to themselves, I know I'm short this, but I'm going to see the profits. You're going to come in. And I can't resist. I got to take that profit. I got paper hands. Like I said, I got the worst case out there. That's what the doctors told me. Diagnosed with those paper hands we talked about on the first segment. But I think for some people, like myself included, what I really want to just do is to log out of here right now and come back later, and obviously have a stop loss in case the thing just rips higher. But sometimes having conviction is something you have mentally, but actually executing a trade turns out to be a lot harder than planning the trade. And I know Sean has no issue with this. He's a great scalper, making great profits every day. Brad as well, I think a much better trader than I am. For me, I like to trade in the long term, but I always have to have some strategies to diamond hands. In terms of me holding long-term plays, which by the way, I apologize anybody holding Unity. I think that was a terrible merger with the Iron Source, by the way, laying off their employees and doing a $4.4 billion merger at 60% above market valuation at the time. So sorry if anybody took that. But what I was saying was in terms of diamond handing some of these plays, especially when they go against you, I have to do some terrible things like sell a illiquid out-of-the-money call just so I can't exit a position if it's like a Roth IRA or something like that, where it doesn't let you have like a naked short position on a call. You're essentially forced into holding your long position because you have a short leap against you. So that kind of locks you into holding a stock for like 3 years, which again, not great for if you're day trading, but if you're long-term investing, that's how I somehow manage with my paper hands.
Sean just tweeting something. Apparently, it's exactly what Tony was talking about. I've said this numerous times on Trader TV Live that the biggest change for me is believing with 2 eyes. I like that. Believing in my trades and letting them work. I am still in this meta trades as I as I look to get better at holding with conviction. Yeah, baby, the bottom of the day long 166, still holding some for this, what, holy moly, 170s. Oh man, let's go, Sean. Coming in with the fire once again on Meta platforms today. Facebook launching to the north side with the rest of the tech sector, up almost 4% at one point, I would guess, but now up 3.5 and finding a base around $170. What a crazy move in the sector in general today. And you know, Ian was talking about this too, about having conviction in your trades. And I said that for a little bit about Mara. You know, I knew if Bitcoin did what Bitcoin did right here, you know, I told you I'm expecting Bitcoin to go back to the volume point of control, which is where most of the volume transacted on this chart that you see. So from here till here, most of the volume transacted at this red line. The Bitcoin broke out all the way to the north side, but coming back and failing this area as a support indicates that we're going to go back to the volume point of control area. So that means Mara popping up over here is all fugazi, it's all nonsense. We're going to look for a short opportunity. Even though I had to hold it 40 cents against me, my conviction is what allowed me to hold that. I'm your type of trader who will get in and out, in and out, in and out multiple times for small losses. That way my average will be good at the end of the day, and whatever losses I had will get wiped out immediately, and I'll be able to turn that trade into a big enough of a winner. But with Mara, the conviction that Sean was talking about, just knowing that your idea of a trade is more logical than what the market's telling you, that's how you should be maybe thinking about your conviction on that side. And a couple things, Tony, that you said about, you know, I want to take the trade and set my stop loss and just walk away. That's actually a story behind that. We used to have a trader, I'm not going to mention his name at all. We used to have a trader on the floor, a little bit of a crazy guy, honestly. A little bit of a crazy guy. Luca next used to sit with this guy. Luca knows a lot of stories about this guy. This guy would get into a big futures position, not micros, futures position, just get up and go Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons?
Just get up and go to Tim Hortons, and Luca would be sitting there beside him watching his screen, freaking out that his P&L is just like up 5,000, down 5,000, up 10,000, down 10,000. While this guy's out getting coffee from Tim Hortons, and Luca is here managing his like 10 share positions as a trainee, and he's like, oh, what's going on? And freaking out and whatnot. Great stories about that, about, you know, just setting your stop and moving. Let the market tell you if you're right or wrong at the crazy levels. Right? I like that idea, but I'm more of your hands-on. I believe, like Mark, I don't believe, I think it is, that the market is a living organism. It changes by the second, by the minute, based on catalyst, based on volume, based on size, based on psychology. Yes. It's a living organism. So you may have the right idea when you enter the trade and you throw out your stop, but that idea could be washed out and could be changed later on in the next 10 minutes, in the next hour, to the point where maybe covering that trade over there when the market gave you that catalyst to cover would have been better instead of just throwing that stop out and walking away from it. That's why when I'm in a position, it's very hard for me to leave my desk. I like to sit there and monitor every single catalyst that's coming out, but that's just the type of trader I am. And it's more stressful the way I'm doing it, because the way you're doing it, you can just set it your stop, and if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Just let the market decide for you.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I think I kind of agree that your way of trading is definitely the more conventional way and the way I would go about doing it. It's great if you could execute on which I'm sure you made some really, really great trades. Actually, for me, though, it's just, there's nothing more painful than like saying you're going to go long on a stock, you see a little bit of a profit, and it's like, oh, I want to take this money because, you know, you're worried about losing that money. Sometimes it happens. And, you know, you close it, you walk back an hour later, and you see it's like you would have made so much more, and you're just like beating yourself up over it. It's like, oh, why can't I just have that patience? You know, it's funny, actually. We were the other day, we're having a discussion. It's like, why isn't there more women on the trading floor? You know, it's a big question. You know, finance is mostly a main-dominated field, but even like in terms of you know, retail trading, it's mostly with men. And I think I've read a few books about it. The common conclusion is that men are simply quite confident in what they do, even if they're wrong. They don't like admitting they're wrong, and that's fine, right? I'm a man myself. I don't like admitting things when I'm wrong. Unfortunately, I'm wrong quite often when I'm in this industry, so that's transparent. But the thing is, it's like you need to have a lot of conviction. You need to have a lot of confidence in what you're doing is right. And even when things go against you, you know, getting scared is one thing, but if that's your plan, you're saying that's part of my plan, and it can go this way, and even if it happens, I'm going to do, say, if it goes down like, you know, 0.5% against me, I'm still long. When it actually happens, you go against your initial plan, and you say, well, I'm too scared now, and this might go further, I'm going to close it, it's like trading against your plan is just something you don't really want to do. And that's the first thing that I was taught here when I first entered. And it's like a winning trade is not one that, say, you actually make the most money on, but it's one that you have a plan and you go by the book. And if the plan works out, great. If it doesn't work out, great, because you traded the plan. And executing the trade is, I'd say the most important part of trading. And obviously if your plan doesn't work in a long time, well, that's something else. You might have to get a better plan, which happens. I like to trade my plan quite often. But just being able to have that trade, have that conviction, and just go with it, that's really hard to do. And I think that's one of the reasons why, simulated trading, people do so much better, because they're not worried all the time. They're not stressing out. They have the plan. They actually go with it because they don't have to worry about losing money.
Also,
and
the orders don't hit the market,
exactly.
so it's easier that way. It's way easier to make money when your orders are not hitting the market, and market makers and other traders are not seeing your orders hit the market. It's way easier trading that way for sure. I want to go over to, there's a question for you actually. What happened with your QQQ short?
Yes, I saw that. It's funny. The other day I was looking at correlations in the market. I was wondering, trading the trend's nice. I want to see if we take every single instance where there's 5 green candles or 5 red candles, what tends to happen at the 6th candle? I was expecting a continuation of the trend. Like after 5 green candles, there's a 60% chance that the next one's going to be green. If there's 5 red, there's one that might be red afterwards, like a good probability.
On what?
Just in any time frame, like a minute chart, 5 minutes, 15, and
like
a day.
On
even.
any stock, anything?
Typically an index is what I was looking at, particularly the Qs as well as the SPY, the ES. And it turns out, from what I found, it's quite the opposite actually. It turns out around like after 5 green ones, there's like only a 43% chance the next one's going to be green, and about the same true for the reverse. Actually, on the downside, it's a little bit more common to see a continuation after 5 reds. You might see a 6th one, but even so, it's less than 50%. So what I saw here was basically a couple red candles, 6 in fact, and I paid attention. I saw a green candle, blue on my chart because I like the color blue. But I saw pretty much an end of this trend. And from there, I saw this was a huge move down, about 70 cents, 80 cents in the money. And, as much as I want to just hold this short, because I do think it's going to go lower towards the end of the day, this is a good trade. And so when you see a good trade, you can't go wrong taking profits. Again, if this thing just continues moving to the downside without even coming back up a little bit to re-enter the position, I'll be a little bit upset at myself, again, for having those paper hands or butter hands. I think someone was calling in the chat. But pretty much when I see the end of a trend, I think that's this time to get out. And that's kind of what we saw with a lot of the stocks, kind of like growth stocks towards the last year or 2 years. We're kind of like a reverse U shape almost, where it's not like suddenly it drops 20%, but I think Carvana is a great name, where it kind of looks like a reverse U, just curling downwards. And if I could just pull this up, I think this is like a definition of a stock that has not been doing so well. If I can even remember the ticker here. Carvana, up 8% today, but this is what, back at $23? If you take a look at the long term, if you pull back towards the daily candles down to minutes, you'll see a lot of these names, and again, Carvana is no exception. This looks like a reverse U. If you zoom like really far out, this not a perfect U, but you see the curvature kind of where we start seeing the trend break, lower lows, and it just keeps going lower and lower and lower. And so that's the reason why kind of buying the dip isn't really a great idea. And I call myself as a member of the support group Dip Buyers Anonymous. Perhaps we should rename to Knife Catchers Anonymous, because again, markets just keep going lower and lower and lower. But looks like we got some earnings plays on your side.
Yeah, quick little look at the earnings board over here. J&J, Hasbro, IBM. I think that's FBK. That's not FBK. Financial Corp. A couple more banks coming up over here. We got International Business Machines coming up also at the end of the day. Halliburton. So decent names. Here's the board that actually matters for, where do we go? A little too far, a little too right. Here we go. This is the one where it starts to get active a little bit tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. So Tesla, Netflix coming on to board over here, Biogen. So we have some fun names coming on board. Earnings week, obviously, so lots of excitement for the markets. Stay tuned as more catalysts start to pour into the market and more possibility of markets to move around. Something that I do remember noticing is apparently Netflix could have a wider loss in in subscribers than the last time they mentioned they had a loss in. Yeah, Netflix is up 4% today. You know how I don't like to play those lotto gamble trades where you're trading the earnings report before the report even comes out and you're just guessing and rolling the dice over here. You much rather better off going to a casino and betting it all on green on a roulette table than playing this random gamble of earnings drop over here. But I'll be for sure trading Netflix tomorrow. I'll be here live, and if it's after hours, then I'll be having more fun with it after hours than I will have during the morning in the show for sure. But Netflix, man, earnings coming out. Let's see how those numbers play out. Yesterday, I started watching Resident Evil, the TV show on Netflix. Hot garbage. Hot garbage. Like, what is this show? The director and the editor, for sure, are like just so distracted. The direction is so crazy. Like, I was a big fan of Resident Evil, the movies and the games. This is so hot garbage.
Oh, wow, that's disappointing.
Hot garbage.
The game was such a big thing back when I was growing up. Like Resident Evil, I think it was 3 or something like that. And perhaps if I got the series wrong, I couldn't convince my parents to let me play the game, unfortunately. But no, it was like the big thing. And it's like to hear that, unfortunately, Netflix scuffed the reboots or the show. That's just unfortunate to hear, but can't blame them. Their stock's down like what, from $700 to like $190 at this point. Hard to believe that they're once like a $200 billion company, something like that. Now they're under 100. I think they're like 300-400 actually. But yeah, spending's been down, so I'm guessing they don't have as much money to hire some better directors into producing some of their content. I remember there's a time when Netflix was your go-to for just about any TV show you wanted to watch. Nowadays, I think everyone's launching their own streaming, and so it's kind of becoming like a fintech sector where just have everybody doing the same thing. And at this point, it's like I want to go back to cable, $45 a month for watch some.
You're hard going back to cable.
Exactly, feels like it. You gotta subscribe to like what, 5 or 6 different things at this point. And it's just, it's decentralized media at this point. It's I'm not sure if I like it so much. But yes, I do believe that the earnings might be a little bit rough. Stephanie just came in. She was a fan of the show. We spoke for a little bit. She was asking, what do you think about consumer spending? We were discussing mortgage rates a little bit. The fun things traders usually do that to not real people, but like ordinary people on Main Street don't really find too much interest talking. And a little scary, I got to say, with mortgages. Certainly, that's something that I don't deal with myself personally. We're talking about higher rates and consumer spending sort of adjusting to how much more everything costs as a result of inflation. And one of these things in Canada, at least, is the variable mortgage rate. And over in the States, if you locked in a fixed rate, I think that's the freest money you could have ever had for a while. But here, it's like people are realizing they're spending more and more of their paycheck towards gas, towards mortgages, and they're spending a lot less money. I can speak on my own account that these past couple of shifts bartending at the Jays, we've seen a lot less people. We see a lot less spending on things like beer, and unfortunately for me, a lot less tips. But not as I don't do too much there anyhow. But I think it just goes to show, I'm seeing this in real time, how consumer spending is slowing down, and I'm sure that's affects something like Netflix that's so discretionary, especially now there's so much competition. I think Netflix might just miss earnings, and I think they can possibly even go lower. And it's hard to say now because they have a low P ratio. It's almost priced in as like a decent like blue chip stock. Okay, that's probably not a fair assessment, but in terms of their P, but their forward P as what happens next year and even later this year, that's up in the air, and we'll find out what happens when they release their earnings. But yeah, crazy coming weeks for earnings. We're going to see some massive tech names, and it's going to be really exciting trading those. I think we might see a lot of action pre-market, post-market, right when those come out. If you have some strong convictions, I know Greg, our trading floor manager, he actually made like $100 per share on Netflix. Just shorted it. Went during the last earnings release, it was like $340. Came back, it was something like $260 or $270, so almost $100 right there. But yeah, just crazy times. I think right now it's like you gotta be careful with your accounts, use smaller share size, especially for trading earnings, because these things can rip huge against you, 10, 20, 30%, possibly even more. But yeah, so I'm wondering, Fred, are you going to be trading Netflix? And also, do you have I'm guessing you do have a Netflix subscription.
I use my family Netflix account. I pay for my own Prime Video account because I have my own Amazon Prime account. But I don't really use Prime Video that much. I use Netflix more. But I'm your internet guy. You know
Right. No,
me.
of
Like I don't need to pay for any services. I know how to get around the internet easily, and I'm a little bad boy on the internet like that. But I got a question right here about Coinbase. What is going on with Coinbase? Yeah, here's the Coinbase chart. The orange line's Coinbase. This is Bitcoin, and notice how they're pretty much identical. The spot movement, yeah, Coinbase did pop back up, even though Bitcoin didn't pop back up. But the moves are pretty identical over there for the most part. And another question coming in from the chat: how do I get this red line? So that's just the volume point of control. It's an indicator that you have to pay for on TradingView. As long as you have a subscription account for TradingView, you'll be able to get the volume point of control. Or it depends on whatever trading software you use. It probably has it implemented in it already, and you can use it directly. I think what is it? Thinkorswim, I think, has that volume point of control already programmed into it. I just have to use it. And I like the fact that you change your color blue to green. Is there a reason why? Because I know what my reason is for my down arrows to be blue and my up arrows to be yellow.
All right,
I have a reason for it.
You share that first. I'll share mine. How about that? That's the agreement.
All right, fine. So the reason for it is I've read that, psychologically, these colors play a lot of effect on your mind, the red and the green colors. You're staring at them all day, especially on a chart, even on a time of sales. There's red and greens. You're staring at them all day. Emotionally, psychologically, these colors start taking an effect on you. So one way to really help you with your trading on that, when you're counting 1 red bar, 2 red bar, 3 red bar, 4 red bar, and you're freaking out, maybe just change the color of it something to more neutral so it doesn't freak you out, so you can play with your psychology a little bit. It's really just playing with your own mindset, because human mind is such a easy thing to manipulate. You can change it with your own thinking and what you're saying and so on. So you want to be careful with the words you use. You don't want to say, Neil actually says this, you don't want to say, I can't do it. You want to be like, okay, I'll figure it or try to. You put it in a better way. I forget the words he says actually. But you want to make sure, words are a powerful thing, man. Even Billy over there has mentioned that to me. You want to focus on that. But look at this market right now, pushing back to the downside. Pradstradamus? Yeah, Pradstradamus. Because look at this market, not able to take out that 3,900 level to the upside, nor is it able to take out the 12,200 to the upside.
Wow, I didn't know you had such a good reason behind trading your candles right there. I thought it would be more of a sentimental thing, like myself. For me, if you really want the story behind why my candles are blue, it's just because baby blue seems to be my favorite color. The reason behind that, you're well aware of who my waifu is, I suppose, my favorite video game character. She has blue hair, and so, it's...
she has
you fall in love with the
hair, No, blue hair with the yellow bow tie.
Yes,
that's right,
you know
that's
it.
Right.
So when you fall in love with the fictional character, it has a powerful effect on you, you start changing your lifestyle. And so I always use green candles before this, but now I'm using blue. That's my happiness. That's my... That's what I like to look at, some blue. So that's why my green candles, blue, red, keeping it as default. But no, that's my story behind. Not so much a psychological reason, but I will say blue is easier on the eyes, like you said, than green and reds, brighter colors, I'd say, especially lighter blue. So since you're staring at it as a day trader for so long every day, you may as well relax your eyes a little bit, staring upon the screen. I remember when I first joined as a day trader, I told Greg, because he was sitting beside me at the time training me, I said my eyes are tired. Even before I was playing video games for 8 to 10 hours a day, possibly more sometimes, I'm just not used to level 2 just flashing at me. It's like, even if I play video games, take a break 5 minutes before, every single game, but it just doesn't move as fast, especially. But taking care of your eyes is important. You got to wear the right glasses. You got to take breaks sometimes. Look out the window. Otherwise, you can get developed nearsightedness if you're still young and your eyes are still developing. But yeah, it's important to have the right shades of colors. And I think blue is what I want to use for now. I might use a lighter shade of red as well to protect my eyes. But also, I don't sit in front of the screen as often, more or less. I think more for me, I'm a swing trader just because it's too easy to paper hands on a minute candles. But yeah, no, that's an interesting reason. I didn't know that, and I guess now I know why my candles are blue.
Yeah.
But
Neil actually put in the thing that I was talking about, which was don't speak in absolutes, and apparently only the Sith talks in absolutes. So if you are talking in absolute at any point, you work for the dark side, you work for Anakin Skywalker directly, and we do not. We are not friends at that point. It's all about the good guys for me. It's all about Obi-Wan, though. I have a complaint about that show. Have you seen it yet, Neil? You've seen it? Okay. I mean, you waited for like a week before it came out. Okay, so you know what my complaint is? Every time the Sith gets to actually kill someone, why do they just walk away from it? Why do they just walk away from it? Like he could have killed Obi-Wan, he walks away. He could have killed that girl who was working for him, he walks away. Why do they just walk away from getting that kill every time?
It has issues.
It has a lot of issues. Like, why do you just have to walk away? Your goal is to demolish him, not just like hurt him and walk away from it. Actually get the job done. Get the job done and demolish him. But anyways, you know, part of it's probably because it's Disney. Disney can't have any debts anymore. It's got to be all fairy tales and butterflies floating everywhere and you know, cute dogs everywhere. So part of that could be that reason. And they don't want debts in it, so I understand part of that. But it's still, if you want to kill someone and you have the killing shot, just take the killing shot. Come on, Disney, let me see this. Anyways, coming back to the market over here. Since we're talking about Disney, let's see what Disney's doing today. Still under $100 for Disney. Oh my goodness, when are we gonna get back above 100 for this stock? You know, I'm a believer in Disney for a long term for sure. They're kind of a little too big to fail as a company, but only time will tell. You know, every company can eventually come to zero. Mara is a stock that I want to be proud of right now. As the short call out on Mara for anyone who had that, they're capitalizing on that stock right now. And Tesla actually got back above VWAP when the market's pushing towards lower day. S&P 500 made a new lower day off the open. NASDAQ has yet to touch the lower days yet, but Tesla over here pushing back above VWAP and staying strong at the moment. Very, very confusing. Tesla's a little not related to the market for a little bit, but as we did push back over here above 745, I think you could try to take a short and give it $1 risk on Tesla as the market wants to go down.
Absolutely. And I think in terms of coming down, the market's now, I think, moving a little bit further towards the downside. I saw somebody ask me what I think about ASML coming into earnings. I know these guys are a semiconductor manufacturer, I think supplier. These are some of the parts. I'm not too familiar on their business, unfortunately. But I do believe that because this company is based in the Netherlands, I think a bit of an issue might come up for them is the exchange rate difference between a euro-dollar within the euro-dollar. I think the first time in like 20 years last week, we saw the euro go below $1 US. I think a lot of this has to do with the ECB not quite addressing inflation, or at least not raising rates as much over there. So it's still something like 25 or 50 basis points. Meanwhile, Powell at the moment, he's realizing something's going wrong. And so he's not scared now finally to start raising rates. And I think we're going to start seeing 4% at the end of next year and possibly even more. But pretty much the exchange rate difference has allowed a pretty good carry trade where long dollar, short euro, and you're profiting the difference in between in terms of the interest rates. And so you get paid interest on a dollar. And so when you're leveraged pretty heavily in that favor, you get paid quite a bit. But the issue with the ASML is because they do their business in euros, as they're based in the Netherlands, you know, in terms of reporting, at least in their statements as to what they made in US dollars, suddenly they've been making a lot less. The euro has fallen from what, like $1.12 earlier this year to like 99 cents USDs last week. Now bouncing a little bit. We see here closing in towards $1.02. But nonetheless, I think the damage has been done. Europe is just a bit too weak at the moment. We'll see how well the euro can actually last in terms of like a recession or like an actual bubble burst. You know, we have like really strong countries there, Germany, France, still doing really strong. But you have some of the not so strong countries. And so the question is, can the ECB actually manage some sort of monetary policy that works to the favor of all the countries in the union? And I think the answer to that is a clear no. And we might start seeing that question being tested in the coming months and years. But you know, long story short, I think the poor euro performance is going to severely affect ASML. And so when earnings comes, I think this is something I really want to short. In fact, I'd be looking to short it today a little bit, possibly the next couple of sessions, if I can hold overnight. Unfortunately, here we can't. But for a personal account, I think I'm short a lot of these tech names. In terms of the long-term charts, I'm taking a look over here. I see a clear channel downwards on a daily candle. Of course, this goes all the way back towards late 2021. And so if you're a day trader looking at 5-minute candles, probably not doing so well. But lots of problems in Europe. And I think as a tech company itself, obviously it's one of the stronger tech companies, pays a dividend, $200 billion company, low PE ratio, probably not going to, probably not going to go to like, on new all-time lows. But nonetheless, I think technical is not painting a great picture. You're seeing, fundamental is also possibly kind of weak, and like people say, even the stronger countries in Europe like Germany now having a bit of an issue, getting their energy. And so I think Europe is just heading into a lot of problems now, evidenced by what's happening to the euro, kind of like what's happening to the Japanese yen with their socioeconomic problems. And so I think for a lot of these European tech stocks, just got to be careful. I think earnings could be a bit of a miss when adjusted for US dollars.
Yeah, not sure if there's any news behind this drop. Brendan actually answered just now. He said no. So it looks like a normal drop in the market. We're still up 0.5% on NASDAQ, still up 1% on 0.5% on the S&P 500, 1% on the NASDAQ. So nothing to cry or nothing to scream doomsday about just yet. I want to show a firm real quick. So I stopped out over here on my second short attempt on a firm. I completely stopped trying shorts on this, but looks like I was pretty close to having the high day on a firm shorts as it pushes back to the downside to VWAP along with the rest of the market. S&P 500 pretty much near pre-market lows now. Pre-market lows coming in to see if buyers are there at 3880 or so for S&P 500 and NASDAQ pushing to 12,100. I think we could look for some buyers also coming in around those 12,100 areas. If this bottom gives out, then I'm seeing that drop to 12K coming in without a doubt. So that if that 12K drop comes in, then some longs that we're in from the opening, from the start of the day, might be something to think to cover and get out of for now. But as market's pushing down, I'm looking to actually reload or not reload, go long on some of these stocks such as Apple 150 coming into play very soon. Let's start with a small starter position over here just so I could have it on my blotter to watch as the stock moves around. Look at Microsoft, not actually pushing towards complete low a day just yet. The stock that was the weakest tech stock for the whole of last week is now a little bit stronger on this drop. So question marks coming into my head over here. I'd much rather wait for 257 instead of 258, honestly. But let's see how the stock behaves at 258. And if the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 can start turning back around, I could see Microsoft turning back around from here. But honestly, I think there's a 10-point move on NASDAQ that I'm expecting to the downside. That 10-point move could just bring Microsoft to 257.50.
Oh, I think so. Wow, markets are really crumbling now. I think it's kind of going back to what I said about just being able to enter a trade and just like leave, grab some Timmies as the other trader there was doing and coming back. Because if I held this position, that would have been a $2 play. Unfortunately, closing right here above 295. That's just getting out too early. I never reloaded because it's never really moved anywhere. I was hoping it goes back a little bit, shorted again in a higher price. But wow. Futures just collapsing at the moment. I think this is not entirely unexpected given how far we're moving up in recent days. I think tech stocks a little bit overbought if you're looking at a daily candle for just the past couple of weeks and months as we head into again the Fed. But so at the moment, I'm shorting Netflix. Looks like we're moving down here just a little bit. I think this heading into earnings, we're going to see some selling before earnings, especially if the futures turn red, as people become a little bit scared. They missed 2 of their past 2 earnings, I believe, and so stock, I think that itself took the stock from around 600, 650 to all the way where it is now, which is below 200. Again, at this point, it's like trading at a really low EPS or a really high, really low PE ratio, I should say. But again, the issue is how many people are going to be actually canceling their subscriptions. And once we refactor in the forward earnings and the guidance, is the PE ratio actually still below 20 or even 30? At this point, it's like I think it might crumble if we start seeing a real tank in consumer spending. I mean, Praz was saying it himself, some of their shows now not really entertaining. I'd imagine if he was a paying customer, he wouldn't be excited at all. So, that's just something to think about. But at the moment, I think Q's at the moment looking to try to find a bottom. We're down about over like a 1/3%, probably close to 0.5% now. I think we're looking for a bit of a bounce, and so I kind of want to see if we can go along now on the Q's, catch a quick 0.10 or 0.15% move to the upwards before we continue heading down towards the downside of the day. I think this, if I was short here, I'd cover based on this bit of reversal here, at least a slight pull up in this regard. But yeah, at the moment, still short Netflix, hopefully holding on to this for the next couple of hours, heading into today's close. But yeah, I think markets at the moment looking kind of nasty. If we start going red on the S&P or the Qs, I think that's going to...
The shorts are done.
I like to believe so. I'm still holding long on a lot of these tech stocks, but from what I've seen in the past few trading sessions, surprises may happen.
This market just wants to range bound all day, man, until Fed rates actually move around in a good way. And Fed's obviously playing games with the rest of the market too, where they just keep doing these little raises and just keep messing with everybody, and they don't want to do anything useful for the market or for inflation. Oh, we're fighting it, 9.4. Oh, we're fighting it, 10.5. No, I promise we're fighting it, 11. Like, how many times are we gonna fall for these traps? I don't get it. But at the end of the day, market doesn't care. Market wants to stay green, so you just go along with the market, right?
Oh, absolutely.
The reason why I think the shorts are done for now is because NASDAQ did move to that 12,100 level, and buyers started piling in, and S&P 500 near 3880, buyers started piling in, exact same prices that I was talking on both sides. So that makes me happy about my Apple long that I am in, and I was a little unhappy about not being able to pile into Microsoft over here, as it didn't really push down to 257.50 for me. So it looks like we missed out on that. One thing to really notice right now is Tesla. Tesla moved down with the rest of the market originally, but then started going back up. And now that the market's moving up, I expect Tesla to go right back to 750 in case NASDAQ pushes towards VWAP. If NASDAQ pushes to VWAP, if S&P 500 pushes back to 3890 or 3895, I can see Tesla pushing back to 750, giving us a round 3 attempt to short it and take advantage of the same setup one more time. Let's go look at some other stocks that we were trading earlier to see where they are now. Boeing. Worse than where we were earlier. Now trading around 150, but we dropped down to 149.20 on Boeing. This is why I said I don't want to be holding any longs on Boeing or on BABA. Where did BABA go? Actually, BABA didn't do anything that bad for me after my long. It just hung out in those very same areas. Let's go to Affirm, because I know Affirm dropped down off that short. Let's go to Coinbase. Coinbase didn't really do anything. Looks like that long scalp idea for the 63 break that I had was a pretty decent trade. We got out in the perfect area, as you saw that. And Mara, last but not least, now Mara is actually going back up right now. Looks like the best out you could have had was $10.15. I was happy with the scalp I got out of that one. And last is Tilray over here. Tilray, baby, shorts. Clean shorts for you guys today across the board. How many stocks have I shorted for you on a day like today? And how many of them have been winners? You're welcome.
Yeah, well, talking about Tesla, I think purely for technical reasons, I'm seeing for the past month pretty much, and I'm not signing to my account
I didn't even
here.
notice that.
Yeah,
when in doubt, zoom out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I like to look at. I think for the past month or month and a half, actually, it's more or less been consolidating in the $100 band, more or less between like 660 and 760. And so at the moment, with the markets now looking a little bit weak, I think Tesla's towards the top of the band. So every time I want to make a trade, personally, what I look at is what happened for the past 2 weeks, past 4 weeks, and also what's happening with the overall markets. For instance, if the Qs are up 1%, I see a name that I think is really strong, good earnings, let's say, has no reason to be weaker than the general market, has underperformed the market as well in the past couple of days. I'm thinking that the markets haven't quite reacted as well to this stock in particular, and I want to be not the first, but among I want to be early to the game and in the market realizing, oh, this stock I think is a little bit too oversold, and I want to bid it back up. Personally, for me, Tesla at the moment, I'm at the moment holding a small short position, but I think at the moment, at least on the daily, we are pretty much near the top of this band, so to speak. I mean, still like $15 off. But again, a thing I like to look at in terms of these things are asymmetric risk reward. And this is great if you can execute it. For me, it's paper hands. So again, it's a bit hard seeing a bit of profit just exiting too early. But towards the higher range of this band, like where we are right now, or even in the points here below, we're at 750, 740. In such scenarios, I would favor the short side because even if we were to go higher, we would have to test 770, and breaking through that, I think might prove to be a little bit of an issue. And I think we get rejected off that pretty easily. Even a breakthrough here once, where we, I think, got rejected off the 800s or close to it. Just proving that in such a bearish market, a good name like Tesla has issues keeping up. But at the moment, I'd say I would favor the short side. Again, on the 5-minute here, it doesn't look too bad. But resistance for today, 750 looks strong. 751, again, couldn't break above that. We couldn't have a candle pretty much close above 749, so well below the 750 mark. At the moment, I do favor the short side coming into later today. And so at the moment, I think Qs are holding up a little bit, going up just a little bit. I think this was a huge move downwards, at least 0.5% in such a short time frame. I'm looking to reload my short on the Qs at the moment, and I think the day we might end up lower today than where we are now currently. And again, heading into just market risk coming up with the earnings and the Fed decisions. The market's been doing quite well these days. I don't think investors really or traders even have the appetite to continue holding your positions in what I believe is like a low risk, or high risk, low reward situation. At least if you're long, even if Netflix has like good earnings, well, I guess Netflix is a volatile name, but some of these larger tech companies, I think there's just not so much upside, especially Apple now closer to 150, 151, and lows of around 130. There's like $20 move to the downside, and Apple's not going to go to 170 on good earnings. And so for me, I just favor the short side in terms of these scenarios. But pretty much, people are talking about LMT. I think that's Lockheed Martin, if I remember correctly. New deal with the fighter jets. I can pull that up over here. LMT, might be wrong on it. Let me, not to embarrass. Oh, it is Lockheed Martin. Okay, it's not named by NY. Okay, not a NASDAQ stock, that's for sure. But yeah, I think the defense sector has been doing quite well these days in that they're not as cyclical as the consumer market. But let's see here. New fighter jet deal, I think, if my charts can refresh, wow. Decent move to the upside, about 2% from where we were back at around 130. We were trading at around 191.5. Now moving towards, well, now it's sitting at 395. So not the biggest move ever, but quite interesting trade here. Again, I don't know the details of it, but at the moment, it looks like we're fading this move upwards. A huge red candle down, a bit of a reversal from where we were. Decent wicks towards the upside, towards 397, but just a muted move, I'd say. Definitely not going parabolic. We've seen a bit of a pullback and then a higher move, but at the moment, I think this red candle sort of defines the move as being over. We might consolidate around 395, especially with a more bearish market. Speaking of which, if you go back to the Qs, I want to see if it's time wow, I missed this move entirely. I was talking about reloading my shorts there, but I think we just moved towards the downside. Hopefully it's not moving too late. I think I'm going to start a position now going towards the downside, favoring it at least. We're just going to see if this moves a lot lower. But personally for me, I just like to look at lower lows, higher highs in terms of trading trend. Here, I think clearly we're not posting higher lows. So when we start seeing lower and lower lows, if this breaks below like 293 or 294, I should say, I think it might be over. And at the moment, we're still accelerating to move down on the Qs.
Holy, what happened to Apple?
But yeah, I think we're going to pass it to Brennan real quick, telling us what's going on in the currency markets.
What a time for me to go long.
Hey guys, let's get a check of the currency markets here for you real quick. Big move to the downside here for the US dollar so far today. Has everything else on this board pretty much significantly higher, as we said. The euro, the Canadian dollar, British pound, all about a full % move at one point today. We were holding 120 there for the British pound. It has since come back below 119.7, 101 for the euro so far today. Again, this is all because of dollar strength. Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange coming up this afternoon. He's going to tell us why. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, all positive. See, 18% now, once again, for Ethereum, trying to make a secondary move back to the upside. But yeah, big move down for the US dollar today, guys. Back to you.
So yeah, that was thankfully I had along with way less size than I actually wanted, and the reason was because I wanted to add near 150, so that catalyst wasn't in play, and this is why I said earlier, catalyst can come out in a second and wipe you out on your trade. So going to that coffee trade might not be a good thing to do, but when it's working for you, then yeah, maybe the coffee thing works. It's the catalyst like that can wipe you out. This is why stops help. Having a stop works. The reason why I didn't throw a stop out because I didn't have enough size, honestly, that would even damage me. The amount I lost on the stock is a joke. I didn't even lose that much for how much of a sense that I gave to it. So here's an example that have a stop, always have a stop, right? And the second is, especially if you're going for a washroom break and you're going to be away from a computer, have a stop, and anything can happen in a second, right? So which one, Fubo? Google is going to the downside, I'm guessing, as Sean is short, 111, $1 in the money. This chart kind of looks horrible, but as we zoom in, look at that. 111 breaks short on Google, pushing towards 110. Most likely breaking 110. Jeez. I see him clapping right now on that side. He's doing the money thing, the rubbing my palms money thing right here. So
Jeez,
put it on him? Oh, okay. There you go. Put it on him. He's doing the money
go.
thing right there. As the market's pushing down, taking all the shorts with you.
I reversed it 111 short. Not my mic.
Oh, 111 short. He's talking about 111 short. You reversed it?
Yeah, I'm short right now 111.
111 short, yeah, so he's short 111, riding it. And look at Tesla now, man. Tesla, which looked a little strong. If Apple, the #1 stock in NASDAQ and in the S&P 500, #1 by weightage, is going to come out with the catalyst saying we're not going to hire, or we're going to freeze hiring a little bit to deal with the market environment and the economy of the global economy and so on. They're going to come out with that news, break the market to the downside. The shorts are even more fruition now. Look at UVXY up 2.65% today, launching towards $13 here. S&P 500 only up 0.3 instead of being 1 full percent. NASDAQ, which was up 1.3%, up only 0.5. So obviously if NASDAQ, which is QQQ, is coming down, your SQQ is going to be launching to the north side. So I see people in the chat saying SQQ is ripping. Damn right it's ripping. Still down though 1% sadly, but it is now at a new high a day for the triple squares downside, or short QQQ 3 times leverage ETF. There you go.
Yeah, that triple Q or short triple Qs has been
Short triple Q. There. I'm trying to say that. I blanked out. Thank you.
No, you're good. But wow, that has been the play of like the year so far. Just short the Q, short anything tech related, short anything that doesn't have earnings, because wow, looks like everything's being hit. Even Apple. Like I couldn't believe this. Like when I saw the news, people were saying in the chat, Apple slowing hiring. I guess it's not entirely surprising. But what are we going to see next? Like huge Apple layoffs? I don't think it's going to get that extreme. But just the other day, I was talking with a coworker at the other job. She's a little bit of an investor as well. She's very bullish on the mortgage market. I think she said she was a mortgage broker, something like that. And I said to her, I think there's going to be a huge market slowdown coming. We might see a huge recession. She said, absolutely not. Apartments are still selling. Homes are still good.
I can't hear you.
But name me one company that has been around for a relatively long time, or at least an established company. Because I was telling her, we see a lot of growth companies now starting a hiring freeze. Coinbase, Crypto.com, like I think fintech being hit the hardest. And she said, I bet you can't name me a single large company that's been significantly slowing down hiring. Well, now you have Apple, you have Microsoft, you have Unity as well, which again, I think is a terrible merger with Iron Source, I think. But it just goes to show you how I think this recession is impacting everything from growth to well-established companies. And so I think we might see something huge coming up here, evidenced by all the news we're seeing. But at the moment, I'm looking to close some of my shorts. It's been a pretty decent trade. Got down. Closed again way too early, but that was a decent entry right there, I'd say. Sometimes you see a trend, you see a breakout, you just got to be first to it, wait for the market to react afterwards, especially when it's news regarding something like Apple. It's going to have huge repercussions. It's going to take some time for the market to digest. And so if you see it first, you see the news first, you see the move first, not even the news. You don't know what the news is, but you see a break below like your level of support, huge, and you know what, there's some news regarding it, you don't know what it is. Sometimes being first to it would end up being quite well, and wow, we are moving even lower now. I think I'm just going to try to take some profit, but this market might actually end up being red today if this just continues. This is absolutely crazy. This is, wow. Apple slowing down hiring. After the Microsoft news, I think a week or two ago, they're shedding around some of the larger teams that aren't making as much profit, I think, back at Microsoft. So hiring freezes even for positive PE companies. It's crazy. But anyhow,
let's head over to Big B to see what he has for us about this Apple news.
A couple things to understand on this, guys. First, obviously, Apple going to move the entire market. Here's a couple things to understand, though. This is only so slowing hiring and spending for some teams. That's the key. Apple won't backfill roles and add new staff in certain cases. The spending slowdown, not company-wide. Okay, so yes, they're slowing spending. Yes, they're slowing hiring, but only in certain areas. So this isn't company-wide, guys.
I would even expect it to not even get affected for the tech teams. I'm just throwing out random guesses here. As I have worked in technology companies, IT companies in general, I see where the funding or where the salary cutoff comes to, and it's never the IT company. The IT team always gets their 300K checks for writing one line of code and whatnot. Most of the layoffs and paychecks come for the HR teams and whatnot. So I'd like to see where this damage comes comes off too. They didn't say anything about layoffs though, but they did say something about slowing down hiring and so on. So we'll see where this one goes to. Obviously, someone in chat said, Prad, you said the market's not going to go any lower. The catalyst wasn't there when I said that, so obviously I believed it then. Now I don't believe it. Now that the catalyst is in, what did I say? If the market breaks 12K, I even said that, but you don't mention that point, right? Only the points that are not working is the ones that the chat loves to pick on. I also said if 12,000, 1,100 breaks, we're nosediving to 12K. All that we needed was a catalyst. Well, here's your nosedive and there's your catalyst. I said the same thing for S&P 500. If the catalyst comes in, we're breaking those bottoms and we're heading to the downside, and that's exactly what's paying out. All that we need is a little oomph, a little push. What does Joker say in the Batman movie about chaos or something? All you need is a little push, right?
Yeah.
That's all you need. All you need is a little push for that chaos, the volume, the catalyst, and you just watch the whole world burn. Just make sure you don't turn back and look at the explosions, because cool guys don't look at explosions.
No, they don't.
Right?
And have the shirt melt off their backs. It's the that meme if you saw it. But yeah, wow, I don't think anyone could have predicted this. I think I was short on the fundamentals, but no, I did not predict. I don't have insider sources at Apple telling me they're going to pause hiring, but I think it makes a lot of sense because they own their own stores, they have their own ecosystem, everything. That's the issue of being fully integrated, I'd say, or being fully vertically integrated. I think a lot of they might have to lay off some of their retail staff selling new computers, because Apple, I think, they don't sell their items cheap. You need like 3 different dongles just to charge your phone or listen to music, and I don't think people are going to be too happy spending all that money on that, and so they might look for cheaper alternatives. Unless you're a diehard Apple fan, I know quite a few out there. Me personally, I think I'm more of an Android. I like just having a headphone jack, at least for some of the older devices. I think they're trying to try to copy Apple in more recent times. But yeah, I think a lot of spending is going to slow down a little bit, and so that's going to be pretty bad for anything that's retail related or even consumer discretionary related. We're just talking about IBM earnings. I think occurring either today or tomorrow. IBM, one stronger companies, one of the few tech names actually to more or less withstand everything that's been happening in the past 6 months. Still trading around 135, if I can last remember. I haven't checked in a couple of sessions actually, but IBM, let's see how it's doing at the moment. Probably still doing strong, only down a little bit on the day. Still, wow, 140 actually, better than expected. This is a name that's more or less been unaffected. And I think for this, you just kind of see the difference between a heavy dividend paying, established company. Of course, IBM's been all over the place. They haven't sold ThinkPads since 2004. These days, I don't think they have any hardware, just doing cloud computing for the most part. But it's not so much involved with the consumer side, but essentially when you have an established business, you're having good dividends. The worst that's going to happen is that you're going to cut dividend, and that's okay. You're still going to have a dividend, not so much. But for a lot of these growth companies, it's not so much that you don't have a dividend anymore. It's that you have no money to run the company anymore. And so that's when the real trouble starts. But it just goes to show how stable a company like IBM has been. Obviously not a good thing if you're looking for growth. Apple outperforming substantially. But it's goes to show when you look at Google.
Sean's like $2 of the money. I hear the praises for Google coming in. Short Apple too. Yeah, Apple, obviously you saw what that's doing in the market. Sorry to cut you off over there. I just wanted to bring a highlight to Sean's position real quick as the market clearly pushing down to back to that 12K area. We did say it's a possibility that Monday was going to be a little bit of a Black Monday movement. We got green moves to start off with, but you know what the number one catalyst is? Jim Cramer rang the bell today. I think that's the number one catalyst. I think this market found the top at 9:30 when he rang the bell, and then ever since then, we've just been straight heading downside. Is that true? No. We went up at 9:30. We came back down. I'm just reading something from the chat. The chat goes, Jim Cramer rang the bell today, so that's probably why the market's giving up its gains today. Tomorrow, maybe we can have. I know Sean rang the bell once at the TSX floor, right? That's what your LinkedIn profile picture is. That's pretty cool. I should, maybe next time you go, take me with you so I can take a picture too, right? That'd be pretty cool. This was before I was working there, sorry.
The TSX will have you ringing that thing.
TSX, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll be great times too if that ever happens again. You watching anything?
Oh, that's right. The moment I started talking to Sean, I forgot Sean didn't have a mic. They're having a conversation with him. But at the moment, what I'm looking at, the moment in the morning I saw like NASDAQ was up, and I was like, I don't think this is going to stay. It's just, it's hard. You just have a feeling in your bones. It's like, I'm seeing some news coming in right here. Lockheed Martin, Pentagon nearing the deal for, sorry, what's the news, Brad?
Yeah, I'll read it out. Pentagon nearing for an application for 375 F-35 jets worth $30 billion. So that's the news for Lockheed Martin, LMT.
Lockheed Martin, wow. I remember seeing it just a moment ago. I thought it was pulling back a little bit. 355 area, looks like we're still in that range, if not, no, I think we're still holding that area, not too bad. 395, 396, that area there. I think more of a muted reaction. Again, you can't have too much excitement going on with these markets now pulling back a little bit. I think this might go towards a short. I think at the moment, the risk reward is that we've seen a lot of resistance at a 396.5, 396. We can't quite go above these levels. We see these top wicks over here. These candles have more or less all closed at or below 396. And now we're trying to struggle once again. Can we close a candle at the 5-minute chart, or sorry, just the 1 minute actually, above 396? And I just don't think we're going to do it, especially in this market. Now as Apple is slowing down hiring, at the moment I am going to short LMT.
Yeah, I think this is a short. You know why? Because they sold these planes for a discount.
Yeah.
They're selling these planes for a discount. The normal price for a F-35 is about 110 mil. So if you do 375 times 110 mil, that's about 41 bill, and they're selling it for 30 bill. They're losing 10 bill on this trade, unless obviously it's a friends and family discount or something. Friends and family discount. So they're like, yeah, we'll wipe off 10 bill over here. But 10 bill is not a joke. Come on, $10 billion. You're just gonna friends and family 10 billion over there. So obviously, I'm not sure what's going on over here. Maybe prices of F-35 have gone down. It says 110.3 for every F-35A, 135 for F-35B, and 117. What are these, like special packages? If you want air conditioning, you can pay an extra bill? Come on, man. Now, if you want heated seats in your airplane, you get better seats. If you want a heads-up display, you got to pay more. What is this? But anyways, it's about 100 mil or something. So clearly, from my calculations, they're losing about 10 bill on this trade.
Wow, yeah, even when you know when things are going bad, when LMT's losing on their trades, if it's me on my trades, that's another Tuesday. But when LMT's losing, it goes to show even the government, maybe running into a little bit of, well, I don't know about that, but looking like they're not willing to spend as much as they used to, making sense since everything is kind of now falling. It's interesting too because you have like real assets, even rent, kind of like staying high. But I don't know how long that's going to last. We were saying here in Toronto, at least, unaffordable housing. I'm seeing prices starting to go down, which makes sense because no one really has the money to buy make any large purchases anymore. I see a lot of buyer's remorse for anything from like a house to a condo. I think that it's even more so for a lot of these large government purchases. And so with the spending going down, I just think you're going to see a lot more discounts like this. We might see Netflix trying to slash some of their subscription prices just to keep some more customers. Of course, you're going the other way with this, saying that we'll lose customers gladly, at the cost of raising things. But geez, I don't think this LMT, speaks good news for itself, having to sell at a discount because, muted reaction to the upside, just 2%, still down 1% on the day. And now I think we're moving back towards the downside, unable to break 396 as I'm still holding short on this position. But yeah, markets moving towards the downside. How's that been doing, by the way?
Yeah, Apple down now, baby. Apple down on the day, 1.15%. Sean over there clapping for his positions because he is rolling in the dough. Look at the time of sales for Apple. Like, it's just red and blue, red and blue. You see a little bit of green, but I promise you those greens are just shorts covering their profits and taking their profits over there. And it's just a big wall of blue. Blue is not a good color on my time of sales because that means there's people going below the bid just for their exits, like or to go more short. So the piling in, is this a iceberg though or some sort at 118? 148.20 just keeps on refreshing. So let's see how this level on Apple plays out at 148.20, even though we're now a little bit lower than that. It's a little bit of a price that sticks over here. Let's also go on the daily. When in doubt, zoom out. So let's go on Apple. Look at that. And that makes a little bit more sense as to why we are struggling to go a little bit lower than this range, as this range has shown some support previously and also resistance previously. So previous resistance should technically turn into now support, and Apple, that 148.20, instantly 20 cents in the money if you were thinking about long, or even 148.09 if you were long anywhere in front of 148. Some relief longs are coming into play. Maybe longs are now piling in with the shorts covering. I personally would like to just leave the stock alone. I don't want to go long on Apple just yet. After the doomsday events have played out on it, let it calm down, let it consolidate, and then we could think about the longs. And also, why would you go long on something that was long originally but now down 1.2%? Clearly, the trend changed, the characteristics have changed. Everything that made you want to go long originally changed. Now you got to change along with it. Change your mindset, change your trade, change your levels, change your direction.
Exactly. Sometimes when a trend changes, you just have to go with the trend. Even if you originally wanted to go long, you see the Qs now about to flip red, now up just 0.15%. We're originally up like 1.5%. Trading the trend is just something that I think originally I understood when I first started trading. Then I overanalyzed the markets, trying to find reversals. Got addicted to betting against the trend. Now starting to see again. Because think about it in real life. If you ever have like a convicted murderer, you're not going to say, oh, because he murdered one person, we got to balance it out. Law of averages. He's going to probably not murder like a person again. It's like if somebody has like a history of doing something, it's like same with the market. If there's a history of going up, that's why we buy the S&P. If it has a history of going down, it's like for today, at least in the short-term time frame, you kind of just want to go with it. Same with when you're at a bar on a Friday night and you're wondering why it's so empty. Suddenly you start seeing people come in. You're not going to say, oh, because it was empty for so long, now we have a few guys here. My bet, we're going to reversion to the mean. We're going to see like some of these people leave. Probably not, at least not in the short term. We see more people coming in later and later into the night. I think there's just like reasons for it. Like you mentioned before, the market. I think it's just massive psychology sort of like accumulated together. And trading the trend is something that you can really never go off of or go wrong with. Of course, you see a stock going parabolic, several green candles in a row, now up 300%. Maybe buying hand over fist, going long on that trend. You might see a nasty reversal coming pretty soon. But in the long term, you see a consistent pattern hold. I think trading the trend is just the only way to do it. And that's one thing, really, I've learned by watching the show and being here myself. Because before then, it was always reversion to the mean, which is a good trading strategy in and of itself, but on the right instruments, in the right circumstances, and certainly not when Apple just released a huge, major news.
Yeah, I like the point you made about cumulative psychology and why do trend lines work? Why do a certain, like a RSI sometimes and a MACD sometimes work? The reason is because of cumulative psychology. People are having those same trend lines up at the same time as you, and they're thinking about that same trade. Why? Because they read it in the same books that you read. Now, the difference comes between trainings and so on, but at the end of the day, here's a good example of collective consciousness, right? That's the word for it, collective records of collective consciousness. There was an example, a test done way back in the day where they would take these bananas and give them to a monkey on a remote island, monkeys on a remote island, and they would drop these bananas or potatoes, I forget what it was exactly, either one. They would drop it in the sand by the beach. Eventually, these monkeys learned to wash these bananas or potatoes with the water next to it and then eat it without having sand in their mouth. Ooh. Now, they then gave the bananas to on-land monkeys close to a beach, and eventually those monkeys on day one immediately knew to just wash it in the water and eat it. So it's like apparently collective consciousness, but collective psychology overall. The idea is a lot of people looking at the same thing, having the same idea, the same thesis, allowing the stock to do that for you. You want to be focusing on now, do you want to follow big money or small money? Because big money is where the moves are coming from. You want to focus on where big money psychology is. How are they thinking? What are they using to trade? For example, we know big money gets graded on how far away from VWAP are they taking their executions. And we also know how 100-period EMAs, 50-period EMAs, and the 200-period EMAs and the SMAs also come into play for big money. That's why we always use these indicators and not those indicators such as RSI or MACD or anything. Nothing wrong with using set indicators. People use them, people make money, people lose money, people also lose money using VWAP, and people also make money using VWAP. It all comes down to whatever system you can create that helps you make the best system possible and minimize your losses on a day-to-day and extend your winners.
Wow, that's well said. I think someone said in the chat, Pratt dropping knowledge bombs in a rampage. I absolutely agree. Wow, I didn't know about that study, but that's quite fascinating. I think really speaks to a lot of the events we've been seeing in the markets, at least during the 2021 bubble, 2020 bubble, where you have everyone talking about Bitcoin back when it was 50 and 60, and people were saying back in the day, it's like, oh, the bellboy I was in the hotel on, this was back in the Great Recession, saying that I should buy what stocks I should buy. That was when I knew it was like the top, and that's what they said 70, 80 years ago. And now I hear people talking about how their Uber driver is giving them advice on the crypto stocks to buy, and they're telling me, well, I think that just might be it, because when you have all this cumulative psychology or sort of collective consciousness, I think we're talking about coming together. At some point you run out of people to more or less, keep on selling to, and then who's buying? When everyone's more or less in it, the only thing you can more or less do is sell, and when that triggers, it's like a domino effect. And now, the question you asked: do you want to follow the smart money, or do you want to follow retail traders, more or less trying to buy the dip, kind of like myself over here? And I think we might, at least earlier in the year, what we can say for sure is when it first started dipping, yeah, you really wanted to sort of get out there when a trend was broken. But I see in the chat as well, somebody was talking. We're asking me about Zoom. I'm surprised it's still at $100. Looks like we broke right below we made an even dollar break below 100. Now trading at around 99.66 on this name. And this was one I think that was like hugely talked about back, on our floor. I know Greg this was one of the stocks he was analyzing, talking about a long-term basis. I think he said with Zoom, the issue is you just have no sort of like competitive advantage. I think Sean actually mentioned this on the show. But you have things that Skype can do for a decade now. You have what?
Okay, please don't mention Skype.
No, Skype. Why not?
Don't mention Skype. Zoom has better competitors than Skype.
Fair. I will say that, but.
Skype is not even in contention anymore with Zoom's competition. Come on.
Okay, fair enough. It's been a while since I even heard of Skype. I don't know anybody that use it. But Microsoft Teams, you got Cisco WebEx. I'm sure they don't have as much of a market share. I didn't quite analyze how good they were. Google Meet as well. That's what we use here, internally. And so you have with Zoom, just again with fintechs, with these, buy now, pay laters. Too much of a competition, I'd say. And so I think at the moment, Zoom still being quite a bit overvalued, still trying to live in the hype. But this was a $600 stock at one point. And so, for a long term, I think the question is now with fundamental analysis, can you actually build a moat around your business? Like the reason why Apple is so desperate to hold their ecosystem is so no one can sort of enter it and sort of price them out. That's the issue we have with Facebook, where now Apple is saying that they can't track users the same way as they used to, now negatively impacting their ad revenue, and also why Facebook now trying to redevelop themselves into Meta, pretty much spending money hand over fist, developing VR, Oculus, or anything just pretty much to expand what they're doing. Because if you're a one-trick pony and you can't defend your moat, well, that might not be a company that lasts forever.
Only 4 minutes left here on the show. We're watching NASDAQ turn red on the day. We're watching S&P 500 turn red on the day. And you know what that means? 12K breaking on NASDAQ. I'm going to try a long over here on the futures to see if we can get a quick little scalp. We're 4 points out of the money, 5 points out of the money. Holy, maybe I should just get out of this one. This is ramping up.
Jeez, what the?
This guy's ramping up over here.
Jesus, what is going on?
This money is gone. This market is done for
crazy.
today. We're turning red and we're staying red. Looks like. Well, I'm losing a little bit over here on this long test. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. I'm pulling the Arun methodology over here, letting this position move around a little bit, just so we can get that pop above 12K. And as soon as we get that pop above 12K, I'm leaving this trade. But if it goes negative 15 units per share, I'm leaving this trade also. Right now we're pretty close to where we're at -8, so not looking good. Thankfully though, Tesla has banked us enough money where I can give this trade a little bit of a leeway room. Oh my goodness, this market's done for. UVXY just took out 13 to the upside. Forget this trade. Take that loss, Prad, please. Yes, take that loss. Move on from it. This market's dead.
Holy, remember we were talking about how the market...
I just gave back for no reason, trying to go long. I love it.
Oh, damn, trading a trend, shorting the markets. This is what I was talking about, just leaving and walking back into the day, covering that initial short position, which I initiated at 295.50, covered at 295, shorted again, covered 293.5, or even above that, actually. But yeah, missed this entire move downward just because of me thinking like I made the money already, probably not going to go that much lower, right? Are we actually, like I agree with Pred, like fundamentally, it was up 1.5%. Are we really going to go red on the day? Turns out we went red before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That is absolutely crazy. I guess a company like Apple can move the markets just in a snap, just like that, because wow, now it's like almost 2% move from the time I first entered the show, or this afternoon. And so, geez, it has been a very, very eventful afternoon. Unfortunately, Luca was unable to trade this today, but I'm sure he would have made good profits shorting this wreck of a market as we've been seeing recently. Wow. I'm not quite sure what we'll be seeing heading into tomorrow, but what do you think, Brad? Do you think this is going to continue?
Coming out right now, no phone booth for me to change my shirt on, but green shirt's coming off, red shirt's getting busted out as the market's turning over here. We don't need this green shirt anymore. Time for the soccer England jersey red, baby, as the market's turning red. Not much time left on the show for us, though. It's going to be time to wrap it up. But hey, man, someone said time to rip out that red shirt just because the market turned red. You are not wrong on that side. Here's the Umbro jersey. Here's England. Let's go. Send it to the downside. Market red, market bleeding. Bears are out to play today. Bears are in full force. You got anything before we send it out to the main show?
Oh, no, I just addressed one comment. Someone asking me what made you get out of Tesla. I think I got out of that at 740, thinking it wouldn't break 740. I saw it hover around 740 and 20 cents, 30 cents. But wow, another $7 move to the downside. Again, biggest issue you'll see with me and a lot of traders just doesn't have the conviction to just keep on holding these trades. And I think you'll see it very well illustrated on my Q's trade. Unfortunately, I just wish I could trade my plan. But then again, I didn't think Apple would release news that would move the markets 2%. So sometimes you take profit and you just make it. Unfortunately, missed that other half of the move. But hey, at the end of the day, I made something. I'm happy, and pretty happy that's it. But wow, crazy bloody markets. Glad you had that shirt free. I think you were prepared mentally for the fact that we were. You don't want to admit it, but I think you were ready for it.
I always keep red on me just to be safe, right? Hey, great day today. Lots of fun live being on the show. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. But now we got to send it over to the closing show. Go have some fun on the closing show, and there's nothing to trade. Ciao.
It's been a pleasure.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in. Well, it's turning into a bit of an exciting afternoon here. Yeah, Apple leading the market back to the downside, unfortunately, following this headline out an hour or so talking about a slowdown in hiring and a slowdown in spending. This all came from a Bloomberg tweet, in fact. Initially, a lot of other outlets now picking up on it. The key to this was there